Thank you.
Oh man, where's my coffee? How's this little light thing not on? Good morning. I think I need new headphones. Oh, let me fix this. It was hard to get up this morning, Gwen. Honey, I wouldn't have known if my dang house blew down last night, so I was out. I don't think they're going to have court for Michael today. Oh no, I guess it is. Dang it. Like I said, it was hard for me this morning. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just talking to you. Yeah, I got a notification on my YouTube on my phone that said it's today at 6:25, 8 a.m. on Fox 2, but it is not showing up on my computer here. Yeah, I know there's nothing wrong with the dude other than he's just mean. He's an evil person. This was a total waste. Yesterday was a total waste. They just needed to he's found guilty, now sentence him. They did their victim impact statements, now sentence him. If he was competent enough to stand trial, then he's competent enough to get death or whatever else they decide. That's up to the jury. I don't understand. You said no talkie wrong with me. What in the world are we waiting on? His grand entrance? The spaces? Can you remove the spaces from the link? It's to the trial. I have it on full screen on YouTube. Oh, the Samantha Woll trial is just sitting there. They're talking about the bad storms you guys had. Apparently, y'all don't know what to do when it storms. Everybody's worried the trial will be delayed because of the storms. I don't know what's going on with this one. This is irritating. It's the same here too, though. If we go like in droughts, and then when we do get rain, it floods. So people get like freaked out. They're like, "Oh, we need the rain," and then we're in a torrential downpour and a flood. Well, neither one of these trials are like nothing's happening. And I looked up Alec Baldwin. I'm waiting to see if that judge, I thought she was thinking about again possibly dismissing it, but I think they're going forward. So we've been getting a good bit of rain here in Austin. It we went through a long drought, but now we've been getting a good bit of rain. To me, and I hate when it rains because it just causes us to get mosquitoes. Oh yeah, I covered the Armour's trial because that's. I mean, I don't think the reason why and they don't have the gun anymore, they don't have anything anymore, really, is because yeah, they're trying to make her testify. She doesn't have. I don't think she has to testify. I mean, what does she have to gain from testifying? She's already been found guilty. They put everything on her. Yeah, because they said they weren't going to try Alec Baldwin. They dismissed it a long time ago. They put it all on.
All right. Let the record reflect state's
What's her
present, defense
name?
counsel, and the defendant are all present. Is the state ready to proceed this morning?
Yes, sir.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about jury instructions. I've got an updated draft from the state on the final instructions. I've read through that. Part of what I believe, though, needs to be done is because you have separate counts of first-degree murder, I believe the instructions as to aggravating factors and mitigating circumstances should be read as to each count, because I think it could be confusing to the jurors as to aggravating circumstances related to count one as opposed to aggravating circumstances or factors related to count four. Same with mitigating circumstances. I know we discussed this yesterday and the defense was okay with having mitigating circumstances apply to both generally, but I think in the abundance of caution, it's better to read them over again for each count. I don't mind reading them. So I'm looking at these. I know it's not quite, it's more in line with what we talked about yesterday, but I was able to give it some thought overnight. Any thoughts on that from either the state or defense? Because you have two separate events with two separate victims in each count. And so, and I noticed, like in the aggravating circumstances, you allege, I think, number 6 regarding or maybe mitigating circumstances about returning Miss Ruiz to her family. That may not apply in the count with Christine Melton.
Yeah, I mean, she should have never dropped the charges against him in the first place, to be honest. And now look where she's at. And she's actually, from what I understand, she's a defense attorney and she's prosecuting this case.
Am I understanding you correctly, Judge? You want 2 sets of final instructions?
But she shouldn't have dismissed the charges, and now they don't have the actual
instructions regarding aggravating factors.
But they didn't have the actual guns in the Alec Murdaugh trial either. They just used
each count
guns that were similar,
So we would start
not the actual guns. And he got found guilty, so they can find a gun exactly like the one that Alec Baldwin used. He used a brand new one. It was a brand new gun. It wasn't an old West gun or anything.
Something to delineate that at the beginning of the final instructions of penalty proceedings is the heading in the first page. And it says, members of the jury, you have all heard the evidence, the argument of counsel. Now you must decide whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. That applies separately in each count. They may make one finding in one count and a separate finding in another count, or both the same, but each count should be considered individually. In other words, they can't take and weigh aggravating circumstances as it relates to count 1 and apply those to count 4, I don't believe, or vice versa.
It was just a messed up set. So like when I did the coverage on it, I worked on the setup Walker several
Just
times.
speak up a
We
little
use the
louder, please.
same props.
Instruction in the general instructions.
She was an amateur. She was non-union. When you hire people like
Yes.
that cheap, that's what you're getting what you pay for, because he was on a tight budget. It's his fault. He did not check the gun, and you do have to cock that kind of gun back. So he did cock the gun back. He just doesn't recall it, or he's saying he didn't, but that kind of gun, you do have to cock it back in order to shoot it.
Penalty phase of this trial should be considered as to each of the capital felonies for which you have found the defendant guilty. Count 1 and count 4 of the indictment. However, in making your determination, you must consider whether the state has proven each aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt with respect to each capital felony individually.
Yeah, they just messed this up. I mean, the whole crew, the whole prop team, the whole prop company they used, everyone's civilly liable. There's going to be a lot of civil litigation about this, but
Yes, you just repeated that, I think.
they also have someone who's like a check the checker. So like Hannah was the armorer, but there was someone else who checks it after she checks it. And then you have the actor who, not all actors do it. Most professional actors do it. Jensen Ackles does it. Keanu Reeves does it. Many actors who work with guns do it because it's just safety. And if you're a professional, that's what you do. But Alec Baldwin didn't check it. He just depends on other people because his ego is
regarding Miss Ruiz
too big.
Necessarily wouldn't. I don't know if there's anything that would cause to be applied with count 1 with Christine Melton.
Well, obviously, mitigating circumstances apply to both of them because it's not fact oriented in relation to the guilt phase.
Most of them. The one that I think was delineated in there about Miss Ruiz sounded fairly fact specific. I think it was number 6.
Yeah, and not only that, but the situation with the gun being on set in the first place it wasn't supposed to be there. They were doing a blocking, and with blocking, you don't even have the camera. I mean, you have the camera, but it's not on. Like you're blocking to set up to I'm not blocked
and mitigating circumstances
on this camera right now because I'm too far over to one side. If I were trying to block on this camera, I would have done that prior to getting on and turning on the camera. I would have made sure that I'm over centered better. That's the purpose of blocking, is to make sure that you're centered, you're right where you want to be on the camera. You don't need I don't need these headphones on. I don't need this copy in my hand. I need nothing. I just need myself and the camera to make sure that I'm right in line with where I want to be. That's the whole point. You need no props. But he chose to have the prop. He wanted to have his hat. He wanted to have all the things, make himself look all, he wanted to do it. He did the entire scene. Hi, Kirsten. So he cocked back the gun. He shot and had no reason to do any of those things.
And I believe that
you don't do that in blocking.
In the circuit, where the court's read the instructions.
You just stand on your X, or you sit on your X, or whatever they put on your marking that they give you for the scene.
So I might give you all a little time to do that.
Great. So we cannot get jury instructions the way that we want them. I know she was way too close to him yesterday, like all up in his business.
First page.
Okay.
I specifically delineated the aggravating factors alleged by the state as count 1, first-degree murder of Christine Melton are.
Right.
And then we have 1 through 4.
Right.
And she looks similar, which is really kind of creepy, to Christine.
Correct.
It's my understanding that Your Honor,
The long blonde hair.
go ahead and go so far as to go to the 4th page whereby we talk about the victim impact, specifically limit that to Christine Melton, apply
Yes.
that to the first aggravating factor.
Yeah, anywhere where you have where it says Christine Melton and or Diana Ruiz,
Yes,
take
sir.
that out and make it just specific to each victim.
Okay. And then, does the court wish to read all of the
Oh my
paragraphs all the way
gracious.
through to the bottom of the mitigating circumstances as it relates to Christine Melton, and then,
Yeah, it would go all the way to weighing the evidence.
okay, so, all right, I understand what you're saying now. So you want to go ahead and read all of that, all the way to the weighing the evidence, and then circle back around to the.
I hate that phrase, circle back.
Diane Ruiz,
Right.
and read through all of that once again.
Yes.
Gotcha.
And then make sure, and you all can converse, if you want to include the mitigating circumstance as to Diana Ruiz in the instruction regarding Christine Melton. I don't know that you're limited to that. I don't know if you want to do that, but I'd listen.
Well, we're reading the block of mitigating circumstances instructions for each of the.
That's fine.
So that's fine.
That's fine. If that's what you want to do, I don't mind reading it. And
Let's do it that way.
okay.
Avoid one other issue later on.
Okay. All right. Well,
Yeah, we're still waiting for Samantha Woll.
somewhere in between the two, I think you ought to have. Now, I'd listen to the defense on that as well. Did you have any questions or concerns or objections?
No, that makes a lot of sense. That's not in the standard.
But I believe it does accurately reflect the law, and the evidence supports that they're two separate counts.
I agree.
So, I mean, obviously, if you object to it, I'll listen to that as
No,
well.
I think that's perfect.
Okay.
Oh my gracious day alive, y'all. Figure it out.
You're going to send the instruction back with them anyways, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh.
I just didn't want the jury to be confused about combining either aggravating factors or mitigating circumstances between the two counts. Because that is how it is set up on the verdict form as well. So I believe the verdict form is in proper form. If this changes, my changes and the instructions change anything regarding the verdict form, let me know. But I think it was correct.
They are fussing over what they want the jury instructions to
So I can
say.
take a recess for maybe 15, 20 minutes.
Now
and
they're going to
all
recess
review
because
that and see where you are.
they don't know.
Okay. When we take a recess then for about 15 minutes, we'll come back. Do you have any other questions before I go? Okay.
They have to make them very, very specific because they are two different murders. So because of that, they have to keep the jury instructions very specific to each victim. So like I said yesterday, they could decide to give him life without the possibility of parole for Diane and give him death for Christine, or vice versa, or they could decide to give him life for both, or they could decide to give him death for both. It's really up to them. They have to decide which crime is more fitting, I guess. They could decide that what he did to Christine, deems death over what he did to Diane. So it just depends on how they feel about the crimes. So I believe now, yes, in Florida, if I remember, they just changed it to a full. Let me double check, because I think they changed it that it need to be unanimous for death penalty in Florida. It might be crazy, but I mean, well, we all know I'm crazy, but. No, it does not have to be unanimous. No. Ron DeSantis. Unanimous juries are no longer required for Florida death penalty sentences. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis speaks as he announces the proposal. So no. Oh. Let me see. Interesting. As of January 23rd, 2020. So maybe. I guess we'll find out when he does the jury instruction.
This was in the area of 12 Mile and Telegraph area.
Okay. And finally, were you provided with records that begin with 248 ending in 8080 that were associated with a person by the name of Josh Goldberg?
Yes.
And where were the location of that device throughout the course of the morning?
For that,
The early morning hours of the 21st.
Wait.
That device was in the area of 12 Mile and Telegraph area.
Okay.
We just started in the middle.
Provided with records that begin with 248 ending in 8080 that were associated with a person by the name of Josh Goldberg.
Yes.
And where were the location of that device throughout the course of the morning?
For that same time period, it was in the West Bloomfield area.
And were you also provided with records that begin with 248 ending in 3073? Remember, that's associated with Aaron Pergament.
Yes. So that was in the area of Greenfield and 696.
Okay, and so all these different areas that you described, are those locations anywhere close to 1366 Juliet in Detroit?
No.
Okay. And all of those different numbers that you've been provided, those devices were in the same geographical area throughout the night? They never went to Detroit at any point, or downtown Detroit?
That is correct. If any of these devices went anywhere near the victim's residence, that would have been notated and looked into by law enforcement.
Okay. So, did there come a point, though, where you worked with a person by the name of Sergeant Lance Sullivan regarding some video that was recovered?
Yes.
And can you just describe how that came to be?
So, Sergeant Sullivan had, or I guess Homicide Task Force, as far as I understand it, identified an individual walking in the area of the crime scene around the time that we believe the incident to have happened. He created a map indicating the CCTV locations traversing that individual back. I don't recall offhand how far it was, but it was based on my knowledge of the network and what we can kind of work with the providers. Went back far enough that I felt confident that we could potentially identify who this unknown individual was. I worked with them to get a search warrant authored. Once those records came back, I analyzed these kind of, they're called area dump records, but they're, I analyzed these records, which are from T-Mobile, and I identified one MZ of interest.
All right, so you just used the phrase MZ.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So all an MZ is a unique number for a specific phone on, in this case, the T-Mobile network. So it's I liken it to a phone number. There's only one of your phone number. That is just T-Mobile's side of your phone number. Just a unique identifier T-Mobile uses.
All right, so if I understand what you're saying, there was a person of interest who was observed on video from a number of different locations.
Correct.
Okay, and so ultimately, did you obtain search warrants for those different locations, which showed you which devices may have been using cellular towers in that specific area where the cameras were located?
Yes.
Okay, and I mean, was there just like a couple of potential devices? Were there many devices?
There were. I mean, in each file, there's, I mean, hundreds, if not thousands, of devices. So, you know, I don't recall offhand what the timeframes were, but if you just have, you know, timing advance, like I was saying before, is a constant flow. You know, there's numerous devices, but there could have been the same device with multiple records within that data set if somebody just lived in the area, type of a thing. So I don't know for sure how many devices. There was a lot. It's the Metro Downtown Detroit area, but there could be multiple records in one of those files for each phone.
So by having records of all the users in these particular areas where cameras were observed, were you able to narrow it down to one specific number that was consistent with all of these different camera locations where you had records for?
There was one account MZ number that was, in my opinion, very consistent with all of the CCTV times and locations that were pulled by Sergeant Sullivan.
Okay. Now, and you ultimately were able to identify the unique subscriber information, not subscriber information, the unique user information for that particular device?
Correct, after a search warrant, yes.
Okay, and so did you ultimately obtain a search warrant for records for that particular device that you referred to?
Yes, we did.
And at some point, did you also obtain via search warrant records for a number associated with the decedent, Samantha Woll?
Yes, that was one of the first ones I believe we authored.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm moving to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 53, which is a disc containing certified phone records for a number of 248-330-3009 and 248-906-5529. I'm moving to admit them as certified business records.
Okay. That'll be admitted, that was 53.
Yes.
They published whatever part was needed to.
I'm also going to approach, if I may, the witness with People's Proposed Exhibit 59. I'm sorry, 54? May I, Judge?
Yeah.
I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 54. Do you recognize that document I've shown you?
Yes.
And what is that document?
This is the report that I authored for this case.
And does that report contain information regarding two specific phone numbers?
Yes, it does. 248-906-5529 and 248-330-3009.
And to create that report, did you use the phone records that have just been admitted as People's Proposed Exhibit 53?
Yes, I did.
And the report that you have in your hand, that's a fair and accurate representation of your findings when you analyze those records?
Yes, it is. Yes.
People move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 54.
Okay. 54 will be admitted.
All right, so I want to start by As part of publishing People's Exhibit 53, specifically, I want to show timing advance records for the number of 248-906-5529. All right, so this is People's Exhibit, part of People's Exhibit 53. What's on the screen behind you, are those copies of the timing advance records that you analyzed in this case?
Yes.
All right, now, is there, on these records, is there a specific IMSI or IMSI number that's indicated on these records?
Where at, Kirsten?
Yes, it's in column D. Am I able to stand?
You have a pointer right there, you can.
Well, he knows that. He just doesn't want to use it. He wants to stand.
Right. Right there.
Okay, could you just read for the record what that specific number is?
310-260-0699-10170.
And if we could also just briefly put on the screen.
I want to see the video.
Device information from phone recovered from the defendant. Highlighted there, is there an IMSI or IMSI number that's indicated on this exhibit?
Yes, there is.
And can you read that out loud?
310-260-0699-10170.
And so is the IMSI numbers both on People's Exhibit 44 and People's Exhibit 53 identical?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of People's Exhibit 4, does it also indicate a phone number for this particular device?
Yes.
And what's the phone number?
It's country code 1 and then 248-906-5529.
Is that also the phone number that is associated with the records that are in People's Exhibit 53?
Yes.
All right. We could go back to People's Exhibit 53 briefly. All right. So when you're creating the report that we're about to review, what specific columns or data are you utilizing to create the report that we're going to look at?
So obviously, the first thing we do is we want to make sure that the IMSI is correct from the one that I analyzed throughout the duration. And then we have the dates, the tower column here, that's eNode. So it's just the synonymous name for the tower number. And then the sector number, which is the side of that tower. And then we have our distance, and that's in miles.
So you testified earlier that with timing advance records, it's an almost continual stream of data that's depicted in this exhibit.
Correct.
So are there over 27,000 rows for different separate timing advance?
I don't remember how many rows there. There's a lot.
Okay, but it's many.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we look on the far left, the columns, the three columns on the far left, did there appear to be latitude and longitude coordinates there?
Yes, there are.
All right, and what is that meant to represent?
So those three columns, the company that provides this report for T-Mobile is a company called NetScout. This is their true call report. NetScout has a proprietary algorithm that gives.
I'm sorry, can you just say that word again and spell it for the court purposes?
The proprietary NetScout, NetScout.
Thank you.
Yep. So NetScout is the company. They create this true call report for T-Mobile. They have a proprietary algorithm that provides this latitude and longitude. This is an estimate of where the device physically is latitude and longitude wise. The confidence value goes directly to their confidence, whatever that I don't remember offhand what it is. There is a paper out there that explains what the confidence value is. The confidence and how likely that point is where the device is. As I said before, I don't use this because I don't know the algorithm and I know it to not be true GPS. So in my analysis, I completely disregard those three columns completely. The only time I will ever use those columns is if there is a confidence in there that says something called NDT GPS, And what that is the device reporting back the GPS from it to TrueCall. In this case, there was no MDT GPS, so all of these columns were discarded.
All right, so if we can again move over slightly to the right. In terms of your critical, what's critical to your evaluation of the records, is there a column where it measures the distance from the device to the tower?
Yeah, so the start timing is from the tower to the device, and then the end is the device back to the tower.
All right, so when we're talking in terms of you analyzing these records, those measurements are what's critical rather than the GPS coordinates that are on the far left of this spreadsheet.
Correct. As I said, I don't use those at all.
Okay.
Or in this case, I didn't use them at all, unless it says MDT GPS and that confidence value, which in this case it does not. I don't use those columns at all.
Okay. So now if we could go to your report, which is People's Exhibit 54. All right. So this is page 1 of your report. What information is just meant to be conveyed on this page of the report?
That's just my name, the FBI case number, and then the accounts analyzed. So the 2 phone numbers that are involved in this report, and then the date of completion.
Okay, we can move down to the next page. There's a lot of text on this page. What is meant to be represented with all this text?
So this is really just kind of what we've already really discussed. I was asked to create a report regarding these 2 phone numbers, like a basic summary of the numbers. In the call detail records, they provide me with tower locations and sizes of the tower. I take that information, marry it up with the tower list provided by the providers themselves, and I create a visual depiction of the tower that was used and the geographic location of it. And timing advance. Timing advance, same principle. I use the tower, the side of the tower, and the distance to create a visual depiction of what all these Excel spreadsheets tell me.
And when you're creating this visual depiction, I mean, are you using the exact data that is used in the actual hard records that were admitted in People's Exhibit 53?
Yes.
All right, so
Yeah, we heard.
Is this just another method to interpret those records in a way that's easier for a layperson to understand?
Yes, absolutely.
So if we can move on to the next page. All right. There are some photographs on page 3 of your report.
Been a while.
What is depicted here?
It's just an example of cell towers that you may see. The basic, the one you probably see most often is, the macro towers. You driving down 75. If you could see at the top, it's a triangle. Those are the 3 sides to the tower. Sometimes they're on like church steeples. I know, downriver, they just had the whole issue with T-Mobile and Wyandotte at the school. But they put towers pretty much everywhere that they can.
Okay. Are they typically on elevated objects?
They can't, yeah. I mean, sometimes they're on lampposts, so they're not like super elevated, but yeah.
Now moving on to page 4 of your report. All right, can you just describe what you're trying to express here?
So this is you have your 3-sided tower on the left, and then this is just a visual depiction from the top down. So as I said before, most towers are 3-sided, and they're split into approximately 120-degree wedges. And so in the call records, we get the side of the tower. That side of the tower is notated by what's called an azimuth, AZIMUTH. That azimuth is just the center point of that 120-degree wedge. So we know then we can go 60 degrees one way and 60 degrees the other way.
So we were talking before about historical call detail records. Those records might provide you with which sector the device was utilizing for a particular tower. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
But in terms of locating where the device may have been within a sector, are you able through historical call detail records to tell us where specifically a device may have been within a specific sector?
I'm sorry, say that again.
So if I understand your testimony, historical call detail records can tell you which sector the device may have been utilizing. So for example, if we're looking at this picture, you might have a record that indicates the device is within sector 3, for example.
So it may not be
and you'll see in the wedge, it may not be within the colored area of that wedge. It's just in that general like vicinity. It could be further out from the colored area of the wedge. It's just, that's the direction of that's the side of the tower and the direction of the radio frequency that was emitted. And that was the side of the tower that was used for that transaction.
So, but in terms of where to locate the device within that sector, are you able to tell us through historical call detail records exactly how far away from the tower the device is within a particular sector?
No, it's just within the coverage area of that.
Okay. So now moving on to people's exhibit, or sorry, the next page. All right, and again, what's meant to be represented in this?
So on the left is the icon that we use to show, that transaction. So if there's a phone call on tower 1, 2, 3, 4, sector 3, that would be the base of the tower at the top of that little wedge, and then that little shaded area.
No.
Tower, the direction of the radio frequency that was emitted from that tower. It's not the coverage area. It's just that general direction. In this case, there is one Omni tower that is it's one sector. It's just a 360-degree tower that provided coverage in that immediate vicinity. So that was identified with the circle. And then, go ahead.
In the second half of that page, below where these circular, where the circles and the arrows are, is there other information that's meant to be conveyed in the bottom half of this page?
Yes. So with identifying certain marks or certain points within the report, we created these boxes that provide you with that unique tower identifier. So in this case, the tower number is 106257. And then the -2, that means it was sector 2. It gives you the date of whatever the transaction was that I was notating. And then the target phone number, the time of the transaction in local time. And then what transaction was, so incoming or outgoing call. And then the phone number that was on the opposite side of that line. So the incoming side.
So now moving down to the next page. This is page 6 of your report.
Correct.
What is meant to be conveyed here?
So this is just the timing advance explanation. Timing advance, like I was saying before, is that distance measurement. So you get a signal sent from the tower to the handset and then back. And then that is notated with the same little box, just with the distance and notated with a TA for timing advance. And the time of the timing advance measurement.
And so I see what looks to be like a band or an arc. What is meant to be represented by that?
It's just the visual depiction for the distance or the area that the phone would be within or just outside of.
All right, so when we go on to look at these particular maps, is the location of this band accurate as far as the distance from the tower?
Yes.
Okay. We can go on to the next page. All right, so what is meant to be conveyed here on page 7 of your report?
So this is just an overview of the T-Mobile network in the Metro Detroit area. I have it's kind of hard to see, but that yellow or the brighter yellow residence icon, which is right there, is notated for 454 West Alexandrian Street in Detroit. We have the crime scene, which is behind this orange icon here, and that's 1366 Joliet Place in Detroit. Immediately to the left is the orange icon, and that's a CCTV location at 1405 Rivard Street in Detroit. And then to the right of that is a pink box that is a CCTV location for the intersection of McDougal and White Street within Detroit.
So the little green dots that are scattered across the map, what are those meant to represent?
Those are T-Mobile cell sites.
Okay, so location of cellular towers using the T-Mobile network?
Correct.
And in terms of the legend where you've got these different locations marked, why did you pick those specific locations for this particular map that you created?
Those were just locations of CCTV within like time frames that were, I guess, easily understood.
All right. And particularly regarding this image, which is on page 7 of your report, you only have T-Mobile cell site locations. Did one of the two devices that are used in this map use T-Mobile as a provider?
Yes.
And was that the 248-906 5529 number?
I believe so, yes.
And now we can go down to the next page. All right, now this is page 8 of your report. What is meant to be conveyed here?
So this is the same principle as the previous slide. It's just the Verizon network. The red square, I know it's hard to see with all the red dots, but the crime scene is the same as previous, 1366 Joliet Place in Detroit. And then we have the wedding venue that the victim was at prior to off Metro Parkway up in Sterling Heights.
So in terms of the cell site locations or cell tower locations, this is for Verizon?
Verizon, correct.
All right, so do you recall if the number of 248-330-3009 utilized Verizon?
Yes.
Okay. So if we go down to the next page. All right, so it looks like there's a lot of information here. Can you just describe generally what is meant to be conveyed overall in this image?
So this is just the victim's phone leaving the area of the wedding at approximately 11:53 p.m. on October 20th, and then travel down back to her residence and getting to the area of her residence at approximately 12:30 a.m. on the 21st.
All right, and if we can just zoom in. First off, so these are records from 248-330-3009 from what time period on what days?
So it is from 11:35 p.m. on October 20th through 4:29 a.m. on October 21st.
All right, so just as an example, you have a box that contains data from the phone records about a particular set of timing advance records?
Correct. So this is just meant to kind of show you that the device was consistent with being in the area of the wedding venue from 11:35:44 through 11:53:40 p.m. on the 20th.
Okay. And so as we, if we could shift over to the right here. So as we look here, you've got some red arrows that are first pointing east and then pointing south.
Correct. So it's just, I didn't show all of the records just because there was just a lot, and it's easier to break it up into smaller to see the travel. But generally the phone travels in an eastern direction, consistent with traveling on Metro Parkway, and then on a southern direction consistent with traveling on I-94.
So if you look at this, you know, the two black boxes which contain data from the phone records, do they refer to specific
Yes.
points on the map?
Is that a nice
Yeah,
area?
So this little line to that arc with the arc and the wedge right there, that was at 10:21 and 12:14:06 a.m. And then this one here covering Harper Woods was on 10:21 at 12:20 12 seconds a.m. And then gets into the area of her residence at approximately 12:30:18 a.m.
All right, so if we could actually zoom in closer to this portion here. So if we could go over. Now, for this particular inset box here, I see three concentric rings, so to speak.
Correct.
What is that meant to represent?
They're just the different distances. So if you look here, you have distances at 0.10, 0.15, and 0.19. So starting the shorter or the smaller one is 0.10, 0.15, and then 0.19. And so there were timing advance measurements for the 3009 number of 0.10 from 109:16 a.m. through 118:24 a.m., which is that smaller circle. The middle circle, there were timing advance measurements from 12:30:18 a.m. until 4:29:27 a.m. And then for the outer circle, there were timing advance measurements from 12:30:40 a.m. through 1:36:07 a.m.
Now, the red box that's in the zoomed in portion,
Correct.
what is that meant to represent?
That is the address of the crime scene.
All right, and could you just point to that so that we're clear on what specific? Okay. And then, is there a specific cellular tower that is being utilized over the course of these hours that you've documented here?
Yeah, so it's this one right here.
Okay.
So that's the Omni, the one sector circular cell site in this report.
So these, in total, these timing advance records that you've analyzed for this period of time stretches from approximately 12:30 in the morning to 4:30 in the morning?
Correct.
So if that device is, 0.15 miles away from the tower for a total of 4 hours, how can it be in different geographical locations over the course of that period of time?
So what happens is these measurements, like I was kind of explaining before, and sometimes the tower won't use the closest, but cell phone signal travels at the speed of light. We can't make it faster. It travels that fast. The only thing that we can do is we can slow it down. We can introduce objects and things that delay that signal from getting there. So when you delay that signal by introducing walls, trees, any objects that prevent it from a clear path, you slow it down, and that transversely gives it the appearance that it's further away from the tower. We're talking about fractions of a second here. So that's why you see the arcs a little bit further out, is because more than likely there was some type of delay from the signal getting to and or from the phone.
So is it possible, due to these delays that you described, that a device could be stationary, that is not being moved anywhere, but it could be represented due to these delays as being different distances away from the same tower?
It could be, yeah.
Okay. Now, when we look at this period of time, let's say 4-hour period of time, when you look at the timing advance records, is that one single entry on the timing advance records?
No.
Or do you summarize many different rows in those timing advance records?
Yes, I've summarized multiple different rows.
All right, so based on your training experience, for this 4-hour block of time, let's say from 12:30 and 18 seconds to 4:29 and 27 seconds, is the location of this device consistent with essentially being in the area of 1366 Joliet for that entire period of time?
Yes, it is.
All right, let's move to the next page of this report. This is page 10. Okay. So can you start by just explaining which device or which records for a particular phone number were analyzed and what the period of time that is meant to be represented in this image?
So this is 248-906-5529 on October 21st of 2023 between 12:35 a.m. to 3:12 a.m. And this is just a general overview of what occurred within that time frame. So if you start here at the top left, at 12:35:10, there's a timing advance measurement of 0.15 miles right here, consistent with being in the area of 454 West Alexandria. Next is at 12:46:26, utilizing this tower and then that timing advance arc. At 1:11:10 a.m. down here, so consistent with travel in a southern direction. And then at 1:24:07 right here, consistent with being downtown Detroit. And then a progression to the east. You scroll up, 1:42:09 right here. And then 2:06:15, utilizing here in this arc. And then 2:50:51, this sector here and this arc. And then finally at 3:12 here in this arc. And once again, that is a summary of multiple different lines of timing advance. If I were to depict all of the timing
Whose phone is
advance
this?
within this time frame on one map, I nor anybody else would be able to decipher what we're looking at. So it's happens so regularly in this T-Mobile file that we have to kind of space it out to get some type of idea of what we're looking at. We kind of make a running joke that it looks like spaghetti on a map if we just put them all out on the map. It's illogical.
All right, so if we could just start the very first entry chronologically. You've put a yellow indication for a particular residence here.
Correct.
Starting at the top.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And what specific geographical location is that yellow indicator supposed to represent?
That's the 454 Alexandria.
All right, and so at 12:35 and 10 seconds in the morning on October 21st, this device, this device using time in advance records is in the area of that residence?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, in the course of your investigation on this case, once you obtained the records for 248-906-5529, did you ever go to Rock Security with Sergeant Lance Sullivan?
Yes.
Of the Detroit Police Department?
Yes.
And why did you go to that location with him?
So once we had gotten the full set of records within our entire date frame, I was able to analyze those records, and we wanted to see what other CCTV footage we could identify as it traversed through the downtown area.
So when you went to that location with Sergeant Sullivan, were you able to access video from different buildings that are controlled by Rock corporations?
Yes, with their assistance, we went through and looked at different surveillance angles.
All right, and so using the time in advance records, were you able to locate a person of interest on the video purely by using time in advance records?
Yes.
And just describe how you were able to do that.
So just in looking at these records every day, you kind of learn how, how people, and plus how people interact. Usually people walk through main streets and things like that. Just in analyzing the records, we were able to coordinate with Rock and their multiple different camera angles and observe an individual that was very consistent with traveling or traversing through the downtown network and then traveling back northbound.
So prior to, showing up there, did you know where this person of interest may have been on any video, or whether this person was on video at all?
Just the video that Sergeant Sullivan had already acquired. Those were the only points.
And was your purpose there to attempt to acquire more video than what had already been acquired?
Yes.
And so using these time in advance records, were you able to find the person of interest on this video that otherwise you may not have known about before you went there?
Yes.
Okay. And so now moving down slightly, you've got some other locations that are part of your legend that you created in the bottom right-hand corner of this map.
Right.
What is meant to be represented in those? I see one that looks to be darker yellow or red and a purple.
Yeah, I think it's orange, but it's just the way it's come out. So the red is the crime scene at 1366, I believe. Can you pull up the legend? 1366 Joliet. And the orange is a CCTV location at 1405 Rivard Street in Detroit.
We can go on to the next page, please. All right, now we're looking at page 11, and again, this is for relating to records for 248-906-5529. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right, what's meant to be depicted on this image?
So this is that 5529 number on October 21st of 2023 from 1:42 a.m. to 1:44 a.m. And it just shows the crime scene and that 1405 Rivard Street for the CCTV location. And at 1:42:08, there was a distance measurement of 0.24 miles that was generated. That is this inner arc here. And then at 143.32 and 144.46, there was this outer arc of 0.34 miles generated.
All right, so again, if I understand what you're saying, especially for that outer arc, the device was 0.34 miles away from the location of that tower, which is at the center of that wedge shape?
Correct.
Okay. Now, besides, this image only includes data from 1:42 to 1:44 a.m., is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right, now, did you also evaluate where this device may have been located between 1:46 in the morning and 2:03 in the morning?
Yes.
And where was the device located relative to what you see here for this 2-minute window?
It was in the geographic area of the crime scene.
Okay. Now if we can move on to the next page. All right. So can you just describe, this is page 12 of your report, what information is meant to be conveyed here?
So this is the 5529 number again on October 21st of 2023 from 3 a.m. to 3:07 a.m. And so you have three different measurements being taken from three different towers, ranging in distance. With timing advance, when you get measurements from different towers, and they intersect within a relatively short time frame, that's a very good indication that the device is within or just outside that intersection point. So, as people, even if you're in a car, you can only travel so fast. When you have multiple measurements within a short time frame, and in this case, I know it's not intersecting here with this third arc, it's very consistent with being in the area of that McDougal and White Street. So radio frequency is very irregular as far as like its footprint. Once it's emitted from the tower, if you kind of spilled like a glass of water on a table, it just goes until it stops and it creates this amoeba-like shape. Radio frequency is the same principle. It gets emitted from the site, and it creates this amoeba type looking shape. So there's no like concrete wall that, okay, this radio frequency or this cell phone signal is coming out of this tower, but it can't traverse this line. That's not like a impenetrable wall. It just comes out, and is just in a regular shape. So it's very possible that the sector of this tower can see a device that is in the area of McDougal and White. And I would consider this to be three intersecting arcs altogether.
So if we look at the inset portion of this map, there seems to be a purple icon. What is that purple icon meant to represent?
That is the CCTV location at McDougal and White Street.
And at what specific time do you see these intersecting lines at that location?
Between 3 a.m. and 3:07.
Okay. And so, if I understand your testimony, the significance of multiple or intersections at any given point, that's multiple towers reading that same distance at the same area. Is that fair to say?
It's multiple towers reading different distances, but all intersecting at one point.
Okay. We can move on to the next page.
What the gibberish?
All right, now, what information is on page 13 of your report?
So this is the same 5529 number on October 21st of 2023 from 3:50 a.m. to 4:05 a.m. And you have two different towers taking measurements within, there you have up here between 3:50 and 4:05, you have this tower here taking measurements at 0.78 miles, which is the inner arc, and then the 401.22 to 405.18 at the 0.82, which is this outer band, and then this tower down here, you have measurements of 0.48 miles between 353.02 and 405.36, and then measurements of 0.53 miles at 353.08 through 358.07. And there's multiple measurements within these time frames. It's not just one. And then, as I would said before, you have the intersecting arc intersecting over the area of the crime scene at 1366 Juliet Place, which would be consistent with being in the area of the crime scene.
And that's at what time specifically?
That's between 3:50.
You're going to give these jury instructions and closing arguments their last Hail Mary to keep him from the death penalty.
AM and 4:05 AM.
And the red indicates 1366 Juliet,
Yes.
the red marker.
Yes.
All right, moving on to the next page here. This is page 14. Okay, describe what's meant to be conveyed here.
So this is the same phone number ending in 5529 on October 21st of 2023 between 4:05 and 4:20 AM. And we have, as you can see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 5 towers, all taking different measurements. And all of those measurements converge in the area of the crime scene, which is, I zoomed in up here on the top left.
Look how
So,
far away he
in my
is, though. He's over here.
Then from 3:50, going back to the previous slide, through 4:20 AM, the device is very consistent with being in the immediate general area of the crime scene.
So, how many specific towers are you taking information from, or is information being taken from for this slide?
There's 5 within that time frame.
And as somebody who does this every day, is there any significance to the fact that you have measurements from 5 separate towers at this specific time, all intersecting in one place?
So I would say I regularly see 2 and 3. 4 is unique. 5, I can't recall offhand seeing 5. I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I can't think immediately offhand seeing 5 towers with intersecting arcs all converging up.
Do you have any explanation for why you're seeing so many different towers here?
I mean, my opinion is just the tower population, the amount of towers in the immediate area.
Now, this time period covers the time between 4:05 and 4:20 AM?
Yes.
We're going to show People's Exhibit 37 on the screen here. All right, now there are 2 highlighted entries. Can you just describe what the time of these highlighted entries?
So it says here at 10:21:23 at 4:20. Start chronologically. It says live LIV RM MT DET sensor 4 activated. And then at same date at 4:22, it says that same live RM, I'm assuming MT stands for motion, MT DET sensor 4 idle.
So if we could go back to page 14. So, sir, if I were to ask you, where could we find the user of this device of 248-906-5529 at 4:20 in the morning on October 21st, 2023? Where would you suggest I look for the user of this device?
In the immediate area of the crime scene, where they all converge.
If we can move on to page 15. What's meant to be conveyed here?
So this is the 5529 number on October 21st of 2023 from 4:30 to 4:31. At 4:33 AM, there's a time advance measurement of 0.05 miles. And at 4:31:22 AM, there's an outgoing call to 734-496-3646 in the downtown Detroit area.
All right, so when this phone was being utilized to make this outgoing call, the timing advance records show it within that blue band relative to the location of that tower.
Correct. Yes.
And that is to the west of the crime scene at 1366 Joliet.
Yes.
And now going to page 16 of your report. Can you just describe what information is meant to be conveyed here?
So I don't know if you remember, I know it's been a minute, but this is just a overview slide coming back. So the first slide was an overview slide of the device leaving the area of Alexandrine and then
Yeah, but there's a crap ton of phone numbers in that area. And I can't imagine that there wouldn't be 5 intersecting towers. I mean, what about all her neighbors? Everybody's cell phone is pinging in that area at the same time. Think about her neighbors would be like right on top of the crime scene as well. That doesn't make any sense. They literally just are cherry picking.
to the east. This is now coming from that point and then going back to the area of Alexandria. So at 3:23 a.m., starting on the right, you have the tower and the timing advance measurement of 0.34 miles. And then here you have at 3:34 and 3:48, you have the 2 different timing advance measurements, one at 0.15 at 3:34. That would be this one right here. And then this one at 3:34. And then at 4:02, it's the 0.78, which is this tower here with this long arc over here that goes over the area of the crime scene. And then at 4:20:28, it's 0.44 miles, which is the outer arc here on this tower here. And then at 4:25:48, you have the inner arc on that same tower at 0.29 miles, which is here. And then you have, this is the same tower that was shown in the previous slide with the phone call and the 0.05 mile arc in the downtown Metro Detroit area. And then 4:37:44, you have a timing advance measurement of 0.34 miles. That's the inner arc right here. And then at 4:43:16, you have a timing advance measurement of 0.58. That's that outer band. And then finally finishing up here at 4:54:23, there's a timing advance measurement of 0.19 miles, along with another outgoing call to that same 734-496-3646 number.
So what you conveyed here, is that a general summary of the geographical path of travel as opposed to every?
You all agree with this? I'll print out another copy too. Give that one to the defense. I'll print another copy for the state.
Yeah, they literally just had him look up his phone number and no one else's. Like, there's no one else in that area. It just doesn't make sense. It stinks.
I'll need that one back though, because that has the jury or the verdict form in it.
They completely cherry picked. There's too many people that are down there. They just found some guy in a North Face jacket and were like, hey, this is the guy. I mean, I get it. It's an unusual time of night, but I mean, they can't prove that's him.
state. If you could also email me the verdict form too. Oh, you did? Okay, thank you. No, I don't think so. No, I just got the instruction part. Now I got it. Never mind. Thank you. Any, I'll let you finish going through it. From the defense side, any objections to the final draft?
Can we approach that?
Okay.
Oh, my gracious day. Oh, we don't like it.
Every single entry for that window of time between 3:23 and 4:54 a.m.
Yes, because like I said before, there's numerous records within that time frame, and it would just be illogical to display all of it.
I'd like to see the illogicalness
And so,
of it.
generally
I want to
speaking,
see how many people are.
during this window of time.
I bet it would look like a
user,
dang
the
train
device is
wreck.
traveling generally westward and then northward.
Correct.
And what is the final time when it gets in the area of 454 West Alexandria?
At approximately 4:54
Okay. AM.
a.m.
Now, we may have covered this already, but at least for this device of 248-906-5529, these measurements that you made and the maps that you created, it's based on timing advance records, which are not necessarily linked to particular device usage at any of these given times that you've displayed here.
No, these are just the measurements that were recorded by TrueCall and subsequently T-Mobile.
So in order to get these timing advance records, the device has to be powered on.
Powered on and connected to the network.
And so for those other phones that we discussed before we went into your report, particularly Jeff Herbstman's device associated with him, for example, was that device on and operating during that window of time?
It appeared to be because there's records throughout the entire time.
And does that go the same for all those other individuals we mentioned as not being in the area of the crime scene during this early morning hours?
So same principle, yeah. I mean, in between the records, I don't know if they turn their phone off and turn it back on, but there were records throughout the time frame.
I don't have any other questions.
Good morning, Special Agent.
Good morning.
Now, in order to perform your analysis, you use the timing advance records that were requested and received from the cell phone provider, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that would be exhibit number 53? scroll down to, before we scroll down, how frequently in your experience are time in advance records updated as far as?
It is taking too long.
Particular data point.
So timing advance is constantly going on the network. Like I said before, it's a requirement for the network to function efficiently and work. What is memorialized and provided by the providers is up to them.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that there's not a time in advance record for every second of every day for a particular device?
I mean, like I said, it's constantly going on because it's a necessary function for your phone to work. And I mean, people's phones, they don't know when it's going to ring or when they're going to pick up, make a phone call. So it's constantly going on.
If you're trying to, say, for instance, get a estimate of where a phone is, say, for instance, at 1:30 a.m. on any given day, and you look at the data, and the data only has a readout or a data entry for, say, for instance, 128 and then 131. Would you then try to make an estimate based upon where you think this phone is at 1:30 if it doesn't actually have a data entry for that exact time?
Well, I guess it depends.
It depends.
Yeah.
If we can scroll down to, I guess, cell number 922. So this is Mr. Jackson Bolanos' phone, correct?
These are the records associated to it, yes.
Okay. And there is a timing advance record for 416. You see that on October 21st of 2023, correct?
So that is 4:16 in UTC time.
Okay. Which would be?
At this time of the year, I believe it's -4.
It'd be -4?
I believe so. I'd have to double check.
Okay. Did you do the calculations in your report or?
Yes.
Okay. So when you generate, so is it 4 or is it 5? Just to be clear.
I believe it's 4.
It could be 4, okay.
I think, yeah, they're still trying to figure out the jury instructions for Wade. It's taking too long. I just
Is
wish they
there
could
a
just
margin
sentence
of
him.
error when it comes to the distance that is measured from a particular tower?
Well, the distance
As far as
is
when the cell phone communicates with the tower, correct?
right.
There's a numerical value that's generated as far as
Yeah,
the estimated
within that arc.
Yes.
Yes.
Is there a typical margin of error that is, in your experience, a standard in the industry as far as, okay, this particular measurement can be off by 2% or 3% as far as the distance that you're estimating that this particular device is from the tower?
Well, so I'm not estimating it. These are the records that are provided by T-Mobile. They provide the distances.
Okay.
So whatever that distance is, like I said earlier, I use these records to find evidence in people on a regular basis, and they're accurate.
Have you ever field tested? Have you ever, say, for instance, took a device out to a particular area from a particular cell tower, and pinpointed exactly how far you are from this particular tower, and then requested the records to verify how accurate those records are with your own field testing?
So I personally have not done it. I know people in CAST have, but like I said before, timing advance is a necessary requirement for the network to function efficiently. If it was off, if timing was off, that would mess up the synchronizing and the timing that your phone was reporting data back to the tower, and you would have interruption of service.
Thank you, sir. But I want to be clear about the distance, not whether or not time in advance exists. I mean, I understand it exists.
Right, but it goes hand in hand, so
Right,
I want to make sure I
As far
explain.
as being able to authenticate the distance that is provided to you by the cell phone provider, you've never independently went in the field to verify that these particular distances are in fact accurate for the most part, correct?
I have not, but your phone would not work if it wasn't.
But if the distances were off by 5 or 10%, that we can agree that your phone could still possibly work. If the distance says it's a quarter of a mile away, but it's really a fifth of a mile away from the tower, that may not have an impact on whether or not your cell phone actually works. You would agree to that, right?
I don't know if I really understand what you just asked, to be honest with you.
No, as far as if the distance is off, say for instance, if you get a time advance report and the distance that's being stated is a fifth of a mile for the device from the tower, but in actuality, it's actually a fourth of a mile from the tower. We could agree that that discrepancy in the distance probably won't have any impact on whether or not that device actually works.
Well,
You would agree to that, right? You would agree to that? Yes or no?
I'm trying to make sure I understand your question because I want to make sure that I answer it appropriately. As I said before, sometimes the distances are memorialized a little bit further than where we know the actual device to be, just like in Ms. Wall's case, right?
Okay.
But that is the distance, that is the amount of time that it took for that cell phone signal to travel from the device back to the tower. So that is what the network believes when it syncs up that way.
Okay, so
Does that answer your question?
yeah, so to sum it up, the distance could be wrong as far as how accurate the distance depicts, and the phone can still be operable, correct? You'd agree to that, right?
Slightly, yes.
Okay.
Not, I mean, we're talking like meters and feet here. We're not talking miles.
Okay, but you would agree that there are certain variables that could come into play.
Feet make a difference.
Maybe give a wrong estimate of how far a device is. from the
That's
tower,
huge.
Such as if it's in a heavy
Right, obstructions.
obstruction.
It would
such as
delay-
A lot of buildings around.
It
right?
would delay, yes, it could delay the amount of time. Yes.
And even the weather could possibly delay the time, correct?
No.
The weather could not?
No.
At all? Okay. So if it was, say for instance, a very bad storm of some sort, it wouldn't delay the time?
No, I mean, I grew up in South Florida with hurricanes and my phone worked during those.
Okay, not whether or not your phone worked, but as far as being able to depict the distance from the tower, that's what I'm asking. Not whether or not your phone worked, but being able to accurately depict how far this phone is from the tower. That's what I'm asking.
It would make no difference because like the principles would be the same.
Okay. Have you ever, when you was in Florida, did you ever independently check to see whether or not the weather could be a variable in deciding, or I guess giving an estimate of how far a device is from the tower? Did you do that?
Did I explicitly do that? No,
Yes.
I did not do that when I was in Florida.
Have you read any type of literature or any type of training that would possibly answer that question of whether or not weather could play a role?
Yes, like I said in direct, we've had instructors from the Florida Institute of Technology come down. Weather does not, I mean, there's no, your cell phone works in snowstorms, rainstorms, windstorms.
But this is not about whether or not I think you're being, maybe I'm being confused. I'm not asking whether or not your cell phone will work. I'm asking whether or not that could play a role in giving a false estimate of how far a device is from the tower.
No.
Okay. Now, you stated that in your experience, time in advance is the most accurate location from a telecommunications company?
Provider, correct. Yes.
Provider, okay.
Yep.
Is GPS coordinates a Was GPS something that will be provided by a telecommunication provider, in your opinion?
Are you talking about pings? Like pinging
No,
the phone?
GPS, like as far as longitude, latitude?
Like straight GPS?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So when you make the qualifier that this is the most accurate location from a telecommunication, would it be fair to say that this is not the most accurate information one could gather to find the location of a particular device? There are more accurate areas or ways of finding the location of a device. You would agree to that, right? Such as GPS.
GPS is the most, yeah, I mean, nothing can beat GPS, but I just don't know of any place to get GPS.
Okay, first of all, how many times have y'all put the same address in your
No.
GPS and it take you a different route every single
If you had
time?
GPS, you'd be able to, I guess,
It
give
just
us a more
depends
certain estimate
on which
of
tower
where
you
this
get,
device may have
which
been at any
route
given time, right?
it chooses,
Yeah.
because it's basing it off of traffic, time of
Does
day,
your-
weather, all of that crap.
And what type of software did you use in order to, I guess?
And how many times if you're driving down the road, your GPS just goes boop,
When you put the data in, do you put it
completely
into
out on you?
software?
Yeah, so we have two. The one that I used for this report, the company is called Gladiator. The system is called ESPA.
Okay.
ESPA, E-S-P-A.
And would you agree that the Gladiator has the capabilities, if you have the physical phone and you hook the physical phone up to the Gladiator software, you would be able to extract GPS information from a device?
I have no idea.
You have no idea?
No idea. I don't believe so, but I have no idea. That's more of a phone extraction question.
Come on, Brian, ask the right question.
And that's kind of out of your expertise as far as,
Phone extractions?
yes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you ever work with Google location in order to, I guess, give a better analysis of where a phone may or may not be at any given time?
I have before.
Okay. And this particular investigation, were you ever provided any Google location for your analysis?
No, I was not.
Now, when you're doing your investigation, do you independently request certain information, or do you just analyze whatever's given to you?
It's kind of we work together.
Okay. Did you ever request if there were any?
I don't recall offhand if we wrote a search warrant if there was a Google search warrant authored or if anything came back. But in this investigation, I'm pretty confident that if there were location information associated to a Google account, that I would have been in possession of it.
Okay, but you can't definitively say whether or not
Not without going.
a search warrant was even requested.
Not without going back and looking. No.
Okay. Are you familiar with Apple iPhones? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with if the location is enabled on the particular phone or not?
If in this particular phone,
No. Are you familiar with if an iPhone has its location enabled, whether or not what can be gathered from that particular device?
nothing, because Apple location is end-to-end encrypted. Apple doesn't even have access to it.
Are you familiar with sharing, with phone sharing? If two individuals have an iPhone.
Yes.
And you can share a location.
Yes.
Okay.
Was that the question? If it was, I was.
No, are you familiar with it?
Oh yeah, I know it's out there. Yes.
Okay.
But that, like I said, that's end-to-end encrypted. Apple doesn't even have access to that.
Okay, so you're saying, so if a phone is extracted for a particular iPhone and there's longitude, latitude that is given through a Celebrite readout, you would agree that that particular longitude, latitude is gathered from.
So you're asking me a Cellbrite question?
Yes.
Phone extraction.
Okay.
I don't know. From what I know about the location sharing in regards to Apple, that is purely a live kind of mirror. That is, one phone to another phone. That is not maintained anywhere for us to, utilize for investigative purposes. It's Apple. They like to encrypt everything.
So if you were to see, are you familiar with a Celebrite extraction report?
I've seen them before.
Okay. If we could go to exhibit 42, please.
Remind us what 42 is.
This is the timeline from Samantha Woll's iPhone. And if you just scroll down to this 12, you see where it states locations and it's giving a numerical value for the longitude, latitude?
Under 12?
Yeah,
I
row
do.
12.
I do, yes.
Okay. You would agree that
So I'm not going to agree to anything because I'm not a Celebrite expert.
I knew this was going to happen.
It says the word locations next to a 12, yes.
and you would agree that it has a numerical value which we
It has a latitude and longitude there, yes.
Yeah, I'm just gonna object to this line of questioning. There's no evidence that he knows anything about the phone extraction or that he can comment on it. It's outside the scope of his knowledge.
Sustained.
I need him to ask the right question. He is a cell tower expert where how many phones could have been pinging off those towers.
in regards
It
to
wasn't just those
this
two
phone
phones,
does not
right?
know whether or not you could get different, I guess, time advance measurements, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you stated that you could?
So that's that delay, because signal has to traverse through walls and things like that. So if my phone has been sitting, in my pocket here or in the other room in my backpack, it's got to traverse through multiple different walls to communicate with the cell tower. So one measurement may be, identify a distance of X, and the other may identify a distance of Y. But those distances are going to be, that we're talking about fractions of seconds here. It's a relatively small. We're talking about meters and feet.
Okay, so what you're saying is that at any given time, the same frequencies that need to penetrate the walls, if your phone hasn't moved an inch in the radio waves or the radio waves, I guess, penetrating the same walls, at certain times it could have more difficulty than at other times, which could give a different measurement.
It just depends on how the radio waves traverse through. Yeah, I mean, it's possible.
Now, if for instance, a phone moves, say 10 feet, if I have my phone here and I move over there, could that also give a different time in advance measurement?
Yeah.
That small movement?
Once again, it's possible. We're talking about, like, again, meters and feet.
Now, when you state as far as if a phone is in a particular area, like in your mind, like what is an area? Like what is a geographical, I guess, give us feet or
Yeah, but
meters
the Celebrite
as far
chick
as
said that
what do you say in a particular area?
Jeff's phone had no activity.
Is there a specific map that you're talking about, or?
So if he was playing a podcast, his phone would have activity because all of your apps are running. Some kind of app is running at some point in time all the time. So if he was listening to a 2-hour podcast on his phone, if that's what he was listening to it on, his phone would have shown some activity for 2 hours. So he's lying.
So if we look in the top left, where it's mid-time, let's start there.
Okay.
And if you say that this particular phone was in the area of, I guess the address that you've given is on Alex Springs Street.
Yep.
How close to the area can you say that this particular device is?
So the device would be located within the arc or just outside?
Okay, and give us a geographical area of how much area does this arc depict?
I don't know. I mean, I don't have the mathematical formula.
So are we talking
It's
like
within the arc or just outside?
what how big is the arc?
If you could zoom in on if you can zoom in just a little bit more. So you're saying it's somewhere within this arc. So would it be fair to say that this arc seems like it's depicting multiple blocks, if I'm not mistaken?
Portions of blocks.
Okay, so
It's
you're
not
saying-
the entire block.
Okay, so you're saying that this phone could be somewhere within
Saying the phone
multiple blocks.
is somewhere within this arc here. It's not the entire block. It's within this portion of this block, portion of this block, portion of this block. It's within the arc. Or just outside.
Or just outside?
Okay, if you could, I guess, count, because you made this particular map, right? This
Yes,
is your map, right?
yes.
So if you could, I guess, give us an accurate reading or maybe count how many
feet?
this particular arc is.
Yards,
if you could
miles.
Count. So
Like,
I guess I don't understand what your request is.
I mean, do you know exactly which?
Do I know the like the area, like the land
Yeah,
surface?
is it the
area
size of
where
this
it encompasses
room?
within that arc? I don't know. No.
Okay, so you never did an analysis to say, okay, this particular arc areas as far as from this street to this street.
No, I did not.
You did not.
Do you love me this much
Much?
or this much? How much is it?
Yes.
Oh my gracious day. This looks like a bad interstate building idea.
If we could actually zoom in on the arc, not the square, I'm sorry. Now, for this particular page,
Oh Lord, you know she's living in a bad neighborhood. Martin Luther King apartments
give us a depiction
are nearby. Oh,
or a readout of what we're seeing as far as how many streets or what geographical area that these diagrams are depicting.
So where all of these arcs converge. So all this overlay.
I mean, as far as what the geographical area is, it
I did not
100 feet? Is it
I
a
did-
block? Is
so-
it 2 blocks?
So each one of those arcs is a width of approximately 78 meters. So
78 meters?
with it, I mean, absent that, I didn't calculate the land area or the
hey, sugar
size,
baby.
square mileage or square feet of that. I do not know.
Okay. So you're saying that this phone could be within 78 meters of this red dot? I'm not sure. I'm trying
No, I'm explaining that the width of that arc is 78 meters.
We're good. We're
That's all that
becoming
I meant by that
cell
statement.
tower experts
The
right
phone
now.
is within all of these arcs converging that point within that time frame.
Okay.
That is what I'm saying.
So you're not able to say from your data that you read or have available to you exactly where this device was as far as a longitude latitude.
So let me, I'll make this very clear. At no point in time can I tell you a latitude and longitude point with any of these record sites. Cannot do it.
So you're saying that this particular device was in the area of whatever particular location that you're depicting on this diagram, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's what I said.
Okay. Another smarty arty up here.
Now, these different arcs, would it be fair to say that they converge in different areas?
What do you mean different areas?
Like at different areas, certain arcs intersect at different areas. You would agree to that, right?
No, I think they all kind of meet right around the crime scene,
Okay.
in my opinion.
If we go right above Lafayette Park, where the word Lafayette Park is.
Does intersect and meet
right
mean the same
below
thing?
where
Am
the
I?
red square is at, you would see a conversion of arcs, correct? It seems
I'm not
that
sure.
there's,
I don't know if I'm looking at where you're looking. Can you show me?
if I could just-
Can you show me what the heck you're talking about?
Right here, you would agree that there is a conversion of multiple arcs right here. You would agree to that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you would agree that this conversion is outside of where this red square is depicted at, correct?
So the red square is the address of the crime scene.
Right, but
That convergence is in the area of the crime scene.
right, that's not my question. I'm asking
In the
whether or
area.
not it's in the area. I'm asking whether or not this convergence is not on the exact area of the red square. You would agree to that, right?
Yeah, I guess I would agree to that. It's a little bit south. Yes.
Gracious.
Just a little bit.
Just a little. Just a little bit.
Sure. I'm just asking. If you're not sure, just
Well, I mean, we're talking about, what are we talking about here?
A murder trial. A man's life.
He's trying to answer the question, and he keeps interrupting. Just let him answer the question.
Answer the question, please.
All these arcs converge in the general area of the crime scene. The crime scene is the address, a specific point. So I guess it's,
sir, my question was, where the cursor is at, you would agree with the convergence of these arcs is not on the red dot? I mean, yes or no?
No.
most of, I don't really know. I mean, they're all right there. So I don't, what is your question?
Wow.
My question is,
How unprofessional.
whether or not this cursor is on the red dot, yes or no? The cursor of the mouse.
Oh, no, the cursor is not on the red dot.
Okay, thank
Oh my gracious.
you. And you would
Stay
agree that
alive.
the cursor is on a convergence of the arcs. You would agree to that, right?
It's some, yes.
And you would agree that the red dot depicts 1366 Joliet,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
I hope Brian has a like punching bag when he gets home, because like something where he can take out his frustration with these tic tacs he's dealing with in the
Now, you
witness
also
chair.
stated that it's up to the phone on whether or not which tower it decides to use
For a phone call, yes.
for a phone call. Okay. And I guess that would depend on, I guess, how congested a particular tower could be. That could be one of the variables, correct?
No, the phone utilizes the tower with the best signal at the time.
Okay. And if a particular tower is congested, say it's a Super Bowl
Yep.
happening in downtown Detroit.
Yep.
You have an influx of a lot of people in the city. And a particular tower is congested because you have a lot of users on there. Isn't it possible that a phone, if I'm trying to use my phone, that my phone could say, hey, this particular tower is too congested. Let me use the tower over there because it is less congested and I'll have better reception or better service experience. that be a fair statement?
No, so your phone will still continue to go to that tower that I identified with the best signal. So in your example with, the Super Bowl, let's say or a Lions game, you pick up a phone sometimes and you try to make a phone call and there's a long delay. It's trying to reach that tower. It's trying to utilize that same cell site that it identified as the best.
Okay. So if it's congested, would it be the best? Would it still be the best? If a cell phone tower is saturated with users, would it still be the best?
Yes.
It would.
And towers nowadays, especially, once towers are, at 40% capacity, they're already making plans to add resources. So
now, as far as a cell phone tower's range, you would know the range of a cell phone tower, would you?
not without doing a drive test, the true footprint.
Okay. And just for us lay persons, a drive test is more or less where you would go to the base of the tower with the equipment and I guess maybe connect to that particular tower either by with a phone call or some other methods of connecting to that tower and drive off away from the tower until more or less you wouldn't receive a signal from that particular tower to give an estimate on how far that tower reception is. Is that more or less a label?
Not exactly. You don't connect to the tower, but you would put that GAR that I was talking about earlier. You put that in your car and you drive around, and it collects all the data and identifies usable service from that tower, and it gives you a true footprint.
Okay. And it also true that cell phone waves, the radio waves from the cell phone, they don't go out in the neat, I guess, pie chart that's depicted on there. They can go in just an unorthodox way.
Correct. It's a very irregular shape.
Okay. Are you familiar with a propagation map, cell phone propagation map?
I know what it is.
Okay. And that's a map that a cell phone provider would have as far as giving information about cell towers, as far as whether or not a cell phone tower was working on a particular night, or other information that they do not regularly share with law enforcement. Would that be?
No.
No way.
They wouldn't utilize a propagation map for that. There's no such thing as a propagation map for every minute of every day to notify if a tower is down.
No, not for every minute, but I'm saying, but if a cell phone tower was out maybe a week ago, a propagation map would have that information contained in there on the past status of a particular cell phone tower.
I don't think a propagation map would have that information. A provider may have that information, but if a tower is down or not functional, the phone can't connect to it, there won't be a record generated.
Right. No, it's not about whether or not a record will be generated. I'm just saying that as far as whether or not this propagation map would contain that information.
No, propagation map would not contain that.
Okay. And are you familiar with looking at propagation maps?
I've seen them before. I don't utilize them.
Now, as far as tower placement, when was the map or the data point of where these cell phone towers were provided at? What date did you reference in order to know where these towers were when you did your analysis?
I used the tower list immediately. It was released immediately prior to the crime. I don't remember what the month was.
You don't remember? Okay. Was it like, I mean, just asking, was it like a day before? Was it a month before? Was it 6 months before?
So they usually, I can't even say that anymore. I mean, it was within a couple months, within a month or two. I believe the list came out in October of 23, but I may be off on that.
Okay. Would you have documented that somewhere as far as when this list was provided in any of your notes?
Yeah, I mean, it should be. I would be able to access it through the ESPA system.
Okay. But you don't have the information, just
readily hand. No, I don't know it offhand.
Okay. And how often do these maps change in your experience?
Well, I mean, it depends. There's now with the implementation of 5G, I mean, they're putting 5G towers up pretty regularly, but okay. I mean, before, it just depended.
Okay. And when did they start, in your, I guess, experience, start putting up 5G?
Objection.
we just stick to what's actually relevant in this case instead of the history of when any tower may have been up or when he may have received reports?
I think
We
that's
don't
very
even know if 5G was being utilized here. Can we?
Yeah.
I agree.
I think that's very relevant.
Well, ask him if 5G was even
Okay,
applicable.
was 5G?
I don't know.
Being deployed
Yeah, I don't
at-
know when it was being deployed in Metro Detroit.
Okay.
But if it was, and the towers were available, it would have been included in that October list that I was talking about.
Okay, and you said, since the deployment of 5G, towers go up regularly, correct?
Yeah, I mean, 5G is being pushed out everywhere.
Okay. So how certain are you that you have the correct map of where the towers are located?
Very certain.
What I need for them to do is show the data of where his phone is and and the camera. I need camera footage, and because they're trying to say that he's there, then show me the camera footage.
I mean, I drive downtown Detroit. I haven't specifically looked to see which towers were where for this case.
Okay, so, okay. But you stated that you have driven by numerous towers, just not the towers that were used in this analysis, correct?
I mean, I'm sure I've driven by them. I haven't taken note that this is the tower that this record was generated off of.
So, Gwen, I have a question about Samantha's door being open. The ADT guy said that if those door things were a half to a 3/4 inch space between them, then it would consider the door open. So what if her door wasn't actually open? What if it was open when she went out to go for help? That's when the door was open, not when she was actually killed. Because that's the door yeah. So like if she let someone, she opened the back door at
If we can go to page 14.
12:35. So I don't think her front door was actually wide open. I think she left it open when she went out, tried to get out to go get help.
We can zoom out just a little.
I think they're putting too much on that door.
So on this particular page of the exhibit.
I think they're not right on the time.
I guess 405.
But it could have been
You can't definitively say what phone is. There's
off the
basic
sensor.
estimates that the phone
It doesn't mean it was wide open.
general
It just
area,
means it didn't
correct?
touch the
General area
sensor.
of the crime scene, yes.
No further questions.
I mean, he could say something like that because
Special Agent told us you were asking questions about field testing. All those questions.
Yes.
Now, in this case, you started with just an individual who had been pictured on video in a particular geographical area, correct?
Correct.
Throughout the course of your investigation and using the timing advance records that we've been discussing here, were you able to predict where that same individual who was initially caught on video would be based on just purely using the timing advance records?
Yes.
So in this case, you have actually.
He said he predicted what the person could be? I'm sorry, is that what he said?
You can recross.
Can explain.
Right, so explain how you're able to predict where the same individual would appear on surveillance video purely using timing advance.
So it's not predicting like in futuristic terms. It's predicting.
that's what I'm saying. If
based
the
on
door
timing
wasn't
advance,
open, he
which is
wouldn't. I
historical
mean,
record.
I don't think he went in her house
and
anyway.
CCTV
But
points. He can
I don't think the door was wide open.
utilize the CCTV angles to say, okay, he's coming up one of these streets, and then the individual then shows up on that street, just like that.
And you were able to do that in this case?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions.
And you stated that you were able to look at streets, and also you stated that, I guess, normally in your experience, people walk on public streets, correct?
Correct.
Well, the David guy was supposed to spend the night.
In this particular case, you didn't look through the
And
back
she
alleys
heart
or
emojied
as
him.
far as when you were looking at
So was she expecting him?
footage to coordinate with your time in advance.
I mean, we looked at multiple angles, inclusive of streets, and could have been side cuts through alleys.
Okay, and when you found what you identified in your mind as the person of interest, this person was on a public street, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Anything further? Questions from the jury? Write down, council approach.
And like he had a key.
Questions from the jury?
I mean, everyone knew she. I mean, it's just there's way too many. I think Brian needs to be focusing on the possibilities of other people that were supposed to. She was expecting company. Also, the timeline. Was she in rigor mortis? The neighbor said her body was cold to the touch. It takes 2 to 4 hours to be in full rigor. So I don't know how far in rigor she was. It takes also in that degree of temperature, it wasn't that cold for Detroit in October. I mean, I don't know how cold it gets in Detroit, but it was in the 40s. So it wasn't that cold. But it takes a while for your body temperature to drop to be cold to the touch. So it takes a couple of hours easily. And he found her at 6:30. So if she was out there, she would have had to have been in that hallway for that amount of blood, considering no major arteries were hit. She would have had to pull out for a while.
Depicted in Exhibit 54, drawn or illustrated to scale with an accurate illustration of 78 meters.
Yes. It's approximately, it's like 78 point, I don't know the decimal value, it's approximately 78, but yes.
And on Exhibit 54, is there a scale included in the legend of the map?
I guess I don't really understand the
Is
question.
there like a, in maps it would say 1 inch equals?
Yeah, there should be. We can confirm, but there should be a scale on every one of the
Can
depictions.
you pull up 54, show the map, one of the maps?
Yeah, at the bottom.
Right there? Okay, thank you. Any other questions based on those?
No, you're
Rob?
No question.
Any other questions from the jury?
That's what I'm saying. Like the amount of blood that was pooled in the hallway, like how long would it take for that much blood to
For restroom break, and then we'll come back with that witness.
pull out with those kind of wounds? Those are questions that should be asked. Was the blood congealed? Was it like, I mean, I need to know like those kind of things. None of those questions are being asked.
The right person. She feel pain, ladies and gentlemen. He broke her nose, calculated, and demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection. In order to do that, I think it's important to start at the beginning of this case, where it all happened, off McGregor Boulevard, near College Parkway, at the Buddha Lounge. Music was playing, people were socializing. The defendant went there to have a good time. And he discarded the woman he came with, and he chose one that caught his eye, Christine Melton. And as he told detectives, this is what I do with women, you know. I use my charm, I use my good looks. That's what I did with the first girl, and that's how I got in her head. And look what happened to her. When the defendant first approaches Christine, he's not threatening. He's smooth, he's charming. He's nice to her and her friend Stephanie. They party together, no red flags, no sign of aggression. He's a fun guy, but he waits. He waits until he's back at her house, in her bed, and Stephanie has gone home. He waits until he is alone with her, until there are no other witnesses. He waits until she is asleep, defenseless. The defendant says, She can't get away from him, even if she wanted to, because he's too strong. And when she can't get away is when he kills her, when he strangles her, because he was the lion and she was the prey. But he didn't stop there. He was looking for more prey. He found Diane Ruiz walking in Cape Coral and said, "That's the one. You know what? I've already done it once, and I'm going to do it again." He knew there was a school, but he wasn't worried about the school. He wasn't worried that it was daytime, because he got her into his car. He got her alone, and that's when he attacked. He decided he was going to kill her when he saw her walking, and he already knew that he was not going to let her go. He could tell she was getting scared, and he saw her fear. He knew Diane wanted out of that car bad and that she was afraid. He could sense her fear, but what was he? He was a lion, and she was her prey. He had a careful plan.
I need to
He
see
didn't
the
murder
crime scene
Christine or
photos,
Diane in
Gwen, so
front
I
of
can
people.
do a
He
legit
gained trust.
reenactment.
He selected Christine at the Buddha, and he selected Diane as she was walking. He secluded Christine in her own home, and he secluded Diane in the car. And then he tortured and strangled them both. He used calm and cool reflection. He waited to kill Christine. He waited all night into the early morning hours after Stephanie had gone home. And that's when he killed her, not in the heat of passion, but when she had gone to sleep. He waited for Diane. He waited until he saw the right person. He waited until she was in the car. He waited to reach out and choke her. This wasn't a lover's quarrel. There was no fight. He was calm, and he used cool reflection. The way in which he killed both Christine and Diane was in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner. The second aggravator is that the capital felony was especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel. The jury instructions define heinous, atrocious, and cruel, and it states that the murder is one which is accompanied by additional acts that show that the crime was conscienceless or pitiless and was unnecessarily torturous to Christine Melton or Diane Ruiz. Strangulation alone is heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Why? Because the victim is aware she is going to die. The victim knows what is about to happen as that perpetrator's hands are wrapped around her neck. And the force that must be used to kill with his hands was significant. Christine Melton was woken out of her sleep. The person she had just partied with, the person she was intimate with, the person that had built her trust, the person she had led into her home, into her bed, had his hands around her neck. But before he killed her, he inflicted torture. He inflicted pain, and he showed utter indifference to her life. We know she suffered before she died because there is evidence she tried to fight him. Her fingernails were broken. Her brain was swollen, and the swelling occurred from blunt force trauma that the defendant inflicted on her before she died. She was covered in bruises. She was bruised on the outside of her body. She was bruised on the inside of her body. She had bruising of numerous internal organs. She had hemorrhaging and bleeding on the outside of her body and hemorrhaging and bleeding on the inside of her body. She had injuries to her head and to her brain. The defendant seemed to enjoy the fact that she suffered, and he told his dad such things. For Diane Ruiz, he pulled her into his car and beat her. He broke her nose. He grabbed her by the neck, choking her, strangling her. He pressed so hard that he broke her hyoid bone and broke her thyroid cartilage. And like Christine, we know too that she fought back. Diane had defensive wounds. She had bruising on her left forearm and the back of her hand. And the defendant said when talking to law enforcement, she was a fighter. I'll give her that. And he choked and strangled her, applying far greater than 10 to 15 pounds of pressure. She came back to life 3 or 4 times. And as he drove through Cape Coral trying to find a place to deposit her body, she was still alive. And when he pushed her out of that car and she got back up, what did he do? He ran over her. He said he ran over and over her, making her look like spaghetti. She had a laceration under her breast. She had hemorrhaging in the back of the neck, on the spine, and all around the vertebrae of the bones of her spine. And the significance of that hemorrhaging is that there was a significant force that went through that region while she was still alive. And Dr. Coyne is the one that testified to that. Because if she was already dead, there would not have been hemorrhaging in those areas. She knew her attacker was the defendant. She was conscious of her attacker. She was conscious of the beating. And most importantly, she was conscious of her impending death. Not only did she feel pain, ladies and gentlemen, but she was afraid. The defendant testified that he saw her fear, but he wasn't about to let her go. He was going to, and he did inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to Diane's suffering. The way in which the defendant killed both of these women was extremely and outrageously wicked and shockingly evil and vile. Both murders were especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel. The third aggravating factor is that the defendant was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use of threat of violence to the person. He didn't just kill one woman, he killed two innocent victims, one trying to go out and have a good time, and another just trying to get to work. And the defense conceded in their opening that the state had already proven this aggravator beyond a reasonable doubt. The fourth and final aggravator for each of these victims is that the capital felony was committed by a person previously convicted of a felony and under sentence of imprisonment or placed on community control or a felony probation. You heard from Lisa Lansky, the print examiner, who compared his prints from being sentenced and being placed on probation to the prints that were rolled in court, and they were one and the same. And you also have the certified records and evidence showing that he was on probation at the time of these murders. And the defense in their opening conceded to this aggravator as well. An aggravating factor increases the gravity of a crime or the harm to a victim beyond the harm inherent to every first-degree murder. The state has met our burden, and we've shown you how we have proven the aggravating factors beyond a reasonable doubt. We have proven that this first-degree murder case is an aggravated one. And it's one so aggravated that the legislature has laid out the law that death is an appropriate penalty given the nature and circumstances of these murders. The defendant chose his victims and acted in a way that shocks the conscience of any human who hears the facts and sees the evidence that you saw and heard in this case. The defense presented mitigation during this phase. Anything can be considered mitigating, and you're to consider each of these mitigators. Unlike aggravators, however, where the state's limited by statute, the defense is not limited. However, each of you individually get to decide how much weight, if any, to give to these factors. So I want to go through some of them, and you'll hear when the judge reads the jury instructions, you'll hear all of the mitigators that they've listed, but I want to go through some of the main ones. Let's start, however, with the expert testimony. You heard from Dr. Mills. He testifies solely for the defense in capital cases. And he said on the stand, I was hired to try to help him, not to give an objective opinion, not to conduct testing and to try to find out if he suffers from a mental disorder, but yet he was hired to try to help him. And the only people he helps are defendants. He only works for defense. His testing that he was able to accomplish, the MMPI and the PAI, were invalid because of the defendant's exaggeration. And once those tests were invalid, the defendant refused to meet with him again, refused to provide any additional data. And what was interesting about Dr. Mills is that he discounted the records in front of his face. the evidence that he had before him. He did very little review of the records. And in fact, when I asked him, initially he had said he hadn't reviewed those records. And then on the stand, he said he did review the records. But when I asked who these people were, he couldn't remember. But he gave credence to records that don't exist. He said the hundreds of pages of jail records were basically useless. Yet he relied on the mom's report, which was extremely limited, with no supporting documentation. There was only one evidence of a Baker Act in 30 years. And the Baker Act was because his dad found drugs. And he was released from the facility the very next day. And when I asked him, isn't that unusual, doctor, for someone who supposedly has schizophrenia or some major psychotic disorder to be released the next day? He couldn't say yes. He said, well, maybe his parents don't really remember. Don't you think his parents would remember that if their son was in a mental hospital for an extended period of time? So he doesn't give credence to the Baker Act. To that report, he can't really rely on it, but he's going to rely on other vague things that the parents tell him. He tries to build a diagnosis on two things the parents told him. That there was someone in the garage on one occasion, and that people were looking through the windows. That's the basis of this doctor's diagnosis. He also tries to give credence to there being a major mental health issue and try to say that that mental health issue came first. But when do those changes in the defendant occur? When he's 13. And when do his parents notice these major changes? When he's 13. And what did the defendant tell the investigator? That he began heavy drug usage and got into drugs when he was 13. Yet Dr. Mills discounts the defendant's own admissions and the reason for the Baker Act because they don't fit the narrative of a psychotic disorder. They fit the narrative of substance abuse problems. He discounts the school records. He discounts that the defendant was kicked out of school for selling drugs, not for psychotic episodes. And the defendant also admits that he was kicked out of school for selling drugs to his own investigator. And we had a conversation both with him and with the state's expert about the DSM-5 TR. And it clearly states in there that drug use must be ruled out to make a diagnosis. And that you can't diagnose a psychotic disorder under the circumstances in which Dr. Mills did because he could not rule out drug use. Nowhere in the records could he find the criteria laid out to support the diagnosis of a psychotic disorder. He had 13 years of medical and mental health records, and there was no specific instances of hallucinations and no specific instances of delusions and no diagnosis of schizophrenia. And these are some of the things that were required to make such a diagnosis. And the only drug he was prescribed through all these years up until 2022 was for depression, Celexa. And both doctors came up in their SIR rebuttal after Dr. Herkov testified and listed out for you a bunch of medications that could potentially be used to treat a psychotic disorder. But the problem, they weren't prescribed until 2022. And again, nowhere in the records was he even given a diagnosis of a psychotic disorder, not even in 2022. And I asked the doctors if they had reviewed the emails where the defendant was trying to find out more about drugs and that drug addicts are often med seeking. They hadn't reviewed those emails. The family's recantation of paranoia and of him believing people are watching him can't be attributed to a mental health disorder because by the defendant's own admission, he's on drugs, which also is a cause of hallucinations and delusions. Here's a doctor who can't gain cooperation or get information from the defendant, yet he chooses to essentially ignore the case documents. He doesn't review the videos. He doesn't review the tangible evidence from the case. Because the problem is the evidence that you heard and saw in this case do not support a diagnosis of a psychotic disorder. And he has to downplay the jail records because they also don't support the diagnosis of a psychotic disorder. You also heard from Dr. Hyman Eisenstein. Now, his background was very limited. He only worked for a rehabilitation hospital for a year, and then he started doing contract work. And in his contract work, he, in the 80s, got involved in a death penalty case and decided that was what was going to become his specialty. And he said that he's testified in over 150 capital cases. How many for the state? None. All on behalf of the defense. And what is a diagnosis in almost all 150 cases? The same. Imagine that. Prefrontal lobe damage. Now, unlike Dr. Mills, Dr. Eisenstein actually spent a lot of time with the defendant. And during that time, he saw no evidence of psychosis, no evidence of delusions, no evidence of hallucinations. And when the defendant reported about mental health issues, it was all in vague generalities. Dr. Eisenstein didn't ask details. And when I asked him, well, what was he hallucinating? What were delusions? He didn't know. He didn't ask because guess what? He was just there to test his brain, to see if his prefrontal lobe cortex was working, which we already knew was not going to be given his testimony that he gives in all of these cases. He also kept saying during the defense direct examination that, the defendant had all kinds of diagnoses, all these diagnoses. And when I asked him where in the records he found any kind of evidence of schizophrenia, he said, I misspoke. I didn't find evidence of that. And the problem is his testing didn't say what he wanted it to say, what he tried to make it say to you. He said that this guy scored in the 2nd percentile in regards to his memory. That means, as Dr. Herkoff said, only one person in line is behind him. That's how bad. Yet when you look at the case files and the videos and listen to the statements, there is no evidence of memory impairment. In fact, I would submit his memory is actually more than fine. There's also nowhere in the records that suggest his memory is impaired, which would be startling for a 30-year-old to have dementia or some major memory impairment. No signs in the records. And in fact, what do the records say? They say opposite. Dr. Herkoff found in the records where it said his memory was intact. His parents didn't indicate he had problems with memory, and the defendant didn't complain he had problems with memory. And when you see the doctor's own testing results up on the board that Dr. Herkoff showed you, his executive testing and front lobe testing didn't show any damage. Dr. Eisenstein didn't review the case records at all. He knows very little, if anything, about the facts surrounding the murders. And what does he do? Same thing as Dr. Mills. He discounts the records in front of his face and gives credence to records that simply don't exist. He states that the defendant had synergistic brain damage through all of the head trauma. And where does he get this information from? The defendant's father, who indicates he's had some bumps and bruises from playing sports, none of which landed him in the hospital, and none of which required any kind of treatment. And the 2 car accidents, the first one, no treatment, didn't go to the hospital, no follow-up care. And when he went to the hospital in the second car accident, he had a CT scan, it was negative. There were no issues, no bleeding, no problems. The defense attorney, the expert, Dr. Eisenstein, tried to suggest that somehow taking a test is significant, that having a CT scan in and of itself is significant. That's like saying it's significant that if a woman takes 20 pregnancy tests and all are negative, that it means something. Taking a pregnancy test doesn't equal pregnancy, and having a CT scan doesn't equal brain damage. In fact, all of the CT scans were of no significance. And his own sister, who's a radiologist, who's trained to read CT scans for a living, confirmed this information to Dr. Eisenstein. So some falls in 2 sports, are in sports and 2 car accidents, one in which he didn't even need treatment, led Dr. Eisenstein to the conclusion that the defendant suffers from synergistic head trauma. Again, he ignored the records in front of him and gave credence to records that don't exist. Now, Dr. Herkov, the key difference with him is he works for both the state and the defense. He's not here to give an answer that we want him to give. He's here to review the records and to make a decision not based on emotions, but based on the DSM-5 TR. He used the records. He used the data.
3 doctors. Seriously?
And what did he find? No cognitive impairment, no brain injury, and no criteria that meets a psychotic disorder. The majority of the records contain self-reports, the defendant telling staff his diagnosis, the defendant asking for specific medications, and throughout the records, what are the main complaints? Depression and anxiety, treated by Celexa. 2 likely problems for someone who is incarcerated. You're going to be given the weighing the evidence instruction, just like you were in the first portion of this trial. And it says expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give an opinion. However, an expert's opinion is only reliable when given on a subject about which you believe that person to be an expert. Like all other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the expert's testimony. And I would suggest that these experts should not be given a lot of credence that the defense presented. You as jurors know more about this case than any doctor who evaluated Wade Wilson does. Neither of the defense experts read through the discovery or read through the witness statements, or very many of them. You are the ones who sat and listened to 28 witnesses. You're the ones that saw the evidence. You're the ones that held the pictures. You're the ones that know what happened in this case. You saw the body cam of the defendant and how he was acting after the murders. You heard his dad testify about how the defendant killed Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz. And you heard the defendant's statement to law enforcement confessing to the murders. It's not credible that mental illness caused the defendant to murder Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz. He was under the influence of power, of lust, of control, of hate. He showed utter disregard for women and for life. The reason for the defense's expert is because most of their mitigation revolves around mental illnesses and drug use. So let's talk about a few of those. The first is that Wade Wilson experienced the following mental health disorders: schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, delusional, paranoia, social adjustment disorders, hallucination, and preservation. Again, the evidence in this case points to the defendant being addicted to drugs and that his addiction was the source of his problems, not a serious mental illness like schizophrenia or schizoid affective disorder. Certainly he was depressed at times and anxious, but almost everything in his records are self-reported with very little evidence of symptoms that would support such a diagnosis. Another mitigator the defense has listed out is that while Wade Wilson was on drugs, he's out of his mind, on a rampage, makes him crazy, and makes him do wrong things. Contrary to what we see in this case, he was the life of the party that night. He was having a good time, talking to women, making his rounds around the Buddha, listening to music, drinking. He drove to the Buddha that night in an $80,000 car with his girlfriend. He ditched her and meets another girl. He picks her. He's not out of his mind. In fact, he says that 9 times out of 10, this works to get him what he wants. Girls fall for him. He chose Christine. And the only evidence of drug use from that night was a line or two of cocaine. He wasn't on a rampage. He was cold and calculated. Stephanie Johnson didn't see him acting out of the ordinary. She didn't see him out of his mind, on a rampage, acting crazy. Jason Shepard didn't see the defendant out of his mind, on a rampage, acting crazy. Stephanie left at 6 a.m. that morning. No red flags. Everything was fine. Checked in with Christine. You good? Yep, she was good. He did wrong things, all right, but he was and he is fully responsible. He knows what he was doing, and he thought about what he was doing. Another mitigator they list out is the drugs that Wade Wilson took that night before the event led to an unanticipated effect. The mitigator is virtually the same as the one I just went over. But don't let this mitigator be a suggestion of some other drug take away from what you know the facts to be. There's no evidence of him taking any drugs other than the cocaine prior to the murders. In fact, there's no evidence of him taking any drugs after the murders. You see how he parks his car at Mateo Graphics. He backs into the spot perfectly. You see, and then you heard how he speaks with law enforcement. He engages with them. He denies the battery. And then when he realizes he's going to be detained, what does he do? He takes off. And then you also hear how he speaks to law enforcement 3 days later. He speaks the same way as he does to his father. Another mitigator the defense has listed is that Wade Wilson confessed to law enforcement to do the right thing. Ladies and gentlemen, there was no doing the right thing by this defendant. There was no evidence in that statement that you heard that showed any kind of remorse or desire to just help. There was nothing in his confession that he was doing it out of the goodness of his heart to help the police. He wanted a hamburger and fries. He mentioned that over and over. And he wanted to be in general population instead of isolated by himself. Another mitigator that the defense listed was that Wade Wilson tried to reach out to his biological parents when he became an adult. Why did he do that? He wanted money from his dad. Remember, his dad testified he always wanted something when he contacted him. It was always about the defendant, always what he wanted, what he could gain. That's what this whole case boils down to. It's about him. And why did he reach out to his dad again in this case? To hide him from law enforcement, to get him out of town. Many people, ladies and gentlemen, suffer from drug addiction, but they don't go out and commit murders. Many people suffer from mental illnesses, but they don't go out and commit murders. Many people are adopted, but they don't go out and commit murders. I would suggest that none of these mitigators explained what happened on October 7th of 2019, and that you should give them very little weight. So you are now at the point where you have heard and seen all the evidence of the state's aggravators and the mitigating circumstances presented by the defense. And if you all find that the state proved one aggravator and the defense a mitigator by the greater weight of the evidence, you must weigh whether those aggravating factors outweigh any mitigating circumstances that the defendant proved by a greater weight of. So what is it exactly that we're asking you to weigh? We're asking you to weigh the curtain rod that was used as part of the torture, that has her blood on one end and Wade Wilson's DNA on the other. We're asking you to weigh how the defendant met Christine Milton, how she looked when he met her, with how he left her. We're asking you to weigh the large number of bruises to her body. We're asking you to weigh her swollen eye. We're asking you to weigh the cuts around her mouth and her eye. We're asking you to weigh the bruising all over her torso, the bruising all over her arms. We're asking you to weigh the blunt force trauma. We're asking you to weigh the significant hemorrhaging on both sides of her neck. We're asking you to weigh the bruising of her lungs, the bruising of her liver, the bruising of the back of her bladder, the bruising to her colon, the significant force to her abdomen. We're asking you to weigh the injuries around her scalp and around her head. We're asking you to weigh the swelling of her brain. We're asking you to weigh his hands around her neck, not being able to breathe, taking that last breath, knowing it would be her last. We're asking you to weigh the cold, calculated, and premeditated way in which he murdered Christine Melton. To weigh how he picked her out from all the ladies at the bar that night, how he flirted and got her to her house, waiting until no one was around, waiting until she was asleep, his hands around her neck, not being able to breathe. We're asking you to weigh the heinous and atrocious and cruel way in which she killed Diane Ruiz. Diane Ruiz, who was simply walking to work. How he met her and how he left her. We're asking you to weigh her fractured nasal bone, the laceration under her left breast. We're asking you to weigh the hemorrhaging and the skin on the left and right sides of her body. We're asking you to weigh the bruising on her left forearm and the back of her left hand, the bruising on her right arm and the fracture of her finger. We're asking you to weigh the hemorrhaging to her neck, her broken hyoid bone, her fractured thyroid, her fractured ribs, fighting her until she was dead. We're asking you to weigh him running her over with a car. We're asking you to weigh the cold, calculated, and premeditated way in which he murdered Diane Ruiz, picking her up while she's walking down the street, sensing fear, not letting her go, getting her into his car, secluding her. We're asking you to weigh the fact that he was on probation when he committed this crime, and to weigh the fact that he killed both of these women within hours of each other. We're asking you to weigh all of these things and any other facts you may have heard in this trial that support each of these aggravators to the very little mitigation in this case. This isn't about numbers, it's about weight. And what weighs more in this first-degree murder case? In these murders, in the murders of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz, the aggravators are so much heavier, so much more than any mitigation presented by the defense. And so now is the time that we make that big ask. We ask that you make that hard decision, that you recommend the ultimate crime, punishment for the ultimate crime committed by this defendant. Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz on October 7th of 2019. Thank you.
Give it a minute, Mr. Shirley, I'll get it back to the clerk. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, counsel. Wow, how do we even follow that up? We followed it up with truth. First of all, on behalf of myself, my colleagues, most of all, Mr. Wilson, thank you for your participation. That's probably not the right word. We're asking you to vote to save Mr. Wilson's life. That's a lot more than just participation. That's probably the worst dilemma you may have to face in your entire life as to whether or not you vote for life.
Oh yeah, he side-eyed her. He did not like it.
For Wade Wilson. The judge started this off with an instruction, and I ask that you refresh that instruction in your mind. As counsel and I try and make our points, we may say things to you that differ from what you heard from the stand. We'll talk about that in more detail as it relates to Dr. Mills and some of the other doctors that testified. Nevertheless, you have to rely on your memory, on your notes, on the collective memory of each and every one of your fellow jurors, because you're going to have to go back there and deliberate, and you're going to have to discuss these things. Let me start with addressing the state's mitigating factors. We already told you the reason that they're factors and not circumstances is because they have to be proven beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Well, the problem with two of the factors are we have to believe Wade Wilson's statement to law enforcement on October 10th, because that's where the state gets a lot of their facts from. I will tell you that there are two mitigating factors that we agree they've proven beyond every reasonable doubt. One of them is because of the multiple deaths. That's a gimme, that's a freebie. The other is the fact that Mr. Wilson was on probation on or about the time of the event. So those are freebies, we're going to call them, and they're going to be given whatever weight you think that they deserve, which I submit to you isn't much. The other thing I want to point out before we get rolling here is if I say anything during my closing that you think is a criticism of your decision in the first part of this case, it's not. And I want to explain, we've gone into all this mental health mitigation. We're not trying to excuse Mr. Wilson's conduct on October 7th. That's not what this is about. But we are trying to show you what kind of person he was and why he was that kind of person on that date alone, and why he doesn't deserve your recommendation for death. Let's start with cold, calculated, and premeditated. Ms. Melton. Now, the state told you just a minute ago, well, you know, he was partying, he was having a good time, he was doing cocaine. When was he doing cocaine? And do we know that he was actually doing cocaine? Or was he doing what he told you later was maybe it was fentanyl, maybe it was flakka, maybe it was bath salts? He doesn't know, because he's never had a mental health experience from taking controlled substances like he did on October 7th. And when did he actually take those controlled substances? It wasn't before he went out and partied. It was after they went to Mr. Shepard's house. Because if you recall Mr. Shepard saying, well, I had my own cocaine. Well, if you were using your own cocaine, what did you give Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson was okay from 2 to 4 there at Mr. Shepard's house. He and Ms. Melton are doing what adults do on occasion. That's their own private business. Eventually, they had to leave the residence. Now, how is Wade Wilson planning all this
we're going to go to this residence, we're going to leave this, we're going to go to this residence. How is that part of a grand scheme of anything?
Yeah, that guy was
Well, it's
definitely
not.
greedy. He wasn't sharing. He didn't know those people.
Circumstances happening. So they leave Mr. Shepard's. They would go over to Ms. Melton's with Ms. Johnson. Was that part of the plan for Ms. Johnson to come along? Now, oh my gosh, I'm going to have to wait now till Ms. Johnson leaves before I murder Ms. Melton? No, that wasn't a plan at all. There was no plan. He was freewheeling. He was having sex with this willful participant. He was having a great time. In his statement to law enforcement, he tells them there was no planning. After Ms. Johnson left, all of a sudden something came over him and he strangled Ms. Melton. Now, we're talking about all the pain and suffering and everything else that Ms. Melton felt. We don't know any of that. We know that there are injuries. We know that he suffocated her at asphyxia. I can't even pronounce it. But he choked her to death. He put the big hands around her. He cut off her blood supply through her carotid arteries, and she stopped breathing. I asked their medical examiner, was she even conscious at the time that she died? He goes, I don't know. I can't tell you that. He couldn't tell us that about either of the victims. He wraps her up and he's going to take her and hide her someplace. But it's getting too light outside. And according to his statement, if you believe his statement, she was too heavy to pick up. She was too heavy for him to pick her up and put her in the trunk. Or was it just getting too light outside? Or what is the truth? We don't know. But the state's trying to tell you that all of this stuff in here is the truth. And it's not. Cold, calculated, and premeditated as it relates to, wait a second here. As it relates to Ms. Ruiz. Well, he went over and he had an altercation with his girlfriend, come back in the car. Then he's just out driving around. He's out driving around and he stops and asks directions. At some point in time, when did he make a decision that she was going to be a victim? She climbs in the car, they drive down the road, and all of a sudden, he snaps again, and he reaches over and chokes her. We don't really know where this occurs because the questions they asked of Mr. Wilson on the 10th aren't very probing. All we know from Mr. Wilson is that she wanted to get out of the car. He reached over and choked her. He drove her someplace. He opened the door, tried to push her out of the vehicle. When she hit the ground, all of a sudden she got up. At one point in time, he says one time. At one point in time, he says 3 or 4 times she was a real fighter. Is any of that true? We don't know. Is it all reflected in other forensic or physical manifestations? Some of it may be yes. Some of it may be no. Obviously, if he ran over her 10 or 20 times, that's cold and calculated. That's where she was found. Let me get out of the way so you can see the picture. That's where she was found. Do you see tire tracks in that photograph that would substantiate him running over her 10 or 20 times? The clothing is still on her. Does that substantiate him running over her 10 or 20 times? No. Why? It's a lie. He's embellishing. Why is he doing that? Who knows? He's sick. He's got a diseased mind. We can't relate to that. It's hard for us to know what's going through his head when he's talking to law enforcement. Going back to the drugs. In his statement, it must have been like bath salts or flakka. It just made me lose my effing mind, and it made me effing get crazy. When I'm sober, I'm actually a decent guy, which is what everybody else said. Whatever that dude had me on, like fentanyl, flakka, whatever the F it was, dude, it was not cocaine. I thought it was different, and he gave me a lot of it. That shit had me up for 2.5 days. Once again, that's not an excuse for doing what he did. I just want you to understand what his state of mind was when he was going through these events on October 7th. And that person is not Wade Wilson. And that person does not deserve your recommendation for death. Heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Once again, I'm not going to repeat what I just told you about cold, calculated, and premeditated because it applies to heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Now, even the prosecutor told you that is not the aggravating factor. The aggravating factor is especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Well, he strangled both these women to death, all right? Strangling in and of itself is heinous, atrocious, and cruel, according to the state. So it would be much better if he walked up and put a bullet in the back of her head because she didn't see it coming, or stabbed her to death from behind because she didn't see it coming. Not all homicides are especially heinous, atrocious, and cruel. And when your medical examiner gets up there and he says, I can't tell you if she was conscious when she died. Well, if she wasn't conscious, then she wasn't experiencing the pain and the panic that the state wants you to believe. Now, we subjected you folks to 3 gentlemen who have degrees that presumably we don't have, who got up on the stand yesterday and talked about mental health. There are other mitigators. The state went through the mitigators. Some of them have been proven to you. I'm not going to go through all those mitigators. I will tell you that the initial mitigators, and this isn't the whole list. You may have the rest of the list on your legal pads there. You may have taken something down about Wade Wilson that's important to you, that's important for you to consider as to whether or not you're going to recommend that he die. But this is a partial list. And part of the partial list is when Wade Wilson is not on drugs, he is charming, he's polite, he's cool, he's in a good mood, he's friendly, and he's outgoing. Well, who was that on October 7th? That wasn't Wade Wilson. Not according to the people that know Wade Wilson. This isn't his family. This is the people that were with him. This is the people that know him. That's how they described him. Wade Wilson confessed to law enforcement to do the right thing. Wade Wilson wanted to put Ms. Ruiz back with her family so they could bury the body. That's what he told law enforcement. Well, the state wants you to believe his recitation of what happened is factual, but that isn't. So, what do you believe out of Wade Wilson's statement? And what don't you believe? You got to be hard pressed to want to vote for death when you don't even know what the truth is. Our doctors, they all have different qualifications. The state first addressed Dr. Mills and basically brushed his testimony under the rug. Dr. Mills has been a psychiatrist for almost 50 years. Dr. Mills was the director of the largest mental health facility in North America with thousands of employees, hundreds or thousands of doctors working under him. That deserves your respect. Now, he would like to have had a lot more evidence, a lot more contact with Wade Wilson, but that was not to be. So I threw him up on the stand and kind of hung him out to dry. Well, you didn't have a lot of time with him, no. But the time he had with him, he figured Wade Wilson out. What else did he use? He used the documents, presumably the same documents that Dr. Herkov looked at, and he came up with diagnoses in those documents. Now, we didn't have a lot of the documents that we'd like to have had. You heard there's a fire at his parents' home, and all those documents from when he was younger are gone. What we had is what we had. But what was interesting was the last thing you heard yesterday. After Dr. Eisenstein had told you when he reviewed the records, there were many examples of medication that were provided to Wade Wilson as recently as 2022 or 2023. And then Dr. Mills got up there and told you what they're for. They're not this sissy stuff that Dr. Herkov testified to. They're the real thing. They're antipsychotic drugs. They're there to help treat the psychotic disorders that are listed amongst our mitigators. You can't just ignore that. Now, I think half of Dr. Herkov's testimony was all about him. What did he do? Well, he looked at some of the state's evidence. He looked at some videos of Wade Wilson when he gave a statement and Wade Wilson when he was in vehicle. And he didn't see that Wade Wilson exhibited those disorders while he viewed it, those two relatively short videos. But he went through the records. Like I said before, presumably the same records everybody else had the opportunity to look at. And he didn't find any examples of either medication or diagnosis. Dr. Mills did. Dr. Eisenstein did. But in all fairness to Dr. Herkov, he didn't have the documents very long. And I submit to you, he just missed it. He said he went through them in an hour or two. I don't know how you go through a stack of papers in an hour or two and expect to find anything, but that's what he told us. So we're going to let him off the hook. Dr. Eisenstein, but he was very helpful on two things. Dr. Eisenstein spent the most time with Wade Wilson. Dr. Eisenstein put Wade Wilson through several tests. Let's see. What Dr. Eisenstein, what Dr. Herkoff did was take the tests that Dr. Eisenstein performed, take the raw data, and he made little charts that we got to look at yesterday. And I agree. On certain things, Wade Wilson is normal. He even was the top of normal, of average, in a couple of things. But there were some of the tests where we talked about memory. Tests that would have been important to know those results before we take his statement for granted. Auditory memory number 1, auditory memory number 2, perceptual reasoning, visual memory 1, visual memory 2. All 5 of those tests, he was anywhere from the bottom 5 to the bottom 2%. Only 4 people or 1 person was worse than he was. Executive functioning. Well, on 3 of those, he was fine. He was fine. 4 of those, I'm sorry, I don't want to mischaracterize. On 4 of them, he was fine. He was anywhere from 25% to 50%. He's still in the bottom half.
They're literally trying to make it
But
sound like he can't even direct himself.
WCSTPR test, he was in the bottom 1%. It doesn't get any lower than that. As a matter of fact, it was probably below that because Dr. Eisenstein told you it was 7 deviations below average. And it was almost negligible as far as trying to calculate his result. And the Dallas Kaplan executive functioning, he did real well on most of them. But on VF category and VF switching, he was either the bottom 5% or the bottom 3%. There's something wrong with his brain. It doesn't work like everybody else's does. Do we know exactly what's wrong? No. Why? Because we only have some CAT scans that don't tell us very much. It tells us if we have a cracked skull. It tells us if there's bleeding under the skull. Well, what do we need? We need PET scans. We need MRIs. Do we have any of those? No, we don't. So you want me to sit here and tell you exactly what's wrong with Wade Wilson? I can't do it. But there's something terribly wrong with him. Now, drugs. Well, just because you're a drug addict, we're not going to not consider the death penalty because you're a drug addict. It's not that he's a drug addict. He took drugs. He started taking drugs at 13. What drugs he's taken over his lifetime, we're not sure. What's the frequency that he's taken the drugs over his lifetime? We're not sure of that either. All we're sure of is that night he was given drugs. What drugs, we don't know. But one of the gems from Dr. Herkoff yesterday, as an example, if you have a disorder and you feed that disorder, just say cocaine, what does that do? That amplifies the problem. Well, what if it's another drug? What if it's one of these synthetic drugs that Wade Wilson complained of? What does that do to Wade Wilson when he has a mental health issue? Well, he took it himself. I know he took it himself. You're not rewarding him. You're just trying to decide if you want to take that guy who's cool, who's polite, who's charming, who's friendly, who, in his own words, bucks up one night and does that.
Yes. 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 That's exactly. I'm sorry.
I'm going to go back, and I apologize for going in reverse on something here. But, one of the troubling things in the allegations is the fact that he ran over her. We've already discussed the fact that we can't see all these tire marks and stuff from where he ran over her all these times. But we do have law enforcement agency. They were at work, and what did they do? They seized the black vehicle that he was riding around in. And what did they do? They took a swab inside and found blood that belonged to Ms. Ruiz. But what else did they do? They swabbed the front of the vehicle. Okay? And we heard testimony about what they got from, we didn't. We didn't hear any testimony, did we? Why? Because law enforcement agency didn't bother to send that swab off. Didn't bother to get it tested. A piece of evidence that you could have had, that you didn't have, that would have supported the state's contention that Mr. Wilson is telling the truth on October 10th. And you don't have it. I'm not going to bore you with a lot more argument here. You people have a hard enough time in front of you. But there's just a couple of things I want to stress. I mean, somebody in their right mind, he kills a woman, leaves her in her home because it's getting too light outside. So then he goes to see his girlfriend. And he attacks his girlfriend in broad daylight in front of a bunch of witnesses. Then he leaves. And it's still broad daylight, and he goes riding down a road and picks up Miss Ruiz and later kills her. Does that make any sense? You know what else doesn't make any sense? That's Wade Wilson in October. That's Wade Wilson now. Who in their right mind does that to themselves? He's not in his right mind all the time. And it's worse when you throw drugs on top of it. When he was a little boy, what did he do? They found him wearing a long sleeve shirt with the shirt stapled to his arms. This isn't something that just occurred overnight. This is something that's been growing in Wade Wilson for a long, long time. Now, we heard from relatives of both Ms. Melton and Ms. Ruiz, and I'm sure that there were more that may have wanted to come up, and they wanted to tell you about their loss. They have a hole, and the only way you can fix that hole in their heart is with love and friendship and fellowship and companionship, and hope that it shrinks the hole in their heart. But you can't fill the holes in their heart with another body. We can't bring these ladies back. There's nothing that you can do to fix that problem. But you can do the right thing here today. I want to, let me see here. too many papers. Bear with me a second. We have an exhibit. That exhibit's in evidence. And I'm certainly not going to read the whole thing. You've been very attentive and very patient with me, and I appreciate that. For many years, we held on to the hope that nurture would overcome genetics. He was a wonderful kid, kind to animals, kind to those smaller than himself, and loving to his family. But there are many things in life that are out of our control, and it wasn't enough. Wade, like his birth mother, became a victim of his diseased mind. Know that he did not choose this, not any of it. He fought hard against the genetic pull of mental illness and drug abuse. But the man before you is fallible, and he is human, and he lost that fight. As his family, we knew the happy and loving child that he was. The boy who wanted to spend time with his parents and sisters, the one who played sports and loved to read. That person would never do the things he has done. That boy is still in there somewhere, but is now overtaken by the monster of disease and addiction. There's a concept. It's not a concept, it's a gift. That each one of us has the potential. It's something that makes us different from everything else in the animal world. It's a concept known as mercy. When you were selected to sit on this jury, we talked about the jury instructions and those types of things. And the primary theme here is you do not have to vote for death. There's nothing to suggest that you have to vote for death. If the aggravators outweigh the mitigating circumstances, you still don't have to vote for death. But Mr. Shirley, he didn't show either one of those women mercy on October 7th. That's because the monster that he was on October 7th was incapable of mercy. You are not that monster. You are capable of it, and you need to exercise it on those few occasions you have in life when you have the power to do so. We can't love him less because madness has taken him from us. Lock away the monster, but show mercy to the boy inside who didn't choose this path. Know that boy is still in there somewhere, and he is still loved. Lock away the monster.
Members of the jury, you have heard all the evidence and the argument of counsel. Now you must decide whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. In making your decision, you must first unanimously determine whether the aggravating factors alleged by the state have been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. An aggravating factor is the only circumstance recognized by Florida law that could result in a defendant receiving a death penalty. An aggravating factor increases the gravity of the crime or the harm to a victim beyond the harm inherent in every first-degree murder. You must not consider any other facts as an aggravating factor other than what has been alleged and proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. The aggravating factors alleged by the state in count 1, first-degree murder of Christine Melton, are 1. Wade Wilson was previously convicted of a felony and was under sentence of imprisonment or on community control or on felony probation at the time he committed the first-degree murder in this case. 2. Wade Wilson was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. A. The crime of first-degree murder is a capital felony. B, the crime of first-degree murder is a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. 3, the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Heinous means extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. The kind of a crime intended to be included as especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel is one accompanied by additional acts that show that the crime was conscienceless or pitiless and was unnecessarily torturous to Christine Melton. 4, the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Cold means the murder was the product of calm and cool reflection. Calculated means having a careful plan or prearranged design to commit murder. A killing is premeditated if it occurs after the defendant consciously decides to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. However, for this aggravating factor to apply, a heightened level of premeditation demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection is required. A pretense of moral or legal justification is any claim or justification or excuse that, though insufficient to reduce the degree of murder, nevertheless rebuts the otherwise cold, calculated, or premeditated nature of the murder. You've heard evidence about the impact of this murder on the family, friends, or community of Christine Melton. This evidence was presented to show the victim's uniqueness as an individual and the resultant loss by Christine Melton's death. However, you may not consider this evidence as an aggravating factor. The state has the burden to prove an aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence the return an aggravating factor if you have an abiding conviction that it exists. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, you do not have an abiding conviction that the aggravating factor exists, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the aggravating factor has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt as to the existence of an aggravating factor may arise from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the existence of an aggravating factor, you must find that it does not exist. However, if you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the aggravating factor does exist. A finding that an aggravating factor exists must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree that each alleged aggravating factor exists. You will be provided a form to make this finding as to each alleged aggravating factor, and you should indicate whether you find each aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you do not unanimously find that at least one aggravating factor was proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defendant is not eligible for the death penalty and your deliberations are complete. If, however, you unanimously find that at least one aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defendant is eligible for the death penalty, and you must consider additional matters to determine whether the appropriate penalty should be life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. First, each of you must determine whether any mitigating circumstance exists. A mitigating circumstance is not limited to the facts surrounding the crime. A mitigating circumstance may include any aspect of the defendant's character, background, or life, or any circumstance of the offense that may indicate the death penalty is not appropriate in this case. It is the defendant's burden to prove that one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Mitigating circumstances need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Instead, the defendant need only prove a mitigating circumstance by the greater weight of the evidence, which means evidence that more likely than not tends to establish the existence of a mitigating circumstance. If you determine by the greater weight of the evidence that a mitigating circumstance exists, you must consider it proven and give that evidence such weight as you determine it should receive. You need not reach a unanimous decision about whether the defendant has proven the existence of a mitigating circumstance. Any juror persuaded as to the existence of a mitigating circumstance must consider it in this case. Among the mitigating circumstances for each count you may consider are: 1, when Wade Wilson is not on drugs, he is charming, polite, cool, good mood, friendly, and outgoing. 2, Wade Wilson experienced the following mental health disorders: schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorders, delusions, paranoia, suicidal adjustment disorders, major depressive disorder, hallucinations, and perseveration. 3, while Wade Wilson was on drugs, he is out of his mind, on a rampage, makes him crazy, and makes him do wrong things. 4, the drugs that Wade Wilson took that night before the event led to an unanticipated effect. 5, Wade Wilson confessed to law enforcement to do the right thing. 6, Wade Wilson wanted to put Ms. Ruiz back with her family. 7, Wade Wilson is loved by his adoptive parents and sisters. 8, Wade Wilson felt abandoned by his biological parents. 9, Wade Wilson's mental illness started as a child. 10, Wade Wilson was involuntarily committed when he was a teenager. 11, Wade Wilson tried to reach out to biological parents when he became an adult. 12, Wade Wilson's biological parents were young and did not try to reach out to establish a relationship. 13, Wade Wilson was a loving son before mental health disorders. The final step in the process is for the jury to determine whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. In making your decision, you must weigh all the following factors. 1, whether sufficient aggravating factors exist, and 2, whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh the proven mitigating circumstances. The evidence that you have heard throughout the guilt and penalty phases of this trial should be considered as to each of the capital felonies for which you have found the defendant guilty, count 1 and count 4 of the indictment. However, in making your determination, you must consider whether the state has proven each aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt with respect to each capital felony individually, and you must not let your verdict as to one aggravating factor affect your verdict with respect to another. Likewise, you must not let your verdict as to aggravating factors in one count affect your verdict as to the aggravating factors in the other. The process of weighing aggravating factors and mitigating circumstances is not a mechanical or mathematical process. In other words, you should not merely total the number of aggravating factors and compare that number to the total number of mitigating circumstances. The law contemplates that different factors or circumstances may be given different weight or values by different jurors. Therefore, in your decision-making process, each individual juror must decide what weight is to be given to a particular aggravating factor or mitigating circumstance. Regardless of the results of each juror's individual weighing process, if you can conclude that the sufficient aggravating factors outweigh the mitigators, the law neither compels nor requires you to recommend that the defendant should be sentenced to death. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, the court must sentence the defendant to life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. This recommendation is not binding on the court.
See, it doesn't have to be unanimous, Gwen.
Assign and give great weight and deference to your recommendation. You will be provided a form to reflect your decisions. The fact that the jury can make its decision on a single ballot should not influence you to act hastily or without due regard to the gravity of these proceedings. Before you vote, you should carefully consider and weigh the evidence, realizing that a human life is at stake, and bring your best judgment to bear in reaching your decisions. The aggravating factors alleged by the state as to count 4, first-degree murder of Diane Ruiz, are: 1, Wade Wilson was previously convicted of a felony and was under sentence of imprisonment or on community control or on felony probation at the time he committed the first-degree murder in this case. 2, Wade Wilson was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. The crime of first-degree murder is a capital felony. The crime of first-degree murder is a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. 3, the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Heinous means extremely wicked or shockingly evil. Atrocious means outrageously wicked and vile. Cruel means designed to inflict a high degree of pain with utter indifference to or even enjoyment of the suffering of others. The kind of crime intended to be included as especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel is one accompanied by additional acts that would show the crime was conscienceless or pitiless and was unnecessarily torturous to Diane Ruiz. 4. The first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Cold means the murder was the product of calm and cool reflection. Calculated means having a careful plan or prearranged design to commit murder. A killing is premeditated if it occurs after the defendant consciously decides to kill. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing.
Yeah,
The
hers
period
was
of
really
time must
bad.
be
He
long
ran her
enough to allow
over.
reflection by
Like,
the defendant.
she fought hard to
Premeditated
live.
intent to kill must be formed before the killing. However, for this aggravating factor to apply, a heightened level of premeditation demonstrated by a substantial period of reflection is required. A pretense of moral or legal justification is any claim or justification or excuse that, though insufficient to reduce the degree of murder, nevertheless rebuts the otherwise cold, calculated, or premeditated nature of the murder. You have heard evidence about the impact of this murder on the family, friends, or community of Diane Ruiz. This evidence was presented to show the victim's uniqueness as an individual and the resultant loss of Diane Ruiz's death. However, you may not consider this evidence as an aggravating factor. The state has the burden to prove an aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to disregard an aggravating factor if you have an abiding conviction that it exists. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, you do not have an abiding conviction that the aggravating factor exists, or if, having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the aggravating factor has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt as to the existence of an aggravating factor may arise from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt as to the existence of an aggravating factor, you must find that it does not exist. However, if you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the aggravating factor does exist. A finding that an aggravating factor exists must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree that each alleged aggravating factor exists. You will be provided a form to make this finding as to each alleged aggravating factor, and you should indicate whether you find each aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you do not unanimously find that at least one aggravating factor was proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defendant is not eligible for the death penalty, and your deliberations are complete. If, however, you unanimously find that at least one aggravating factor has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then the defendant is eligible for the death penalty, and you must consider additional matters to determine whether the appropriate penalty should be life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. First, each of you must determine whether any mitigating circumstance exists. A mitigating circumstance is not limited to the facts surrounding the crime. A mitigating circumstance may include any aspect of the defendant's character, background, or life, or any circumstance of the offense that may indicate the death penalty is not appropriate in this case. It is the defendant's burden to prove that one or more mitigating circumstances exist. A mitigating circumstance need not be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Instead, the defendant need only prove a mitigating circumstance by the greater weight of the evidence, which means evidence that more likely than not tends to establish the existence of a mitigating circumstance. If you determine by the greater weight of the evidence that a mitigating circumstance exists, you must consider it proven and give that evidence such weight as you determine it should receive. You need not reach a unanimous decision about whether the defendant has proven the existence of a mitigating circumstance. Any juror persuaded as to the existence of a mitigating circumstance must consider it in this case. Among the mitigating circumstances for each count you may consider are: 1, when Wade Wilson is not on drugs, he is charming, polite, cool, good mood, friendly, and outgoing. 2, Wade Wilson experienced the following mental health disorders: schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorders, delusions, paranoia, suicidal adjustment disorders, major depressive disorder, hallucinations, and perseveration. 3, while Wade Wilson was on drugs, he is out of his mind, on a rampage, makes him crazy, and makes him do wrong things. 4, the drugs that Wade Wilson took that night before the event led to an unanticipated effect. 5, Wade Wilson confessed to law enforcement to do the right thing. 6, Wade Wilson wanted to put Ms. Rees back with her family. 7, Wade Wilson is loved by his adoptive parents and sisters. 8, Wade Wilson felt abandoned by his biological parents. 9, Wade Wilson's mental illness started as a child. 10, Wade Wilson was involuntarily committed when he was a teenager. 11, Wade Wilson tried to reach out to biological parents when he became an adult. 12, Wade Wilson's biological parents were young and did not try to reach out to establish a relationship. "13, Wade Wilson was a loving son before mental health disorders." The final step in the process is for the jury to determine whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or to death. In making your decision, you must weigh all of the following factors. 1, whether sufficient aggravating factors exist, and 2, whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh the proven mitigating circumstances. The evidence that you have heard throughout the guilt and penalty phases of this trial should be considered as to each of the capital felonies for which we have found the defendant guilty, count 1 and count 4 of the indictment. However, in making your determination, you must consider whether the state has proven each aggravating factor beyond a reasonable doubt with respect to each capital felony individually. You must not let your verdict as to one aggravating factor affect your verdict with respect to another. Likewise, you must not let your verdict as to aggravating factors in one count affect your verdict as to the aggravating factors in the other. The process of weighing aggravating factors and mitigating circumstances is not a mechanical or mathematical process. In other words, you should not merely total the number of aggravating factors and compare that number to the total number of mitigating circumstances. The law contemplates that different factors or circumstances may be given different weight or values by different jurors. Therefore, in your decision-making process, each individual juror must decide what weight is to be given to a particular aggravating factor or mitigating circumstance. Regardless of the results of each juror's individual weighing process, even if you conclude that the sufficient aggravators outweigh the mitigators, the law neither compels nor requires you to recommend that the defendant should be sentenced to death. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, the court must sentence the defendant to life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. This recommendation is not binding on the court. However, I am required to assign and give great weight and deference to your recommendation. You will be provided a form to reflect your decisions. The fact that the jury can make its decisions on a single ballot should not influence you to act hastily or without due regard to the gravity of these proceedings. Before you vote, you should carefully consider and weigh the evidence, realizing that a human life is at stake, and bring your best judgment to bear in reaching your decisions. Weighing the evidence. When consider aggravating factors and mitigating circumstances, it is up to you to decide which evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in making your decision as to what sentence should be imposed. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, did the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give an opinion. However, an expert's opinion is only reliable when given on a subject about which you believe that person to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusions about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not be influenced in any way by his decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Defendant's statements. A statement claimed to have been made by the defendant outside of court has been placed before you. Such a statement should always be considered with caution and be weighed with great care to make certain it was freely and voluntarily made. Therefore, you must determine from the evidence that the defendant's alleged statement was knowingly, voluntarily, and freely made. In making this determination, you should consider the total circumstances, including, but not limited to, 1, whether the defendant made the statement, whether when the defendant made the statement, he had been threatened in order to get him to make it, and 2, whether anyone had promised him anything in order to get him to make it. If you conclude the defendant's out-of-court statement was not freely and voluntarily made, you should disregard it. Rules for deliberation. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2. The case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits in evidence and these instructions. 3. The case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. 6. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Cautionary instruction. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. The verdict form is as follows, and I'll read it to you. In the Circuit Court of the 20th Judicial Circuit in and for Lee County, Florida, criminal action, State of Florida versus Wade Wilson, case number 19 CF 568, jury verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, find as follows as to the defendant, Wade Wilson, in this case. As to count 1, first-degree murder, Christine Melton. A, aggravating factors. Check either yes or no to each. 1, we, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that Wade Wilson was previously convicted of a felony and under sentence of imprisonment or placed on community control or on felony probation. Yes, no. 2, we, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that Wade Wilson was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to the person. Yes, no. 3, we, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes, no. 4, we, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes, no. If you, the jury, answered no to every aggravating factor listed, you have completed your deliberations as to this count. If you, the jury, answered yes to any aggravating factor listed, proceed to section B. B, jury recommendation. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for a penalty of life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us have weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Wade Wilson should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. Check only 1. We, the jury, find Wade Wilson should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. We, the jury, find by a vote of blank to blank that Wade Wilson should be sentenced to death. As to count 4, first-degree murder, Diana Ruiz. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of A, aggravating factors, check either yes or no to each. 1, we, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that Wade Wilson was previously convicted of a felony and under sentence of imprisonment or placed on community control or on felony probation. Yes, no. 2, we, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that Wade Wilson was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to the person. Yes, no. 3, we, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes, no. 4, we, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes, no. If you, the jury, answered no to every aggravating factor listed, you have completed your deliberations as to this count. If you, the jury, answered yes to any aggravating factor listed, proceed to section B. B, jury recommendation. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for a penalty of life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. We, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstance. We have further considered whether Wade Wilson should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. Check only 1. We, the jury, find Wade Wilson should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. We, the jury, find by a vote of blank to blank that Wade Wilson should be sentenced to death. Dated this place for the date and for the signature of the 4-person juror number. Submitting case to jury. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. When you have reached decisions in conformity with these instructions, the appropriate form should be signed and dated by your 4-person. During deliberations, jurors must communicate only about the case, only with one another, and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case, and you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Many of you have cell phones, watches, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communications rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. In this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. During the trial, items received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate, or if you wish to see any exhibit not sent back to the jury room, please request that in writing. I cannot participate in your deliberations in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I'm another. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff signed by the 4-person. If you have questions, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here in open court. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate the rules we all share. With that, everyone except juror 445 and 269, correct? Is that agreed by the state and defense?
Yes.
You'll remain. And everybody else, you can take your notebooks, leave your cell phones if you have anything, and leave your watch here if you have things back there. The bailiff will get them and bring them back out. Yeah, we'll get that. It is. Yes.
Sir, what do you currently do for a living?
I'm a detective with the city Detroit Police Department.
And how long have you been?
Samantha Woll.
It'll be 25 years in October.
And what's your current role as a detective with the Detroit Police Department?
I am currently assigned to what they call a violent crime task force with the FBI.
And what is the FBI's violent
Yeah.
crime task force?
To investigate crimes that have a federal nexus that occur in the city.
Okay, and as a Detroit police officer, are you deputized to work federally with the FBI?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and as part of your role with the Violent Crimes Task Force, did you have some involvement into the investigation of the death of Samantha Woll?
I did.
And could you describe for the jury at a basic level what your involvement was?
Absolutely. Good morning. My role was to extract video from various locations.
And do you have any sort of training?
There's only
or
26
experience
people
when it
watching
comes
this
to the
trial
process of
in Detroit.
extracting video footage?
I do.
And what sort of training and experience do you have in that field?
I have field training, which I took with Sergeant Lance Sullivan and Sergeant Stephen Ford. I also did formal training down in Glencoe, Georgia at the federal law enforcement agency.
And as part of your role in extracting video, were you involved at all in looking for video from around the neighborhood of the home of Jeff Herbstman at 603 West Grand in Corktown?
Yes.
And as part of that
Okay.
side of the investigation,
Maybe more people
did
are
you
on
have
that
the
one.
opportunity to obtain some ring footage from a location of 592 West Grand Boulevard?
I did various locations, so if I could possibly review a report that would refresh my
In
recollection.
terms of all the video that you handled in this case, did you document your work with a police report?
I did, where I
And if you
collected
took a
from.
look at your police report, would that refresh your recollection as to that 592 West Grand Boulevard location?
Yes, sir.
And Pro Trainer? If you could take a look at your report and let me know if and when that has refreshed your recollection.
Yes, sir. Same. Yeah. Thank you.
When you're done, look up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and having taken a look at your report, does that refresh your recollection as to whether you obtained some ring footage from 592 West Grand Boulevard?
Yes, sir.
And did you obtain that footage?
I did.
And how did you obtain that footage?
We use what they call a, well, back then, I used what they call a ring portal. It's basically a law enforcement agency that they give access to law enforcement agencies. I was able to access that, use this footage, and then download it to a disk.
And when you downloaded that footage, did you provide it to other investigators in the case?
I did.
Okay. And in terms of your other role in extracting footage, were you responsible for extracting some footage that was ultimately used by Sergeant Lance Sullivan for purposes of creating a compilation video?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that extraction process,
Did you have the opportunity to visit a Bob Maxey Ford located at 1833 East Jefferson in Detroit?
I did.
And is that particular location equipped with a camera system?
It is.
And did you, were you able to actually access that camera system?
Yes.
Were you able to determine whether that camera system's time was accurate compared to real time?
Yes,
And was it accurate?
it was.
And did you ultimately download some footage from that camera system?
Yes.
And I'm holding what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 55. It's a disc. Is it your understanding that the footage that you downloaded is contained on this disc?
It is.
And when you downloaded that footage,
Yeah, I've been paying to promote it on my TikTok, but nobody's coming over to the channel.
Proposed Exhibit 55, Your Honor.
They're all saving the video and sharing it.
As part of your role in the extraction process, did you also have the opportunity to go to a location of 1405 Rivard Street in the city of Detroit?
Yes, sir.
And is there an apartment complex that's located there known as the Lafayette West?
Yes.
And is that apartment complex equipped with a camera system?
Yes.
And were you able to access that particular camera system?
No, to answer your question, I was put in contact with the person who facilitates their camera system.
Okay. And as part of that sort of contact, were you ultimately able to obtain some video from that system?
Yes.
And were you able to make any sort of determination as to whether that system time was accurate compared to real time?
Yes.
And was all of the system time at 1405 Rivard accurate compared to real time?
There was one system that I dealt with that had two camera times. If I may refresh my recollection, I can tell you exactly which one those are.
Yes. And is that on the report that you have in your hand, or is that a different report?
This one's different.
Okay.
This one is in reference to the report that I'm holding is in reference to Bob Maxey and 592 West Grand.
And you have a separate report regarding the 1405 Rivard
Yes.
place. If I could approach, Your Honor. Okay.
Okay.
And so what was the sort of accuracy in terms of the system time compared to real time for that system?
There were in fact two systems that needed to be downloaded. One of which was what we call even, which is basically on time. You look at your watch and you look at the clock, this system on there, and say, okay, it matches up. There was another one that was indeed 14 minutes and 58 seconds slow.
Okay. And you mentioned you ultimately came into possession of some video from 1405.
Yeah, I'm posting them as shorts on my YouTube, and I'm posting them all over
Yes.
social media.
When I went to that location, that system is kind of high tech. So it's basically in what they call a cloud basedness on a bunch of servers, big computers looking things. The person that actually runs that system, the custodian of it, does not work at that location. He works remote. So I had to get in contact with him. At that time, I gave him once I did get in contact with him, I gave him the parameters, the date and times.
Just what the Wayne County jail allows. You don't have any choice. You can just pick from 3 different care packages. One's there's a legal package, one has like food stuff in it, and the other one is like a hygiene package. So I sent him the food package,
That individual, did I
and then the
also
next one will be the legal package.
propose business record certification for that video to give?
It has like notepads and stuff.
And did that individual execute that business record certification?
He did.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 56. It's an envelope containing a thumb drive. Is it your understanding that that video from 1405 Rivard is on this thumb drive?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with that, I'd move to admit proposed exhibit 56, the 1405 Rivard video. It is a certified business record. I move to have it admitted under 902 subsection 11.
That'll be admitted. Did you admit the one, the first one, the ring? Was there
No,
something
no,
in it?
I just referred to it just for reference.
Oh, okay.
We'll cover that later.
Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't miss the admission of it.
And then I also want to ask about a Hungry Howie's Pizza located at 1533 East Lafayette in Detroit. Are you familiar with that location?
Yes, sir.
Where is that location relevant to, relative to the crime scene in this case?
It's fairly close. It's not far away at all.
Yeah, I feel bad. There's not
And,
many options to
is
send
that
him
system
stuff,
equipped with
but
a camera system.
Yes.
And when you went to that location, were you able to make any determination as to whether that camera system was on time or not?
Yes.
And was it on time?
If I may refer.
Yes.
Yes.
And if I could approach, I think,
Yeah, I think that
are you looking for a different report?
Yes, sir. Okay.
And having looked at your report, does that refresh your recollection as to whether the camera system at the Hungry Howie's was on time?
It does.
And was that system on time?
Yes, sir.
And did you ultimately download some video from that system from times relevant to this case?
I did.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 112. It's a disc. Is it your understanding that that video that you downloaded is on this disc?
Yes.
And again, did you make any sort of changes to the video or modifications to it when you downloaded it?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I move to admit exhibit, proposed exhibit 112.
Okay.
112 will be admitted.
And sir, is it fair to say that you downloaded some video from some other locations as well throughout the downtown area?
Yes.
In relation to this case? And as far as you know, in terms of the other video locations that you downloaded, were any of those ultimately utilized by Sergeant Sullivan for creating the compilation video in this case?
Again, there were various videos, so I can't tell you which ones were used, all of them.
Okay, but other than your sort of video extraction, was there any other sort of material role that you had in this investigation?
No.
Okay. No further questions, thank you.
Yes, sir.
where is this video?
Hey, good afternoon, sir.
Now, in regards to the video you extracted at 1405 Rivard, you indicated that one of the systems was 14 minutes and 58 seconds slow.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to ascertain which cameras that particular system monitored from that apartment complex?
Not exactly. I just transferred the footage.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you're not sure which of the two systems would operate which cameras that were on the building, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any other questions?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Thank you, you may step down.
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect timing for lunch.
Perfect timing for lunch.
So we will come back at,
Okay. Well, everybody is Um, what I did, we didn't miss anything before the lunch break because they were on another break. But I also heard that the Alberts have managed to show up.
I also pointed out that we all have our own built-in expectations and assumptions, even if we are not consciously aware of them. And I talked about some of the ways we can try to deal with them. First.
Sorry. This trial is they're finally, she's giving them instruction for the verdict because they finally are done. But the Alberts are actually at the trial now. They haven't been there the whole time. So now I guess that means it just jumped over. Oh, I had it on Fox News Detroit. Let's see. What did you want to watch, Kirsten? Huh. Well, that's not helpful. What is it? Where is it? It's probably something my boyfriend watches. Oh. What are we watching? He gets good views. It's got long titles too. Huh. I'm trying to figure out this whole YouTube thing. It's about I've been cracking up over the Lil Woody stuff, and I can't believe this woman, Tiffany Haynard, is still in office. Oh, well, that's what I was about to. She's that I can't believe she's still in office.
Saturday. Good afternoon, good evening, whatever time you guys are watching this. Thank you for tuning in. We got some more details with the Tiffany Haynard situation, y'all. And I mean, there's some juicy details. Now, 2 days ago, there was a village, there's a village meeting, and it went into flames, into a catastrophic failure, into chaos, bro. This shit was not good. It was terrible. Probably one of the worst meetings I've seen in a minute. But to top that off, as of today, we understand why Haynard missed the first meeting in the first place. Because as you recall, she stood up the crowd the day before, and then the next day, this chaos ensued. It's because it was her birthday, folks, and she just wanted to have a good old celebration with her family. Take a look at this picture. Yep, that's what Haynard was doing when she had obligations to the city. People not getting paid, people having questions, bankruptcy, just anything under the sun negative is happening right now. And she's over here having a jolly old time with her boyfriend and her daughter. But anyways, folks, I want to jump into this. I found a few things, man, specifically with Trustee Gonzalez. And I'm going to show you some of the most key moments that really you can tell they started to rock Haynard. The face of being unbothered is slowly withering away. Exhibit number 1.
Good evening, residents and residents only. First and foremost, attorney, relax your shoulders. How are you okay with just sitting there looking like a buffoon? Right. You don't say anything. You just sit there stuck on. You must be fixated on something on the bottom, so you just sit there like a buffoon, and you're okay with that. I mean, I just don't understand it. Trustee Carlisle, I was the one who came last time. Stand your ground, Trustee Carlisle. Stand your ground, Trustee Carlisle. What did you do? You let her bully you into changing your vote. Yeah, you did. Oh, okay. I may be correct. If you didn't change it, then I stand corrected. Okay.
Miss Ma'am need to check her facts real fast. But what's funny is I was noticing this lawyer all throughout my live stream the other day. Dude, he has zero. Like, you would probably think he's dead if you didn't check on him, or if you didn't check his pulse every once in a while. Bro is a statue. And I'm pretty sure he's adhering to that theory that if I stay very still, they won't see me.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Big ups, Trustee Carlisle. Or at least that stands now, because I'm gonna also speak to your address, which now I can receive better, because I was prepared to say it's difficult to receive that because I don't know what side you're on. You know, if you're so quick to just sway, you know, in a room full of residents and you know what the right thing to do is, you know, and you just stand on the wrong side, you know, you need to be better. And I'm glad, you know, that you've had an epiphany. Go, girl. So, Supervisor, just like Dan Lee said, you could have been professional about the cancellation of the meeting, and I say that because I saw you in the nail shop. I'm the one that saw you. You were in there. Your daughter is beautiful, very well spoken. I don't know how you guys communicate because she's very articulate. But this is what's coming. I said she's beautiful.
Someone telling me that my daughter is articulate and they don't know how the fuck she got that way is crazy. That, listen, I said it on stream, I'll say it again. That is some fighting words. If Hinyard wasn't in that seat right there, I know she's throwing hands with this woman. That is crazy. This is where it's gotten to, though, folks. And that's why I wanted to highlight this. We're out here straight up insulting the mayor about their children. Now, when last have you heard about that happen? Have you seen those things take place? That's, man, I don't know how she got that way. She's very articulate, wild, devious behavior. Yeah, and she got Hinyard right in the soft spot. You see her talking now. The whole time she's looking down at the floor, acting like she got so much pressing paperwork to finish. She looking up now, though. You got her attention now. Wild work right here. This lady is shout her out.
Time. You're cutting into my time. You're cutting into my time. I said she's beautiful. What it is. I said you're cutting into my time. Okay, I need that time back. But your time is up. That's too much. My time is not up. Anyway, no, we're in the nail shop. We're in the nail shop. You were there. No, my time is up. You know you were focused. You're mad now. No, but I'm just saying. No, you know what? Your time is up.
She still was able to say your daughter has more vocabulary than you, which is crazy work, bro. I don't know. See, and this is again lending to the theory that Hinyard just talks like this because she thinks she's cool. She's the hip, new age, cool mayor. Like, no, ma'am, shut the fuck up. Stop singing Rihanna, bitch better have my money in your office. And do some work, bro. But anyways, we're going to see Hinyard kind of try to change the tide here because throughout the meeting, she has her little minions. You know, they're like little spawns in the crowd. They just pop up every once in a while to just suck on her dick a little bit, just glaze on her. And then we'll go back to the regular programming as usual. There was 2 individuals. And we're going to kind of go through that real quick. But they, you know, came up and was like, oh, we got to be professional. This is a mockery. And honestly, I believe them. I think it was a little out of hand. But what I'm noticing is that she's strategically placing these people within the meeting to kind of buffer the blunt force trauma that she's receiving from everybody. But let's continue to, you know, her issue now with Trustee Gonzalez, because now there's an issue with paying people. And we want to know why. Remember, people aren't getting paid certain places now because the budget's all out of whack. So now people are holding off on paying certain people. Let's go ahead and check this out.
It's no sense of talking because y'all hearts are so hard and y'all won't even see or listen. But we had a lot of children. We have children working from 16 to 24. No.
I just had to throw Keith Freeman in there. Not Keith Freeman, Keith Price. For no reason at all, just to have a little cameo of the shithead Keith Price that supports him. It's hilarious. I put this clip in for no reason at all. He just talks out of his asshole. And keep in mind, most of these issues we're having, we're going to get to it in a moment, but most of these issues are over lawn care in this area for senior citizens. Now, when I tell you, if a board can't understand or can't figure out how to throw some money together and cut some senior citizen lawns, we got a bigger problem. Like when I tell you this board is so dysfunctional, and we're going to see but they talk about cutting grass almost the entire meeting. It's comical almost.
Trustee, hold on. You out of order. Hold on. No, this is the board, so.
It is the board.
So he can wait.
Hey, Stan Brown, you have the floor.
I don't have a problem with what Trustee Gunn has to say, because it may be something that will be relevant on what I need to elaborate on. So there's something specific on this here on the landscape.
Okay, so specifically we're talking about landscaping, right? Gonzalez tried to say something previously and he was cut off because it wasn't his turn. He's like, well, I'm on the board. I can say comments. She shuts him down. So this is where you see Stan come up here and he's like, no, let's hear what Gonzalez has to say. And this is where the whole senior citizen grass cutting debacle begins. People aren't getting paid. So let's see what's going on here.
You was talking about the landscaping?
Yes.
I like to hear it, so I can know what.
No, yeah.
If you don't mind, man. I like
It wasn't. He wasn't talking about
We could have been.
I'm going around it. Jesus.
Some of this could have been planned a few months back. We're in June and we're still talking about this. And I think one of the problems why we pulled some of the stuff out of this is because we haven't voted on it yet, but yet we're paying these people.
We haven't paid the people. What are you talking about?
Asking them to be paid today and we haven't voted on it yet. That's the problem.
So, okay, hold on, because I want to mix people up with what you're saying. The way it works is it come on this list, a check it comes the next day. We haven't paid nobody.
Exactly.
Nobody. So you just said that we paid people. We did not pay anybody. Okay, but say the right stuff up here. We have not paid nobody. It's on this list to get paid.
That's why we haven't paid. That's why we haven't paid.
Nothing besides that. Correct. Thank you. Don't tell the board.
Now, Henyard wants to look good in front of people, right? Her back is against the wall. So people obviously are going to get mad that they're not getting paid. There's going to be a few people that even come up on the stand, they're saying they're not getting paid. Gonzalez is trying to say that the process in order to pay these people needs to be looked over. And that's why no one has been paid yet, because we don't want to, misallocate the funds, overpay somebody, underpay somebody, right? So this is where Henyard can now insert herself, because remember, she's the deflection queen. If you look at her, you might see herself, because she's a fucking mirror half the time. So now it's a problem that she caused, but now that people aren't getting paid, she knows that she could get people behind her, because now it's like, oh, well, let's pay the people. Let's go ahead and pass listen, if it was up to Henyard, she would pay everybody everything. You know what I mean? Money doesn't even matter. Let's just pay everybody. Let's pay the police force, everybody $300,000 a year on the police force. Let's pay the waiter down at the restaurant $100,000 a year. She don't care. You know what I'm saying? So this is where she tries to gain the trust back, or not even the trust, the support back from some of her people, because something she caused in terms of, not paying, not going over the budget properly, something she caused. Now she can play on that because people aren't getting paid now. And whose fault is it? It's like the Spider-Man meme. She's pointing fingers. It's everybody else's fault. Let's go ahead and pay these people. Crazy.
You know Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes.
You straight?
Yeah.
Okay, the thing to that is the program starts the first week of May. And just so happened the high school kids, which information goes out to 215, that's TF North, TF South, 205.
Whenever Stan comes up on the stand, everybody calms the fuck down, because the man is a professional snooze fest. He will put you to sleep as soon as possible. But anyways, let's continue to see what Gonzalez has to say.
Actually, I mentioned to you before, Stan. I mean, of course, we want the seniors to get their lawn cut. It's not about that. It's about the process. That's what's wrong here. That's wrong. We shouldn't be talking about this in June. One of the other things is, maybe, like I said, trying to increase the pay for the kids. We're paying the contractors per cut, right? But we want not paying the kids per cut.
Okay, that's not true. So maybe you should talk to the finance department, because we pay more money when we had only kids. We was almost there. Is it
We're helping the kids.
Let me explain so I can give you that.
That's what it's supposed to be about.
It don't work like that.
Right. Well, it should. That's the problem here.
This is still a
It's a process.
Hold on, I'm trying to tell you. If you want to learn from me, I'm going to tell you.
Okay. Yeah.
This is a business.
Educate me.
You know, I said it before. She's the most unlearned person in the room. So she tries to say, you know, if you want to learn from me, let me educate you. See, it's because you don't know nothing. It's insecurities, people. You ever see short guys who just have anger issues? Insecurities, you know? You ever see stupid people who have, you know, problems taking accountability? Insecurities, guys. She's an insecure, walking, living, breathing. She's a living, breathing, walking insecurity. I promise you that. She's looking at all these YouTube videos feeling insecure as fuck. And you know why? It's because she's not competent for the job. And she knows that. It's a sad state to be in. And instead of improving yourself, you know, elevating yourself a little bit, she stays same hood rat Hinyard with her loud ass clothes, even though today it's not loud, but usually it is. I just find it funny that she tries to school people on anything.
Right now, for you lesson one-on-one. So this is a business, and you guys have to treat it as that. This is not just a handout, or we just want to help. Yes, we help anybody and everybody, but you got to still make it make sense. You have to still make sure you grow the township. Back before I got here, we was in the hole by, was it seven, Robert, what was the numbers to be exact? Do you remember? 700K, 800K, what was it for the lawn care? Do you know it? Okay, yeah, go get it so you can let him know what it is. So we save money, and I think it's at 400 or 500,000 right now with contractors and still with kids, and then at a set rate of 14.
And then she just sends her little fucking minion in the red shirt to go get it. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. I know he felt like less than a man the way she told him to do that. Okay, well, go get it. And he was like, oh, shit. No, okay. And he starts walking away. Bro, she got minions all around her. It's hilarious.
Robert, what was the numbers to be exact? Do you remember? 700K, 800K, what was it for the lawn care? Do you know it? Okay, yeah, go get it so you can let him know what it is. So we save money, and I think it's at 400 or 500,000 right now with contractors and still with kids, and then at a set rate of $14, $16 an hour. Before it was per cut. Do you know how much them kids was making per cut? It was somebody. Do you know? You out of order. Let us finish. Do you know how much a kid was making? What was they
I
check?
don't remember off the top of my head. Oh, a check?
Yeah, but what did they make?
I don't
What
remember
did they
what
make?
kid's check was making.
But you should know that, right? Because this is what you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
You should know that.
No.
So a kid made almost 5,000 more than a lot of people that work up here. A lot of people that's up here.
Okay.
A lot of residents. $5,000 checks, $6,000 checks.
How many checks?
So what I'm trying to explain to you is that you should do your research before y'all just get up here talking and
But
don't got no
it's a
facts.
program that's supposed to be for
Okay,
youth,
but you're
though.
missing the point. It's still a business. It's still a program for you.
If you add up how much we pay these contractors,
I did. And we did. It's in the budget. Did you read the budget?
Yes, I did.
And what do
The
it
one that
say?
hasn't been
What do it
approved
say
yet?
for lawn care?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so what do it say for lawn care if you read it?
Well, I'd have to look it up, but it's not been approved yet.
No. It ain't about it ain't been approved. When they give you
This is her glory right here. Her saving grace is she tries to get people on her side by getting them paid, tries to get budgets approved. She tries to literally shove it down your throat, make you look like the bad guy. She does it in Dalton. She does it everywhere. She tries her best to make you look like the bad guy to blackmail you into going her route. It is beautiful. It is actually, if there's one thing Hinyard is actually good at, is she's good at swaying the crowd perspective on things in terms of seeing things from a different angle. And instead of saying, oh, we have a fucked up budget that's going to put us in debt, now I can look at this angle and be like, oh, I'm not getting paid and I need to take care of my family. You know? She's good at it. So anyways, I'm going to skip ahead to one of the gentlemen who's being affected by this and just show you pretty much his perspective.
Ask you about 9 discs. And I want to start with a location of 454 West Alexandrian Street. Are you familiar with that location?
Yes.
And did you pull some video from that location?
Sorry.
From the relevant dates in this case?
Yes.
And can you explain at that location?
I keep talking about pulling video, but they're not showing any video.
On time with real time, or was there a difference between the system time and real time?
There was a difference,
And what was that difference?
if I can refer.
Yes, did you document these sort of differences that we're gonna discuss in a report?
Yes,
And would it help you to refresh your recollection to look at that report?
yes.
Please do.
It was 3 minutes and 27 seconds long.
Okay, and I'm holding what's been marked.
I'm sorry,
as-
fast.
Fast, okay.
Yes,
I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 58. Is it your understanding that the footage that you downloaded from that system at 454 West Alexandrian is on this disk?
yes.
Your Honor, I move to admit proposed exhibit 58.
Tables 58 will be admitted.
Now, at some point after you initially downloaded the footage from that location, did you go back to that location to attempt to get more footage?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of trying to go back to get more footage from that location?
The purpose was to get more footage to identify our suspect.
Okay, and once you went back to that location, were you able to get any more relevant footage, or had it been overwritten by that time?
It was overwritten.
And is that just a function of the system as you understand it?
Yes,
Okay. As part of your role in the case, did you also have some familiarity with a business called La Casa Cigars located downtown at 1502 Randolph?
yes,
And does that location have a camera system?
yes,
And did you extract some footage from that camera system
yes,
from the relevant times associated with this case? Is that fair to say?
yes,
Did you have the opportunity to figure out whether that camera system was on time or had a difference between real time?
it was sometime.
It was on time? Okay. And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 59. Is it your understanding that some of the footage you extracted from that system is on this particular disk?
Yes,
Your Honor, move to admit proposed exhibit 59.
Tables 59 is admitted.
And as part of your role in the investigation, did you also become familiar with a building known as the Old Mike Morse Building located at 2211 East Jefferson in Detroit?
yes,
And does that building have a camera system?
yes,
And did you download some footage from the relevant dates and times to this case from that camera system?
we recovered the DVR, yes,
Okay, and when you recovered the DVR from that location, did you ultimately process the DVR to extract footage from the DVR itself?
yes,
And that particular system, were you able to determine whether that system, did that system have like a system time that was actually visible when you watched the video?
no,
Were you able to determine whether the video that you pulled was from the specific sort of dates and times relevant to this case?
yes.
And how were you able to do that?
From green light. There was a green light north of the location, which I was able to compare the green light video to the Mike Morrison's video to say it's reasonably on time.
Okay, so were you looking at whether the videos, the two different videos recorded the same events at the same time?
Yes,
And were you able to conclude that the Mike Morse building video appeared to be on time based on
Yes.
that? And just to be clear, this particular Mike Morse video, you understand that Sergeant Sullivan ultimately created a video compilation for purposes of this case?
yes,
And is this particular Mike Morse video a significant part of that compilation?
not as significant.
Okay. And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 60. Is it your understanding that some of the relevant footage from the DVR for purposes of the feeding into the compilation video is contained on this disc that's been marked as proposed exhibit 60?
Yes,
I move to admit proposed exhibit 60, Your Honor.
I know that.
Table 60 is admitted.
And Sergeant, were you also, did you also go to the location of 3245 White Street, an enterprise car rental facility at that location in Detroit?
Yes,
And does that location have a video system?
yes,
And did you extract some footage from that video system from the dates and times relevant to this case?
yes,
And were you able to determine whether that system was on time?
yes,
And was it on time?
yes,
Okay. And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 61. Is it your understanding that some of the relevant footage you extracted from that system for purposes of Sergeant Sullivan's compilation video is contained on this disc?
yes,
I move to admit proposed exhibit 61.
People 61 is admitted.
And did you also become familiar as part of the investigation with a furniture store located at 3180 East Jefferson named Robinson Furniture in Detroit?
Yes,
And does that location have a camera system?
yes,
And did you extract some footage from that camera system from the dates and times relevant to this case?
yes,
And were you able to determine whether that camera system was on time?
yes,
And was it?
no,
And what was the difference between the system time and the real time? If I'm assuming you don't have this memorized, is
Right.
that correct? Would it help to refresh your recollection to look at your report?
yes.
Okay, please do.
It's 23 seconds fast.
Okay. And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 62. Is it your understanding that some of the relevant footage that you extracted from Robinson Furniture, to the extent it's used in Sergeant Sullivan's compilation video, is contained on this disc?
Yes,
Move to admit proposed exhibit 62.
People 62 is admitted.
And do you also have some familiarity with a Pizza Popolis on East Jefferson located at 3137 or 3171 East Jefferson?
yes,
And are those two addresses, those both kind of are the same location?
yes,
And does that establishment have a camera system at it?
yes,
And did you extract some footage from that camera system from the relevant dates and times?
yes,
And were you able to make a determination whether that system was on time or not on time?
it was not on time.
And what was the difference between that system's time and real time?
4 minutes and 4 seconds.
4 minutes and 4 seconds?
Yes.
Was it slow or fast?
If I can.
Sure.
Slow.
Slow, okay. And did you previously document in your report that it was roughly only about a minute
Yes.
slow? And was that, when you documented that, was that correct?
No.
But have you later come to confirm the actual difference in time?
Yes,
Okay. And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 63. Is it your understanding that some of the relevant footage you extracted from the Pizza Popolis for purposes of Sergeant Sullivan's compilation video is contained on this disc marked as proposed exhibit 63?
yes,
Okay. 6 down, 3 to go.
Well,
I'm sorry, I forgot to, I jumped ahead. I moved for the admission of proposed exhibit 63.
Oh yeah, it's on verdict watch. I'm watching it right now.
All right, so moving on.
She just got finished reading them the
Um,
instructions.
Did you also become familiar with some apartments located at 595 Shane Street in the city of Detroit?
yes,
And are those known as the King Apartments?
yes,
And does that apartment complex have a camera system?
yes,
And did you extract some footage from that camera system?
yes,
And were you able to determine whether that camera system's time was on time or not?
yes,
And was it on time?
no,
And what was the difference between that system's time and real time?
I think 7 minutes and 27 seconds, but I'll check if I can.
Yeah,
Sorry.
if you could, if it would refresh your recollection to look at your report, please do.
7 minutes and 37 seconds for this.
Okay. And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 64. Is it your understanding that some of the relevant footage that you extracted from that system for purposes of Sergeant Sullivan's compilation video is contained on this disc?
Yes.
I'd move to admit proposed exhibit 64.
It'll be admitted.
And as part of your investigation, did you also become familiar with a business known as CAPS, and that's KAPS, located at 1000 Maple in Detroit?
Yes.
And is there a camera located at that business?
Yes.
And did you extract some footage from the dates and times relevant to this case from that camera system?
Yes.
And when you did that, were you able to determine whether that camera system was on time?
Yes.
And was it on time?
Yes.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 65. Is it your understanding that the relevant footage for purposes of Sergeant Sullivan's compilation video is contained on this disc to the extent that you extracted it from 1000 Maple?
Yes.
Move to admit proposed exhibit 65.
I'm sorry, did you say 1,000 Maple?
Yeah, 1000 Maple. And
Hold on, I haven't ruled on it yet. Any objection?
I just have a different address.
that's what I was going to ask, because it shows up as in some of in some of the reports. Is this particular business also noted as 1300 Maple?
Yes.
And but is that the same business?
Yes.
Okay, so there's only one set of video from a location of 1000 block of Maple.
Right. So it's 1,000 Gratiot and 1,300 Maple. So the business is.
Okay, so when I guess I'm mistaken that it should be 1000 Gratiot, not or 1300 Maple. Is that correct?
Well, both is correct because the building sits on both. So it's two businesses. I mean, there's two combined locations for one business.
Okay, but we're talking about only one set of video from that area,
Yes.
and that video is on proposed exhibit 66, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 65. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
Did that clarify for you?
yes, so 1300 Maple. Okay, that's
1300 Maple or 1000 Gratiot?
okay.
Okay, then 65 will be admitted.
And as part of your investigation, did you also have some familiarity with a parking garage near the Harbor Town development located at 3400 East Jefferson?
Yes.
And does that development include a tower known as the Spinnaker Tower?
Yes.
And for the record, Spinnaker spelled Spinnaker. And does that location have a camera system?
Yes.
And did you extract some video from that camera system from the relevant dates and times for purposes of this case?
Yes.
And were you able to determine whether that camera system was on time or not?
Yes.
And was it on time?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 66. Is it your understanding that some of the relevant footage from that system, to the extent that it's used in certain compilation videos, contained on this disc?
Yes.
Thank you. I move to admit proposed exhibit 66.
That's 3400 East Jefferson?
Yes.
Okay.
Any objection?
No, I'm sorry, the witness stated that the time was one time?
Yes.
That'll be admitted, 66.
And did you also, these locations that we've talked about so far, were those the only locations that you extracted video from in connection with this case?
I need to show these videos they keep talking about.
Approximately how many other locations did you extract video from in this case?
There's several other locations.
Okay. But for purposes of Sergeant Sullivan's compilation video,
Cherry
would
picked
this be the video that
to be
you
put together.
extracted relevant to that compilation?
Yes.
And to the extent that you make any modifications to video when you extract it and process it, are those modifications limited to just making video viewable?
Yes.
And do you make any kind of alterations to the substance of the video in any way?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Gracious day.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. there was one thing I just want to note for the record. We do plan to recall Sergeant Ford later in the case for purposes of one of the interrogation videos, but at this point, we would just limit the questions to this video issue.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Yes.
Now, you indicated that this video extracted from 3400 East Jefferson, from your memory was on time?
Yes.
Did you ever author a supplemental police report indicating on which cameras you actually extracted data from?
Excuse me?
Have you ever authored a supplemental report within that report documenting which cameras you actually extracted video from?
No.
You never did a supplemental report?
I did a supplemental report on making a location and extracting video.
Okay. And in that supplemental report, you indicated that you extracted video from 3400 East Jefferson, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in that report, you indicated that there was a 16-second variance of the video extracted from 34 East Jefferson in actual time, correct?
Oh, about to refer. Yes, you're correct. It was 16 seconds long.
Was that fast or slow?
Slow.
Now, in regards to when you, I guess, attempted to authenticate the time that was from the video footage of the old Mike Morris video, you indicated that you compared it with a green light video?
Yes.
Now, is there anything specific in that green light video that you were able to observe in the green light and also corresponding with the Mike Morris?
Yes.
Yeah, everybody's bored right now because they're just putting people up here just to put them up here for make the jury tired.
No. Well, on the extraction report, unable to determine, but appears to be on time.
Okay. And when you made these observations of comparing the video footage from the green light from the video footage from the Mike Morris video, did you document the similarities between the two videos that led you to the conclusion that the Mike Morris video was on time?
No.
You didn't? So if anybody were to try to, I guess, reproduce or replicate your findings, you didn't need any, so to speak, breadcrumbs for them to be able to check your work to make sure that the green light video and the Mike Morris video were in sync as far as being in time.
They will be able to do the same thing I did.
Okay, but you didn't give them any type of clues as far as your findings in relationship to the comparison, correct?
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
We direct?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Any questions from the jury? Okay, you may step down, sir. Any objections to this one, excused for today, but subject to recall for future testimony?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, sir. Your next witness?
The people called Sergeant Lance Sullivan with the Detroit Police Department.
you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Yeah, please pull that mic up directly in front of your face and state your name and spell.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Sergeant Lance Sullivan. That's LanceSullivan.
Steve. Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
Yes, I'm a sergeant with the Detroit Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Detroit Police Department?
Almost 27 years.
And what's your current role with the Detroit Police Department?
Currently, I'm a supervisor with the Detroit FBI Violent Crime Task Force.
And how long have you been in that role?
5 years.
And as part of that role, are you deputized to work federally with the FBI?
Yes, I am.
And what are your what's your sort of primary area of focus with the FBI's Violent Crimes Task Force?
Like I say, as a supervisor, I pretty much touch all the cases we work on. I have a specialty in forensic video. I do a lot of video analysis work.
And how long have you been doing video analysis in connection with specifically homicide investigations or other violent crime investigations?
I started in 2009.
Okay. And back in 2009, what was your role with the Detroit Police Department at that time?
I was assigned to homicide.
And what did you do with homicide?
I spent 13 years in homicide, so I was an officer in homicide. I handled caseload, casework. I was promoted. So as a supervisor, I stayed at homicide, and I handled cases, assisted cases, worked on a lot of video on the cases.
Okay, and remind me, how long did you spend as a homicide detective with the Detroit Police Department?
13 years.
And what sort of specialized training do you have, if any, when it comes to the analysis and extraction of video?
Oh boy. So I'm certified through LEFA, which is the Law Enforcement and Emergency Services Video Association. And I'm considered a forensic and a technician through there. But through most of the training was through LEFA. I have over 1,000 classroom hours. And the trainings, well, it's everything is video as it relates to the law, extraction of videos, compilations of videos, imagery work, audio work.
And what sort of role, if any, did you have into the investigation into the death of Samantha Woll?
Initially, I was asked by the Homicide Task Force, specifically Detective Lieutenant Sanchez, to assist with the video, how do you call it, the video angle or the video end of it, if we were able to locate any, and kind of lead that piece.
Okay, and what was the first day you were involved in the investigation?
Well, originally I went to the scene the morning of the incident, just for the purpose of just getting the layout and seeing, where it was at, anticipating that I would be coming back and assisting. The next day I flew out for a week of training. And so it would have been the following, let's see, the 21st, 22nd, I flew out, 29th, I would return, 28th, I would return. That following Monday, I met with the Homicide Task Force and then the investigative team on this case. That's when I basically started.
Okay, and can you describe for the jury, sort of as a general matter, what was the effort like in this case to try to locate potentially relevant video?
I'm very consistent with all the homicide cases. It's all hands on deck. There's a lot of different personalities, a lot of people coming together. Specifically, like when I came in, albeit a week later, I was my idea or goal was to figure out where the investigation was and what was needed. Detective Trooper Alex Martinez, that first day I came to the meeting, he pulled me aside and said he observed an individual in a, I'm sorry, I apologize. Yeah, I apologize.
Let's see what someone else said.
Yes, ma'am. Based on a conversation I had, I kind of took the role or took the lead in trying to identify a specific person. I knew the task force was working on a number of different individuals, vetting out stories, verifying. So that was kind of my point was towards that individual.
And this, this particular individual, that you referenced in connection with the discussion you had with Detective Trooper Martinez, can you describe, where was the video of this individual located at that kind of caught your initial attention?
Yes, it was at a elementary school just east of the crime scene. If I may, I brought my timeline, if I could refer to it, because there's a lot of different numbers and times I could give you the address.
I'm gonna put up a map that's been admitted as, Exhibit 1. And specifically, page 2 of Exhibit 1, and there's a pointer there if you can point out which school you're talking about, which building.
Oh, it's just okay. So, I'm sorry. There's a school that's located just to the east of the actual crime scene. So it'd be right in this area right here.
Okay, and as part of your investigation, did you familiarize yourself with the cameras located at that school?
Yes. Yeah.
And did you ultimately obtain footage from those cameras?
Yes, I did.
And is that a Detroit public school at that location?
Yes.
Now the camera system there.
I have multiple screens up. I'm watching for Karen Reed's verdict, and I'm watching for Wade Wilson's
Talking about the
sentencing.
actual cameras themselves, or the
Yes.
system itself?
Yeah, just how I guess to the extent you understand how the system works there, can you explain that to the jury?
Yeah, so as with typical most of the schools that have the systems, there's cameras affixed. Basically, so they can see 360 degrees around the point. These cameras are covering the property. What we are interested in is external cameras only in this particular case. So like I said, we went and actually extracted the exterior cameras.
And is there an exterior camera that is positioned such that it captures part of Joliet Place within its view?
Yes, there's actually 2.
And those cameras, are they such that they're continuously recording, such that you can get video from every second of, let's say, every relevant hour, or do those cameras start and stop recording based on something?
Yeah, those cameras are considered motion-based, which means they're triggered by some type of motion.
Okay.
So you would have gaps in video.
And Your Honor, I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 75. It's a certified business record of footage from that location from 1445 East Lafayette, and I move for that to be admitted under Michigan Rule of Evidence 902 subsection 11.
That will be admitted. And that was what number again?
75, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And so once you had this particular subject identified in that video, what was the timing that you observed that subject in that video?
So the timing would have been approximately 3:52 a.m. I saw this individual in the parking lot west of the school.
Okay, and did that time frame have any significance to you in terms of the overall investigation?
Yes, it did.
And what was the significance of that time frame?
I was given information that based on the timeline, there was activity at the victim's residence after that location, or after that time. I'm sorry.
And what did you? I guess once this subject was identified in that video, can you explain what you did with that information in terms of collecting other relevant video?
Yes. So I guess the investigative technique is called like a geospatial analysis is the technical term for it. And what that is that's collecting digital information, whether it be cell phone data, cameras, anything that we can collect. And what we try to do is with investigations, the most basic, and it happens in all the investigations, is creating a timeline. Okay, so when I observed the individual in the parking lot, my timeline now was, in my mind, was going to work backwards because I want to know where that person came from. And so the idea is to get out basically and just kind of
Not yet. This is still the prosecution.
In my particular case was cameras. So from the school, I traveled west. It wasn't just me. It was a team really. The Avert unit. It was Sergeant Ford. Detective Mason was another one. But we basically get out to an area. Obviously the homicide task force involved, but get out to an area and basically walk that area and have multiple eyes looking in that area for different cameras. Once we identify the cameras, the idea is to extract video from those cameras and not just in one direction, but like we know, like the individual I saw walking the parking lot was walking north, actually across Lafayette. So my thought was to go west, go north, go east, and then of course go south where the person came from. Ultimately, once we find the person on video, then basically where they're coming from, I track backwards, right? So I'm trying to walk it backwards and find this person backwards. It took, just so you know, the process was, this whole process was literally weeks. And it was a lot of verification being done. Sergeant Ford, I probably talked to him 50 times. I told him I saw something on video I wanted him to see independently to confirm, to make sure we're looking at the right person that we're tracking. Ultimately, I was able to track that person. And when I say, I'm sorry, I got off track here, but that information, once it's collected, my thought, my plan is always to put that on a map and then see where that fits. And this is where the geospatial piece comes in, find out where that information fits on a map so I can visually see, as opposed to just looking at 50 cameras and wondering where the person's at.
And as part of this overall process, approximately how many different video sources did you have to work with?
Oh, wow. Video, well, a compilation I made, I think, contained at least 26 locations. And those are like physical locations. Those locations have multiple cameras. There's a lot of locations that we had pulled. Like I said, if someone was traveling from one direction, we pulled the other 3 directions just to make sure I knew we had the right person. There was probably over 100 locations checked. I don't know the number of how many actually were extracted, but.
And as part of, I guess, this overall process, did you personally extract some of the relevant video that ultimately was used in the compilation that you created in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And I
Well,
wanna
he
ask
just said this
about
went over
some of
weeks.
those videos.
So
Are you familiar with something called MyoVision?
Yes, sir.
did they even look at?
So MyoVision
Jeff?
is a common term for that would be like a traffic camera. It's a dome camera. The city of Detroit owns those. They're used for, typically used for traffic, to monitor traffic in the area, but I think there's roughly 350 cameras throughout the city.
And as your sort of role with the Detroit Police Department, do you have access to be able to download footage from the MyoVision system?
Yes, sir, I do.
And did you download some relevant footage from some locations in this case?
Yes, I did.
And based on your sort of historical familiarity with MyoVision, is that a system that is sort of on time in terms of its system time, or is there a difference between the system time and real time?
No, that time is consistent with real time. It's internet based.
Okay, and I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 68. Is it your understanding that some of the relevant MyoVision footage that you downloaded is contained on this disk?
Yes, sir.
I move to admit proposed exhibit 68. Now you mentioned getting some video from the public school located next to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Did you also have an opportunity to obtain some video from another Detroit public school located at 123 Selden?
Yes, sir.
And is that in the Midtown area?
Yes, it is.
Based on your familiarity with that video, were you able to determine whether the system time was on time or not?
Yes, I was able to determine it was on time or consistent with the world clock. Yes.
Okay, and is that the same for the video at the Chrysler School next to the scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is it fair to say you didn't actually pull that?
Yet they
video
both own
yourself,
North Face
but you obtained
jackets.
it from Detroit public school system?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and Your Honor, I'm holding what's been marked as proposed.
It just seems kind of weird.
Certified business record of video from 123 Selden, and I move for that to be admitted under Michigan Rule of Evidence 902 subsection 11.
It'll be admitted.
As part of your attempts to extract video, did you come across a location known as the Orchestra Tower at 3501 Woodward?
Yes.
And were you able to obtain video from a camera system at that location?
Yes, sir. That was actually a green light camera.
Okay, and what is, I know you mentioned green light before. Can you explain to the jury, and just for the record, what green light is?
Yes, green light is it's a City of Detroit program. It's a video surveillance system that businesses can actually purchase and buy in to the system. Detroit police have access to that system. And obviously investigators, like myself, I have access to it. And I think as of, it fluctuates. I'm sorry. There's roughly like 950 businesses now in the city that have the green light camera.
Okay, and when you say that police officers can have access to that system, is it a cloud-based storage system?
Yes.
And can you go into that system and pull video out of it?
Yes.
And did you do that when it comes to the Orchestra Tower video at 3501 Woodward?
Yes, sir. I did.
And I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 70. Is it your understanding that the video that you pulled from that location is on this disc?
Yes.
I move to admit proposed exhibit 70, Your Honor.
It'll be admitted.
And as part of your process of collecting video, did you have some familiarity with various cameras from Illich holding companies buildings in the greater downtown area?
Yes, sir, I did.
Through working with Illich Holdings, did you obtain footage from a number of different camera systems and a number of different buildings associated with Illich?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, I'm holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 71. Again, it's a certified business record of Illich Holdings video, and I move for that to be admitted under 902 subsection 11.
That'll be admitted as well.
And that Illich video, are you familiar with whether the system time on that video is accurate or not?
Yes, I am familiar, and it is accurate to the world clock.
Okay. As part of your role in this investigation, did you also obtain some footage from Rock?
Yes, sir. Rock Security.
Rock Security.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
And is that the sort of security organization for the Bedrock companies downtown?
Yes, sir, it is.
And can you explain to the jury just sort of what their surveillance camera capabilities are at Rock?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. It's a large part of downtown Detroit is covered by Rock. They have their own security company, so their interest is obviously the security. They have a command center, much like a police department, that has access to thousands of cameras.
And did you have an opportunity to go to their command center to sort of pick certain video to extract from their system?
Yes, sir.
And did anybody from the FBI assist you with that process?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Special Agent Brian Tolstis.
Okay. And so what was your method of working with Rock and Special Agent Brian Tolstis to identify relevant video?
So, like I talked about, like the analysis, working backwards to find the person that was in the school. Once that was completed, that basically took me like back to the scene, and then the track was then to move forward. And once that track moving forward took us into the downtown area, I was allowed to go to the command center, along with Special Agent Tolstis and his ability to analyze cell phones. And then basically the three of us sat down, meaning the third person from Rock Security. We sat down based on where I was tracking the video, and Agent Tols's cell phone analysis, and we were able to locate the person based on those.
And in working with the ROC security video system, were you able to determine whether that system was on time or not?
Yes, it was able to determine it was on time.
Okay, and did you ultimately obtain footage from a number of different cameras from ROC security?
Yes, sir.
And Your Honor, I'm holding what's been marked as Exhibit 72. Again, it's a certified business record of ROC security footage, and I move for that to be admitted under Michigan Rule of Evidence 902 subsection 11.
That'll be admitted as well.
And as part of your role in this case, did you come into possession of some video from the 36th District Courthouse located at 421 Madison in Detroit?
Yes, sir.
In reviewing that footage, were you able to determine whether that system time was accurate or not?
That was, and it was accurate.
Okay, and Your Honor, again, I'm pulling what's been marked as proposed exhibit 76. It's a certified business record from 36th District Court security footage, and I move for that to be admitted under 902 subsection 11.
That'll be admitted as well.
And as part of your investigation, did you also download some green light footage from a business at 2600 East Jefferson and another one at 2760 East Jefferson?
Yes, sir.
Did you personally go and download that footage from the cloud from those two locations?
Yeah, I think we don't take missing children cases seriously enough. I think telling people, parents, they have to wait 48 to 72 hours in this day and time is just ridiculous.
And I'm also holding what's been marked as proposed exhibit 74. Is it your understanding that the footage from 2760 East Jefferson is on this disc?
Yes, sir.
I move to admit proposed exhibit 74.
That'll be admitted.
Okay, once you had this sort of total universe of video that we've talked about today, plus video from Avert, plus video from Sergeant Ford, plus video from Detective Mason, what did you do with that video for purposes of trial?
So what I did was obviously wanted to line all the video up. Any of the system times that were off, I wanted to make sure I knew what the real time on those were so I could accurately basically put those videos together and find out where this person was at the relevant times, at the relevant locations. And so what I did was I was able to, from the hours and hours and hours of video, I was able to basically clip the person that I was following into sections from each individual camera and then basically put those together.
And this compilation video, is that would you say that's a fair and accurate depiction of the individual that you tracked using video from these dozens of sources that we've discussed?
Yes.
Would you say, if we were to go through and look at all the sort of raw footage independently, would that be feasible in a courtroom?
Not at all. Not at all.
And why is that?
Because there's so much video, and even in the process of identifying the person, we may look at 20 minutes of video, and the person might have been in the video for 5 seconds. So it was a matter of finding the time, finding that. So that's where the tedious piece came into locating that person and then clipping it to that point. I'm sorry.
Sorry, and the compilation video that you created, would you say that would be a helpful summary to help illustrate the trajectory of the individual that you tracked?
Oh, absolutely. And like I said, every homicide investigation contains a timeline.
I would have totally
What I tried to do
objected
is,
for this
create the
compilation video to
timeline,
be
and
entered
This is very accurate.
And I'm holding
because it is a
USB drive marked as
manipulated video,
Is it your
much like in
understanding
the
that overall compilation
Kyle Rittenhouse.
created for purposes of trial is on this thumb drive?
Yes, sir.
They did the same thing in that trial, and they should not. The judge rightfully
And,
did not allow that
did you
video.
also oversee the creation of a more,
because it
I
was
guess, a
manipulated.
shorter summary, including a map, just to show some of the locations of key videos in this case?
Yes, I did.
And again, is that map that was created, is that a fair and accurate summary of the overall compilation?
Yes, it is.
And is it your understanding that summary map is contained on this disc that I'm holding that's marked as proposed exhibit 77?
Yes, sir.
I'd move to admit proposed exhibit 77.
77 is what as well.
And with this exhibit 1 up on the screen, there's a couple of addresses I think that we're going to be talking about. One of them is 1405 Rivard. Are you able to point to the jury where that location is?
Yes, that's going to be to the west and to the north of this red dot.
Okay. And do you see the building directly the southeast of that location?
Southeast.
If you go, yeah, right there. What's that building there?
That is I believe it's a vacant school.
And did you look into the possibility of obtaining video from that building?
Oh, absolutely.
And were you able to obtain any footage from that?
No.
Okay. And we're also going to talk about the Ducharme Place apartments. Do you see where that is located on this map?
Yes, sir.
And can you point that out to the jury?
It's a series of buildings over here to the right side of the screen, near the center.
And again, just for orientation purposes, you see the general area of the.
Well, I disagree with this compilation video because you can cherry pick and choose what you want to be added into the video.
I'm going to publish exhibit 77.
You can leave out what you don't want to be in the video. I mean, this doesn't make sense. It's like creating your own timeline. I highly disagree with this.
Starting at the beginning of the video here, what's the location that's called out at this point? Sorry, I'm going to go back for a minute. Just at the very beginning, stopping at 5 seconds into the video, what's the location that's called out here?
Homicide scene.
Okay. And then this second location that's labeled as number 1, what's that location?
454 West Alexandria.
And what's the significance of that location in terms of the overall investigation?
That's it's an apartment complex, and that's the initial place that we began tracking the individual that we were tracking, and also is the last place that this person went.
Okay. And so when does the video begin the tracking process? What's the time reflected there?
12:42 a.m.
Okay, and is this just a still image that we're looking at from that location at that time?
Yes.
And what's the second location? We backtrack a moment. What's that second location?
1405 Rivard.
And moving on, is this a still image of video from that location?
Yes, it is.
And what's the time reflected here?
1:44:38, and that would be a.m.
And why is that little box that the time is in kind of disrupted compared to the rest of the video?
Because that is an actual, that's the actual correct time overlaid onto that video. Remember,
Is that a modification that you made to reflect the accurate time on the video?
yes, like I explained before, the times that weren't accurate, I wanted to make sure I could line those up to the real time, and this is an example of that.
And that location.
No, see, I would object.
1405 Rivard, how close is that to
No,
the scene?
and I would object to that because that.
I you want me to point to it, or you mean like mileage? It's quarter of a mile, like.
Okay.
Your Honor, is he speculating or did he actually measure the exact distance from this location to the scene? Sound like speculating.
That's fine. I'll move.
First of all, how do you know that's Michael in that picture? Like,
And so between.
so you have
these
a
two
picture of
points,
him
points
leaving
1
an
and 2,
apartment,
Are we gonna see video on the overall compilation video between those sort of?
and then
points
there's
in
a guy
time?
walking along the street.
Okay. And just moving on, what's the next point reflected on the?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say,
location
Gwen.
And time.
Ducharme Apartments that we were referring to, 1544 East Lafayette.
Okay.
The time is 2:16 a.m.
And what's the significance of this screenshot reflected here at 31 seconds in the video relative to that location?
So that's a photograph that was given to me, removed from a phone.
Okay. And did you do anything? I'm going to just jump back really quick to what's been admitted as Exhibit 48. Have you seen this video before?
Yes.
And did you do anything to look into the potential location of this video?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what your sort of process was to try to verify the location of this video?
Yeah. So myself and Detective Bloom, Sergeant Bloom, I'm sorry, went to the Ducharme Apartments based on the information from the owner of that car, where the owner parked the vehicle, and actually went to the parking space and found the location.
Okay, and how was it that you were able to find the specific location?
Number one, he had told us where, and then the other piece, I didn't do the announcement. There's a series of oil spots on the ground behind the vehicle that matched up with the location that we had gone to, that parking space with those spots. Very similar.
I don't understand. I'm so confused.
And going back to Exhibit 77.
Are they saying this is they found the car that night?
What's the next time and location reflected here?
The time is 3:05 a.m. and the location is White and McDougal, which is an intersection.
Okay, and again, in the overall compilation, are we going to see some video between these 2 points, 3 and 4?
Yes.
Okay, and just moving to the screenshot here. What's the location of this particular screenshot?
White and McDougal.
And what's the significance of this particular screenshot?
The individual that I was tracking, walking away from parked vehicles, carrying a bag.
Okay, and is there any significance to that bag, I guess, going forward in the video as we move forward?
Yes.
And what's the significance?
So originally, when I started in on this investigation, in that parking lot of the school, looking west, there was a person carrying a bag, and that was the bag. So I was tracking the bag backwards. And the significance is this is the point where the person picked up the bag.
Okay, and if we move forward in the video, what's the next point and time reflected in the video?
So it's 3320 Spinnaker Lane, and it's at 3:12 a.m.
And what's the significance of the screenshot immediately following that?
That is the person I was tracking actually going over that wall, climbing that wall, and then from there, that person then stepped onto the parking structure located on the right side of the screen.
And are you personally familiar with this specific area that's depicted here?
Yes, sir. I am.
And is that parking garage that's shown here, is that something that's open and accessible to the general public?
No.
Is it secured?
It's secured, yes.
Okay, and how about the parking garage at Ducharme Place that was previously referenced. Is that something that's open and accessible?
No, it's not. That's secured also.
Okay. And what's the next date and time reflected here?
That is the date. It's all October 21st, 2023. It's 3:24 a.m. and that is 3171 East Jefferson.
And that time that's reflected there, 3:24, is that the system time from the camera or the real time from the camera?
That's the system time.
Okay, what would the real time correspond to?
I believe that camera's 4 minutes off.
Who is that?
4 minutes and 4 seconds off.
Okay. And I guess what's the significance of this screenshot associated with that time and place?
Yeah, so this is from Pizza Populous, which is a business there, and this would have been again following the timeline. This is the individual that then came up past this camera carrying that bag.
Okay.
Okay. So they have a bag.
And what's the next location and time reflected?
Homicide scene.
Okay.
That is on October 21st, 2023, 4 a.m.
What is that? What is that?
And that brief video that was played, what was the significance of that video?
The significance was a person had walked across
A person.
from right to left. That video slowed down because it happened really fast. And the person walks in front of a light colored vehicle, appears to be carrying some type of light object.
What?
And is this is at 4 a.m.?
4 a.m. Yes, sir.
And between 4 a.m. and 4:20 a.m., was there any other video that you were able to identify?
No.
Okay.
Well, if I could, I was able. This video continued to run through motion, but I was not able to identify any other people.
Okay. Were you able to identify the subject that you were tracking in video between 4 a.m. and 4:20 a.m.?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. And if we go to the next point, what's the location and the time of the next point reflected here as number 8?
The time is 4:24 a.m. Location is 1211 Chrysler.
And where is that located relevant or relative to the crime scene?
That is to the west of the crime scene, so it's on the west side of 75.
Okay. And in this screenshot, can you see where 375 is in relation to the
Look, there's other people.
subject?
Yes, sir.
And where's that?
It is. It's at the top of the screen. There's a guardrail. It's on the other side of that.
Okay, and so coming from the crime scene, would you have to cross over the freeway to get to this point?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the time again of this?
Oh, I don't recall. Can we go back to the screen first? And this is 4:24 a.m.
How far away is it? Hi,
You
Jenny.
see the what appear to be the shoulder straps on the individual at this point?
Yes.
Before this point in time, were those, I guess, visible in any other videos that you observed of this individual?
Not prior. No.
Okay.
Are there any businesses around there that are open 24 hours a day? It is downtown Detroit.
And what's the next point reflected here and the time?
Yeah, this is 421 Madison, which is 36th District Court. It's October 21st, 2023, and it's 4:29 a.m.
Okay, so would it be fair to say this is moving west from the last point?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess what's the significance of this screenshot that follows that point?
This is the person that I was tracking.
Okay, and that would be at the 36th District Court location?
Correct. Yes.
I thought they had video of him actually opening car doors. Do they not?
And then what's the next point in time reflected here?
There'd be Cass and Charlotte, which are streets. It's an intersection. 4:45 a.m.
And if we, when we look at the overall compilation video, are we going to see video between points 9 and 10?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the significance, I guess, of the screenshot that follows at that point in time?
This is beyond the 36th district court.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is the individual I was tracking, walking north on Cass.
Okay. And what's point number 11? What's the location and the time associated with that?
This is 454 West Alexandria. It is an apartment building, and it is 4:55 a.m.
And is that the same as the point of origin?
Yes. That's what it started.
And again, when we look at the overall compilation video, are we going to see more video footage from between points 10 and 11?
Yes.
And the screenshot immediately following point 11, what's the significance of that?
That is a person coming into the building.
Okay. I want to publish Exhibit 78. And Your Honor, just for the record, this is going to be a bit lengthy. I don't, if the court, just throwing it out there, if the court wanted to do a break now or.
Do you need a break?
No,
How, I mean, more than half an hour?
no.
It's an hour and a half, and there's going to be a couple of questions in between.
Well, we won't even.
And no, I understand we're not going to get it done today.
Do we need a
No.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Ay.
Okay. We'll break for 5 minutes.
Well, okay. I'm confused. I don't. For all we know, that could be two totally different people. There could be some person, I mean, yeah, the person with the white bag could be a completely different person. I need to go back. This is like very irritating because I don't think, I mean, you're in Detroit. I mean, even Jeff had a North Face jacket when they went into his house. So I'm just like, how many people have North Face jackets? Everybody. And then there were other people walking behind him. How are you going to point out a shadow that's like so far away and say that's the same person? You can't even say that. That's not even a thing. That's terrible. I would not think that would be allowed to be in as evidence because they really just pieced all that together. Those could be two totally different people. So now I have to go back. Hold on. Let me see. Real quick, because I need to see when he left the house. This guy's boring, by the way.
Second location that's labeled as number 1. What's that location?
454 West Alexandria.
And what's the significance of that location in terms of the overall investigation?
That's it's an apartment complex, and that's the initial place that we began tracking the the individual that we're tracking, and also is the last place that this person went.
Okay.
Okay. And so when does the video begin, the tracking process? What's the time reflected there?
12:42 a.m.
Okay, and is this just a
So-
still image that we're looking at from that location at that time?
Yes.
What does he have in his hand?
And what's the second location?
He doesn't have a bag in his hand.
What's that second location?
1405 Rivard.
And moving on, is this a still image of video from that location?
Yes, it is.
And what's the time reflected here?
1:44:38, and that would be a.m.
And why is that little box that the time is in kind of disrupted compared to the
So
rest
he
of
doesn't
it?
have anything in his
That-
hand.
That is that's the actual correct time overlaid onto that video. Remember,
Is that a modification that you made to points one? What's the significance of this?
I want to know what the significance of the car pictures are. Why did they take pictures of the car? I don't understand. But he's not carrying a white bag. And then, like, I'm very frustrated because I don't understand where the legs, I know. Oh my gosh, the legs are just like, they're just so skinny. I mean, I guess he could have skinny legs like that, but I just think that it's very manipulated. I mean, if they went through that many hours and hours and hours of video and then they decided to narrow it down, like, where is the video of him actually breaking into vehicles like they said that he was doing? I want to see that. Because that should all be a part of this montage that he made. No, that's his car. That's the Dodge Charger. It almost kind of looks like a woman in some of the No, that's ridiculous. I don't think that is, you can significantly say that that is him. If that's the best they've got, they're in trouble. I can't believe this has gone to trial with that terrible video evidence. Yeah, some of the images look like a female. And I can tell you that camera images, like being on camera, it definitely adds 10 pounds. I don't care what anybody says. I've been on film a lot and it adds weight. Yeah, or a teenager, yeah. But I'm not thinking. I'm just trying to figure out how the blood got on his jacket. But that's not evidence. Grainy video, that's not evidence. Well, he hasn't got up there and cross-examined him yet, but he should have. I would have done objected, even though they would have been allowed to enter that evidence anyway. I would have objected based on that's not accurate. That's modified evidence. Yeah, they're still on break on the Wilson. They haven't come back. I've got multiple screens going.
Record in versus Michael Jackson Bolanos. I know for the record that all parties are present, including Mr. Jackson Bolanos and our jurors, counsel, and the witness has presented his place on the stand. You may continue. I believe you were about to play. Can't remember what exhibit it is, but
78.
okay. Do we need to adjust lights in here at all, or? Okay. Well, let's see how it goes.
Sergeant, so directing your attention to Exhibit 78 on the screen behind you, this first portion of the video, what's the location of this video?
This is 454 West Alexandria.
Okay, and if we just quickly go to Exhibit 54.
Oh my gosh.
Can you point to that location on this map?
This is what I've been waiting on.
The general area of that location?
General area is over near this yellow box. I'm sorry. Left side of the screen near the middle.
Okay. And just stopping 12 seconds in. Now, this individual that we see depicted here, 12 seconds into the video, in connection with your overall analysis, is there anything significant about that individual's attire?
Yes.
That helps inform your overall analysis and the tracking.
Yes. Yes.
And what is it?
The jacket, color, style, the North Face emblem on it, the dark shoes.
Okay, and
all
I'm going to
dark
resume the
clothes.
video 12 seconds in. And this next area, starting at about 35 seconds into the video, this next area that we're looking at, where is this area?
This is 123 Selden, which is a Detroit public school. This area is just south of the apartment building 454 and just to the east of the building. So
Okay.
it's just up around the corner, up to the left. the
And we
apartment
see
building.
the green circle that was reflected in the video. Is that something
Yes.
that you put in the video?
I did.
Okay.
You may sit down during this part if you would like, or you can stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll take a seat. I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit here. Skipping ahead to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Did you do something to speed up the video throughout that point too?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes.
And this time that's reflected here, is that consistent with real time or a difference from real time?
No, this is real time.
And at about 4 minutes into the video, what's the real time that's reflected here?
12:53:30 a.m.
And again, approximately how far away is this location reflected here from 454 West Alexandria?
About a block and a half.
Okay, I'm skipping ahead to 8 minutes and 30 seconds. And what's the time reflected now?
12:58:14 a.m.
And what's the location now that we're looking at, starting at 9 minutes and 15 seconds?
So we are on Selden Street. This is the north side of the school, and the camera's looking east towards Cass Avenue.
So still in the general area of the last portion of the video?
Yes. Same camera system, just a different camera.
Now, during this general portion of the video, did the subject appear to be using anything with his hands?
Yeah. There was appeared to be emitting a light. The individual was holding this object near his head or their head area.
And starting at 10 minutes and 5 seconds, what area are we in now?
This is this camera is actually looking the opposite direction of the last camera, so it's still on the 123 Selden building. It's looking to the east, and the road on the right side is Woodward Avenue.
So the subject's moving towards Woodward now?
Correct, walking east towards Woodward.
No, you've reviewed this video quite a bit, is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair.
And was there anything relevant in this portion of the video in terms of the investigation?
Yes, sir.
And what was it, I guess, if anything, that captured your attention in this portion of
Yeah,
the video?
so where the individual walks captured my attention because they actually end up going the opposite direction. But near this, literally in the center of the screen, there's a couple of vehicles parked there. The vehicle to the far left, the trunk is open on the vehicle. And then reviewing the video prior to this, about 10 minutes prior to this, there's a group of individuals that pulled up with those vehicles. They got out, they got into another vehicle, and as they were driving away, that vehicle latch opened up.
So the door was left open?
The door was left open, yes.
And our subject walked north on Woodward, is that correct?
Correct. North on Woodward, past the building, temporarily out of sight.
And this is at what time again?
This is 1:02:07 a.m.
And is our subject back in sight now at 1:02:15?
Yes.
And so at the tail end of that clip, at about 12:35 into the video, which direction down Woodward was the subject walking?
It would be south. So on the video screen, it was kind of like near the center towards the right.
Okay, and would that be toward downtown?
Yes, sir.
And starting at 12 minutes and 40 seconds, what's the source of the video we're looking at here?
If I could refer to my timeline report for the address, this is an apartment building that I downloaded the video from the green light.
Sure. Do you have a copy of your report, Andy?
I do.
And would it help to refresh your recollection if you looked at it?
It would. That'd be 3501 Woodward.
Okay. And do you see the time reflected up here of 5:06 a.m.? Is that accurate with real time, or is that the green light system time?
That is the green light system time.
And what would be the real time once converted?
That'd be 106 a.m.
And is Woodward visible in this view here?
Yes, it is. So
And where is Woodward?
it is near the center of the screen, and it's actually traveling from left to right. There's a dark colored vehicle that just walked by. That person's paralleling Woodward.
Okay, and heading in what direction on Woodward, north or south?
South.
Okay, and starting at 13 minutes and 5 seconds into the video, what's the source of the video at this point?
This is Illich Holdings, their security system. This is down near Little Caesars Arena.
And is this still Woodward visible in this video?
Yes, it is. It's
And what's the time reflected at this point in the video?
So you mean to tell me that he could have gone into the trunk of the car was open and he didn't go into that, but yet he was breaking into cars all night? He's just walking aimlessly downtown though, breaking into cars, and there was one that was wide open and he didn't go into it.
And I'm going to stop at 13 minutes and 53 seconds and go back to exhibit 54. Can you point out the general area that we were looking at here on the video on exhibit 54?
Yes, this would be on Woodward Avenue near this area right in through here.
Okay, so just before hitting the freeway?
Yeah, north of the 75, which runs right, left to right near those green dots.
Okay. And I resume playing the video at 13 minutes and 54 seconds. What's the source of the video we're looking at this point?
This is also Illich Holdings.
And again, what's the time reflected on this video?
1:14:04 a.m.
And are we still on Woodward?
Yes, walking south.
And how about now starting at 14 minutes and 15
Okay,
seconds?
so this camera's part of Illich Holdings cameras, but it's pointing east on the 75 Service Drive. And the Service Drive is the predominant street in the area here. And then from that top left, kind of angling down to the right is Woodward. And the individual I was tracking is walking with the green ellipse on.
Yeah, just in terms of exhibit 54, can we point out the intersection of 75 and Woodward?
Yeah, that would be right in this area right in here.
And 14 minutes and 33 seconds in the video. What's the source of the video here?
This is Illich Holdings, and the building we're looking at on the right side is part of Hockey Town.
Okay, and what's the road that's right here at the top
Yeah.
left-hand corner?
That's Woodward. Woodward Avenue.
And what's the time reflected here?
Looks like 1:18:06 a.m.
So still heading southbound down Woodward?
Yes, I'm sorry, that was 1:16. I apologize.
Okay.
Yes, continuing
And-
south.
And again, going back to exhibit 56, where would that general location be?
That would be kind of near the center left portion still of the screen here.
I mean, honestly, my only question is, what is your butt doing out in the middle of the night just walking around downtown Detroit? Like, what are you doing?
And still, is Woodward still visible?
Yes, there's traffic traveling from left to right up on the top. That's Woodward Avenue, and this is Montcalm Street.
Other than that,
Okay,
he's
so
not
that's-
doing anything.
Left Woodward and going down Mount.
He's just
Calm.
minding his
West down
business.
Montcalm, towards,
And what's the time reflected at this point?
about 1:17 a.m.
And 15 minutes and 30 seconds into the video, are we still looking at Illich Holdings video?
Yes, sir.
Or are we still looking at Mount Calm?
Yes, approaching Park Avenue.
There's nothing going on in downtown Detroit on a Friday night. Yeah.
15:56 into the video.
Probably.
What's the source of the video here?
This is Illich Holdings also, and this is a camera that's affixed to a pole near a parking lot.
Because she does text him at some point, like, are you
Subject
okay?
Near the top left, there's a green ellipse that was around, and it turned from Montcalm to southbound Park Street.
Okay, I'm just briefly stopping at 16 minutes and 20 seconds into the video. What's the source of the video here?
This is Illich Holdings again.
And what's the time reflected at this point?
Boy, tough to see. Looks like 16:58 or 18:50. If you could play it, maybe it'll clear it up a little bit. No, it's not helping. Okay, so it's 18:58 a.m.
And what's the intersection that's reflected here?
Oh boy, that's a tough one.
Yeah, it is a tough
I
one.
don't know. Dead ends into the park. I don't recall offhand. That's what we're looking at. Is that the direction is south on Park Avenue.
And if we go to Exhibit 54, can you point out the sort of general location?
Yeah, so this is being Woodward right here, so it's a block over west of that in this particular area right here.
Okay,
Yeah,
kind
where
of
it
near
says
Foxtown.
Foxtown, where the words are, yes.
Okay, resuming the video at 16 minutes and 25 seconds. And stopping at 60 minutes and 40 seconds. What's the source of the video here? Still Illich Holdings?
Yes, sir, it is.
And still same general Foxtown area here?
It is, yes. Still traveling south.
Not doing a thing. Just walking. What about that person walking?
And starting at 17 minutes and 15 seconds into the video, what's the source of the video here?
So this is, we switched over to Rock Security,
Okay.
and this is affixed to an apartment building or hotel up near the roof, looking down.
What's the intersection or the general area where the circle is depicted
Right,
here?
so that is Park Avenue, kind of flowing like in the horseshoe shape, and then the street that's going from right to left near the center is Park Avenue. Oh, I'm sorry, Adams Avenue. West Adams.
I'm just circling a random figure.
And this call out in the bottom right hand corner, is this a zoom in of the same footage?
It's a street level camera, and they're synchronized.
What if it's one of those people?
And what's the time reflected here?
Oh, 1:21:21 a.m.
And
He's
if
getting
you
his
go,
steps
back
in.
to Exhibit 54, can you kind of point out the general location?
Yeah, so it might be hard to see, but Park Avenue is kind of horseshoe and bending right here towards Woodward. So this is like in this particular area right here, right near that green spot on the screen.
Okay, and resuming the video at 18 minutes and 13 seconds. then starting at 18 minutes and 30 seconds, what's the source of the video here?
This is rock security also.
And what's the general area that we're looking at here?
So we're looking north on Washington Boulevard, and near the top of this screen is there's a park right there, and Adams Street is on the other side of the park. Then Woodward now would be to the right side of the screen.
And so which direction on Washington Boulevard is the subject walking right now?
South.
And are you able to see what time is reflected here?
Yes, it's 1:23:52 a.m.
And stopping at that moment, does the subject appear to be wearing any gloves at this point?
Not on the left hand that I can see.
Okay, and then going back to exhibit 54, can you kind of point out that general area of Washington Boulevard here?
Now we're getting into right on the edge of this purplish blue arc, just on the side of that, just north of that.
Doing the video. And at roughly 19 minutes and 55 seconds, what's the source of the video here?
This is rock security.
Is there subjects still walking southbound down Washington Boulevard at this point?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Hold on, we got to pause. Oh, shoot. Where did it go?
Impact the jurors in any way, whether it's satisfaction or dissatisfaction with their decision. So you're ordered not to remain in the courtroom if you don't think you can contain your emotions. With that, we're ready to bring in the jury.
Did all of these for nothing. Yeah, where's his little female attorney at?
While we're waiting, and again, the state defense defendant are present, is either side going to want the jury polled? If it is, I have the polling question. That's the standard question as part of death penalty cases promulgated by the Supreme Court. So I can use that.
Yes.
Okay.
Come on, jury. Okay, if you guys ever do your own nails at home, do not use this stuff. It does not work.
All right, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I've been informed that you have reached a verdict or a decision in this matter. Is that correct? Who has the verdict? All right. You'll pass that to the bailiff. All right, verdict form appears to be in order. We'll let the clerk publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 20th Judicial Circuit in Fort Lee County, Florida, criminal action. State of Florida versus Wade Wilson, case number 19 CF 568. Jury verdict form, penalty phase. We, the jury, finds as follows as to the defendant, Wade Wilson, in this case. As to count 1, first-degree murder, Christine Milton. We, the jury, unanimously find that this state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that Wade Wilson was previously convicted of a felony and under sentence of imprisonment or placed on community control or on felony probation. Yes. We, the jury, find unanimously that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that Wade Wilson was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use of threats of violence to the person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. No. If you, the jury, answered no to every aggravating factor listed, you have completed your deliberations. If you, the jury, answered yes to any aggravating factor listed, proceed to section B. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for a penalty of life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. We, the jury, unanimously found the state proved 1 or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether 1 or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Wade Wilson should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 9-3 that Wade Wilson should be sentenced to death.
Ooh!
As to count 4, first-degree murder, Diane Ruiz. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of aggravating factors. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that Wade Wilson was previously convicted of a felony and under sentence of imprisonment or placed on community control or on felony probation? Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that Wade Wilson was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use of threat of violence to the person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt that the first-degree murder was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. If fewer than 8 jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for a penalty of life in prison without the possibility of parole. If 8 or more jurors vote for the death penalty, your recommendation must be for the death penalty. We, the jury, unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether Wade Wilson should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. We, the jury, find by a vote of 10-2 that Wade Wilson should be sentenced to death. Dated this 25th day of June 2024 in Lee County, Florida, 4-person, 234.
Does anybody want the jurors to be polled? Yes. Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to ask each of you about the jury's decisions that you have just heard. And I'm going to go juror by number. So juror 97, agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror 97. Okay. Do you agree that the decisions read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror 234. Do you agree that decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror number 3. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror 205. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror 101. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror 215. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror 87. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror 362. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror 136. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Juror 193. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided?
Yes, sir.
Juror 315. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided?
Yes.
Juror 309. Do you agree that the decisions as read by the clerk accurately reflect what the jury decided? Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases.
Well, good
We've
for them.
recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that, we thank you again for your service. Gather your belongings, make sure you don't leave anything in the jury room, and the bailiff will escort you out. You are discharged.
All right.
Are they going to set a death date? Oh, well. Can't say I'm going to lose any sleep over that if he does.
All right, please be seated. All right. What says the state in regards to sentencing? I know we have to have a Spencer hearing. And,
You need to go ahead and set it up for a Spencer hearing. Also need to have a pre-sentence
okay. All right.
So we're thinking 45 days out.
Are the parties available on July 22nd?
July 22nd?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
Okay.
I'll be
How
flying
about-
back from Wisconsin.
Okay. How about July 29th?
I'm supposed to start a second-degree murder trial in Arcadia on the 29th.
How about on July 23rd?
That'll work.
9 a.m. So I'll order a pre-sentence investigation report and have the Department of Corrections prepare that. And then we'll set sentencing and Spencer hearing.
Spencer hearing at 9 and 6:31.
That's fine.
All right. So he is.
Start in the morning and then recess until the afternoon. So I'll give you all day on Tuesday, July 23rd, beginning at 9 a.m. Mr. Wilson, I believe he's already been fingerprinted, but it may need to get fingerprinted again and remanded, or does he need to get fingerprinted? Okay. Then he'll just be remanded. You'll be held without bond until July 23rd, what's a sentencing and Spencer hearing on July 23rd, beginning at 9 a.m. Any other issues that the court needs to address?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Then we'll be adjourned.
July 23rd.
And 20 minutes and 45 seconds into the video, what sort of view do we have here?
So this is a rock security camera, and this is a camera that's up on a building, looking down. We're looking south on a.
Oh no, I don't think he has any tears. He better not cry in jail.
And starting at 21 minutes and 45 seconds, what street are we looking at now?
Grand River.
And where's Washington Boulevard?
Washington Boulevard will be near the top of the screen, and that's Woodward Avenue right near the center of the street that we see right there is Woodward.
And is this all still rock footage that we're looking at?
Yes, sir, it is.
So he's still not doing anything.
And 22 minutes and 25 seconds. What's the intersection that's reflected here, if you remember?
I don't recall that intersection, but it's the individual still walking east on Grand River.
See, there's people milling about.
And roughly 23 minutes and 15 seconds into the video. Where are we looking at now?
We're still east on Grand River, heading out kind of towards Gratiot.
And just pausing briefly, if we go back to Exhibit 54, can we point out approximately where we're looking at there?
So it would be kind of like still in this downtown area near, there's these 3 green dots right here. It says Brush Street, so it's a little just to the west or left of that.
So it's starting to move east?
Yes, yes.
Okay, resuming the video, 23 minutes and 27 seconds.
What are they? What? This is what they're looking. This up here. What? This is this circle that he's drawn.
And, what's the source of the video at this point at around 24 minutes?
This is still Rock Security.
And how about now, just 50 seconds later?
I know this is a
What?
cigar shop. This is not Rock Security.
This is ridiculous. How do you even know that's the same person?
Now we're
And 24 minutes and 30 seconds. Are we back to Rock Security?
yes.
What? Sorry.
And what's the general location that we're looking at now?
So now we're looking at Gratiot Avenue. From that right to left, there's a vehicle traveling up to the left. That's Gratiot Avenue.
How does you know what that is? You're just circling a. What is that?
How about now at 25 minutes into the video?
Yep. So again, this is Rock Security. We're the road right in the center is Gratiot Avenue. From left
This
to right
is
being
the most
eastbound
ridiculous.
Gratiot or heading out of downtown. North.
Oh my gosh. They just are we're just following a green circle right now.
So far, did you see any other subjects matching similar or the same characteristics as the subject?
What characteristics?
No.
And 25 minutes and 50 seconds in, what are we looking at this point? What's the area?
So this is Gratiot Avenue. 36th District Court is up near the top of the screen. And so looking to the right or right where the vehicle is traveling is going out of downtown.
You gotta be freaking.
And is there any particular neighborhood that the subject is moving toward at this point?
Yeah.
Well, right now it's out of downtown. Yeah, it's heading in the direction of our victim's residence.
That is not evidence. That is not beyond a reasonable doubt. You This is not how our justice system works. This, what in the devil? That is, no, on y'all.
And 27 minutes and 30 seconds into the video, what's the sort of general area that we're looking at this point?
This is
Detroit.
well, this is a three on the near the bottom of the
It's a
screen here,
city?
375 exit at Madison. Kind of to the right is 36th District Court. Gratiot Avenue is out near where that ellipse is.
And if you stop at 28 minutes and just go back to exhibit 54, can you point out the approximate location at that point?
Anyo,
Yep. So
you need to have like one of those clear maps that go over. And I need to have that.
Where it says Ford Field. In this area.
Okay. And resuming the video.
I need you to have one of those that clear map thing goes over and just follows every little step. That still wouldn't matter. What the heck? I see a green circle. I see a blob. I don't. There's. Yeah. Anyo, this. Look, you can't even. There's a tree. You can't tell me.
In what direction is the subject walking at this point?
Oh, it's the east or north on Gratiot, away from downtown.
Yeah.
And starting at about 28:50 into the video, what's the area that we're looking at here?
This is Gratiot Avenue at the bottom. The jail project across the street from the court here is near the top right. You see 375 near the center of the screen. And then, of course, the service drive is.
Can you see the 1405 apartments, Rivard apartments in that image?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, let me go back for a minute.
Okay, this has completely been altered.
Yes. These will be up near the top left corner of the screen.
This is not the original.
And 29 minutes and 15 seconds. Excuse me, what's the source of the video at this point?
This is a business called Caps, located on Maple Street.
Oh my gosh,
And,
I am.
That portion of the video is just that brief blip that we just saw.
Yeah, the person turned the corner, so it gave us a direction.
And can you point out, I guess, that general location back on exhibit 54?
We're up.
Let me scroll
Well,
down
yeah, let me help you out here. Let me make it bigger.
54.
Okay. So that Caps video we just looked at.
Let me make up a spot real quick.
That area that we last saw was right here.
Mm-hmm.
Tatum, right in that particular area.
Okay, and then looking back at the video at 29 minutes and 25 seconds, what's the source of the video at this point?
This is an apartment building located on Rivard, 1405 Rivard.
And,
No, that's
again, what's the time reflected there?
1:44 and 10 seconds.
yeah.
If we go back to exhibit 54 on page 11, can you point out that area?
Putting it right in this area where it says Rivard, kind of just right above that yellow box. There.
Now, you see the direction where the subject's head is oriented at this point, 29 minutes and 44 seconds
Yes, sir.
into the video. What's here, I guess, at this location?
That's an apartment building, and right along that left side of the screen would be a windows, apartment windows, and a door.
And where's the victim's residence relative to this location?
Yeah.
It'd be just south is the direction that the individual is walking.
Okay.
Just
And what
south
time is it right
and
now?
Across Rivard, just east and down Juliet Place.
Okay. And it's 1:44, and they're saying when was she killed? 4:20. So it's 1:44 right now.
And at this point, I guess these modifications to the time, are those modifications you made to reflect real time?
Yes.
So are 30 minutes and 11 seconds in, are we looking south down Rivard at this point?
Yes, we are.
And can you see the area, I guess, back to Exhibit 54, where is that?
So it's kind of, the building is right in this, actually right near this yellow dot right here. And so that last camera we're looking at is looking south, down towards the bottom of the screen.
And would that be toward Joliet Place?
Yes. The blurry camera, the autofocus.
Way
is
before
looking
you
towards
say
that,
she
yes,
was killed?
for Juliet.
Or are we changing the time frame now?
Now, stopping at 30 minutes and 28 seconds, what's the source of the video at this point?
This is the school we referenced just east of the scene location.
And what's the time?
The time is 1:56:56 a.m.
Now, between the 1:45 a.m. Video from Rivard and this 1:56 a.m. point, do you have the subject on video between those two times?
No, sir.
And what's the sort of general location that we're looking at in this video?
So this again is from the school video. There is this camera's fixed. The big camera is kind of like pointing, it'd be west towards the parking lot. This other camera is next to that camera, and it's zoomed in, and it's giving us a shot of actually looking west down Juliet.
Okay, and if we go back to Exhibit 1, page 3, just to orient ourselves, where's that parking lot located here?
So the parking lot we were looking at is right here.
And resuming the video at 30 minutes and 29 seconds.
Did they see him going into cars?
I guess what was the purpose of including this portion of the video in the compilation?
Because there was an individual that I observed coming from or traveling east on Juliet and then turning south into the area of the parking lot near the scene.
Okay.
But was it
And
him?
starting at 30 minutes and 46 seconds, what's the source of this next video?
This is one of the Myovision cameras we were talking about, the traffic camera.
Okay, and this time reflected of 2:03, between the 1:56 a.m. video that we just saw from the school and this 2:03 time, do you have the subject on the video between those 2 points?
No, I do not.
Where do we first see the subject starting at the 2:03 point?
So there's an ellipse near the center of this top screen, but that is Lafayette, West Lafayette Street, and the individual is walking east on the north side of Lafayette,
I don't see anyone.
and the school is near the center of the screen, walking towards the.
Do you see does anyone see anyone? I don't see anyone.
Okay, and just to reorient ourselves, looking back at Exhibit 1, page 3, where's the area that the subject is on video at 1:44 a.m.? Do you see that reflected here?
Yeah, well, the 144, I believe is, one.
Well, at the 1405
Yeah,
Rivard.
yeah, I'm sorry. So that 1405 Rivard is right up in, right up in this area.
Okay,
on
and then the
top left.
1:56 a.m. video shows the subject where?
Walking east on Juliet and then south into this area.
I would object to that characterization. I mean, we didn't see the video of him walking up Juliet. I don't believe the video showed that.
No.
That's a mischaracterization of.
It's up to the jury to determine what is that.
What the? I think the whole video should
Okay,
be stricken.
I just want to go back to the video at 30 minutes and 26 seconds. Where's Juliet reflected on this portion of the video?
On this whole screen in the top right corner, there's a smaller box that zoomed in. There's a series of cars parked on diagonal here that we're seeing diagonally. That's a dead end. That there's no street below this. Looking up towards the screen to the right-hand side is Juliet Street. So if we went from this light color car up, that would be going back west towards Rivard Street. So the street travels in this direction, top to bottom.
Okay. And then we asked about where the subject emerges at 2:03 a.m. Going back to the map reflected as Exhibit 1, can you point out the area where the subject emerges at 2:03 a.m.?
When I first see the subject, it's in this particular area over here. It's on the north side of Lafayette.
And we're resuming the video at 31 minutes and 20 seconds.
Now I see a person. Something.
And which direction down Lafayette is the subject going now?
East.
And what's the source of the video that just popped up at the bottom of the screen?
I believe that is Hungry Howie's. It's in the complex near the top of the screen.
And where's the Ducharme Place apartments relative to where the direction the subject is walking?
So it'll be on the south side of the street, which is on the right side of the screen, past the bushes, the light color bushes we're looking at.
And 32 minutes and 30 seconds in, what's the source of the video at this point?
This is the Ducharme Place system.
I don't.
The sort of real time reflected.
So the real time I added to the screen, and that's 2:06:42 a.m.
And another view at 32:56 into the video. Are we still at the Ducharme Place?
Yes.
And what street is the subject crossing at this point?
Subject's walking south across on Orleans Street across Lafayette.
And how about now at 33 minutes and 20 seconds?
Yes, this camera is also on Ducharme Place. It's just farther south looking north. So near the top of the screen was Lafayette, where a car just drove by.
Again, I don't see a person. If the jury can't see that they're literally just trying to match random video to cell tower, which, oh my God, I don't even know how they narrowed down this guy to the cell tower. There, you can't even see anyone.
And what's the real time reflected at this point at about 35 minutes into the video?
2:08:48.
No bag. He's just walking.
And starting at 35,
See, that's his Dodge Charger.
The video, where are we looking at this point?
This is in a parking garage of Descharmes Place.
Okay, and then I just want to go back really quick to an exhibit that's already been admitted, exhibit 47. A report showing some metadata for that video. What's the time reflected here in that video for that metadata?
2:16:07. Yeah.
Or it's a Dodge
And again,
Charger. I don't know if it's
parking
his.
Garage, is that something just anybody can walk into freely?
He might have just been taking a picture of it.
And immediately after this video, what's the next source of the video going to be?
So if I could look at my timeline for the address, I just know by building name.
And clearly you could just walk into the garage freely. You can walk into any parking garage.
This is 2211 East Jefferson.
Is that the old Mike Morse building?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the road that's visible in this portion of the video?
This is Jefferson. That is on the left side of the screen. East Jefferson.
And do you see the car that went by, the police car?
Yeah.
Yes, between the trees.
Did you do anything to look into obtaining video from that car?
Yes, it did.
And what if anything did you do?
So I located the vehicle through our GPS system, looked at the actual video to see if I could see anybody walking in that area. And with the car traveling at the speed, I did not see anybody.
Okay. And here at 36 minutes and 20 seconds of the video, are we still looking at Jefferson from the Mike Morse building?
Yes, now we're looking south across Jefferson.
And just going back to Exhibit 54, if we look at page 10, can you kind of point out the general area that we're in at this point?
Right in this particular area over here.
I mean, if that's him, he's doing a lot of walking.
What's the time for the Michael Morse video?
The 2:46:35.
And what's the source of this very next video, starting in about 37 minutes?
2600 East Jefferson, which is a BP gas station.
And is that a green light location?
It is, yes, sir.
And so this time that's reflected here, is that real time or system time?
Yes, it's real time accurate.
is this still located on East Jefferson?
Yes, we're looking east on the south side of Jefferson.
I'm just gonna jump ahead for a minute. So 38 minutes into the video, what's the location at this point?
So this is 2760 East Jefferson, which is Gordon Foods. It's also a green light location.
And where is that relative to the last location?
That
we just
is
looked at?
east of the location.
Council, is this a good place to break for the evening?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe so.
Okay.
So,
Stopping at
30.
3842?
3842, sure.
We'll pick up at 3842 in the morning. You'll be here in the morning?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay. If you need anything from the jury room, go ahead and get it, otherwise the jury can head out.
That stinks. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna pick this up in the morning because we're just verdict watching Karen Read. And then we have this Samantha Woll. Samantha Woll is important. I just want to see. I don't like this video stuff. So. Okay, you guys. Well, thanks. Yeah, it's going to go on for a long time. And they're just finally getting to video, but it's not there's nothing on there. And I can't believe they're allowing that video because they basically cut and spliced it. And that's not accurate representation of the night. And I don't see him breaking into cars. But I guess we'll see tomorrow where he got the white bag, if that's him. So yeah, I just am very upset and bothered that this is what they narrowed in on. And he said this was weeks of work. So I'm bothered that they wasted weeks on this and not looking into these other people. But I'll see y'all tomorrow. Good night.